There were projects like Krishi Udan, where we were talking about growing in India and feeding the world. Keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, on the question that I asked you, if you had food on the table, you had that because the farmers in the country were able to move through their supply chains to get food to your tables. I remember on one of the occasions that we had where we were having VCs, and Ramaji will bear testament, so does Mr. Yashpal here, etc., where we had even farmers asking us in the midst of a lockdown, how can we move our flour exposed to the rest of the world? We did it. It moved. This, ladies and gentlemen, is how supply chain was managed. Did we have challenges? Of course we had challenges. We had big time challenges. We had challenges mainly of first mile and last mile deliveries because they were beyond the aviation ecosystem to control. But yeah, we coordinated and had that moving. So let me summarize what I believe will be the way going forward from an aviation perspective. One, forecast disruptions using technology and data analysis, blockchain. They're not some fancy words in the future supply chains. We learn them the hard way. Design a model that best suits your specific businesses, that embodies resilience to volatility and absorbs shocks. Test your model under various extremes periodically. This is a drill similar to an emergency drill. Don't wait for the tsunami to strike you and then realize what you need to do. Embrace flexibility so as to be agile on fast-paced changes. Kudos to the Indian aviation air cargo operators who in a matter of days challenged conventions and rose to the occasion of flying all over the country, delivering vaccines and supplying essentials. 5, hedge risks against rising and unpredictable freight and transport cost. Pay attention to geopolitical changes and plan for disruptions as early as possible. Visibility of your supplies, raw materials in real time using tech-enabled platforms is the key to decision-taking. Material and labor shortages will have future shocks. They will reappear. Stay prepared. Train, retrain the workforce of the future. That is going to be a key factor that's going to play a role. Lastly, in all that we do, please do keep sustainability at the forefront of our planning. Ladies and gentlemen, over the next 2 days, I'm sure this panel will enlighten us on specific insights on what has been done so far and the lessons learned going forward. To conclude, I will leave you with just one thought. Make India Atmanirbhar in supply chain management. I wish Dr. Batra and all those present here a successful summit. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. And now for the special address, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming to the podium Mr. S. Ramakrishna, former chairman, Federation of Freight Forwarders Association of India.
Good morning, everybody. Dr. Batra, congratulations. Year on year, I think you must have this symposium, and we will all join you and be rest assured about it. Thank you. Friends, in the opening remark, Dr. Batra said two things. One, he said that it's a disruption. Can a technology be disruption? There's one question which always haunts my mind. Technology can never be disruption. Temporarily, it could be, but probably in the context of India, the technology has been adopted the fastest, may it be in customs, may it be in any part of the logistics. So therefore, I would always prefer, with the disruption, we can add some good positive things also to talk about the digitization. The second, it is that everybody picks up this 14% rate of the logistic cost. There are two studies which have been made by the Ministry of Commerce and Niti Aayog. They talk about the 8.3% or 8.6% as a logistic cost. Rest all the cost, they talk about the inventory, carrying cost, etc., etc. So therefore, Dr. Batra, if I can have a study of since you have a very large organization and you have a researchers, if you can really do a study, what is the actual percentage of GDP on the logistic cost? We can also contribute a lot of information about it. The reason for saying that is that everybody on the logistic cost carry the information of 14%, which we all as a logistician desist that. It is not 14%. It is 8.6%, and we have the ability to bring it to 5%, not 8%. We have the ability to bring it to 5%. I'll give you a small example. Please don't take it as a deviation, but I will give you a simple example. There will be a corporate conglomerates here. Everybody wants 14 days free period on a container. And the airline, fortunately, that facility is not there. 14 days free period, and our friends in the logistic, providers of the ICDs and the CFS operators give 45 days free period. And that becomes actually a place to locate their cargo free of cost. If we all get disciplined and we say, with the government who has given such a fantastic platform of advanced bill of entry and advanced documentation, whereby we clear the goods even prior to arrival, then probably we will not be saving 180 billion, we would be saving 280 billion. That's the spirit with which we have to work. And why I'm saying that you must continue to do this is that world kind of an organization throughout the globe, that Indian industry, the logistic industry is not that costly. I have been requested to keep my talk for 6 or 7 minutes, so therefore I would get into a digitization straight away.
And I took that number from a friend who runs a large.
No, even the government of India, Dr.
Yeah.
Saab also said 40%.
It was an artfully little document, but you're a deep dive expert, so I take your inputs. And my only query would be, and if you must, why do you say it? So why does it become 14%? While you say it is 8.6% and it can go down? You can dwell a little bit on that.
I would certainly do that, sir. This is not my study. This is a study done by the Ministry of Commerce, Logistics Department, and by the Niti Aayog, with an independent people who have done this study. How can it go down is one subject which probably Yash will also dwell during his symposium time. The cost is basically a factor which we cannot really identify. We cannot actually say this is a cost. We can only reduce it by reducing the timeline, what we are enjoying because of the shipping lines offering or the custodians offering. If we can really reduce that. Second thing, 93% of the documents are filed in advance, and 82% of 93% is assessed and duty is paid also. Where is the problem in taking the goods immediately? Number 3 is, in the just-in concept, the people, the larger business conglomerates who buy a large quantity of goods and keep it in their warehouse as an inventory, which is not desirable. I am a core materials man. I have management in materials. Though, therefore, I always say that in just-in concept, you please get the goods. You have a larger cycle of goods coming into your stream. Probably every day container comes. Every day you clear the containers. So therefore, it is not that the large number of cargo need to come in one bill of lading and keep it as an inventory or keep the storage at the warehouses. It is not desirable. So we have to come into an ecosystem whereby we have to do everything in a very digitalized form, where that is how I'm saying that it can come even to 5%. Now, coming to the other sectors which has actually digitized, NICDC managing director or chairman would also be here. He would be talking about it. Today, what is happening in digitization is every place, every organization, every government organization have their own platform of digitization. It need to be integrated, and we are duplicating those digitization again and again. So therefore, from my as a custom broker's perspective, I will take IceGate as one platform which has got all the details. One doesn't have to reinvent it. When you reinvent a digitization, it costs money. It costs money. Therefore, it is always better to take the major IceGate as a platform, and from there you have a plug and play system. If you have that, we have a great success. Sorry for taking a minute later. So thank you so much.
No, it's okay. I said that all these global studies are not skewed in favor of India. And I said that. So it's a Arthur D. Little study. And I must tell you, my marks and grades in the business school in the supply chain course were not the highest. I also want to tell you, Dr. Appanjwani will bear me out. He was my teacher, and I'm sure you would know him. I also want to say that the government has done UPI, done a great job at it. We must hand that. ONDC now. So I'm sure if they've looked at commerce in terms of payments, if they've looked at commerce in terms of commerce, I think commerce in terms of logistics should be the next frontier. I mean, this government is very digital savvy and is moving with the time. So I think that's my takeaway. And I'll do a deeper discussion with you, detail on why it is 8.3%. Thank you. Uday is looking at me very sternly, and I don't want to.
I will just add one more point, is that the government has have a logistic division in their Ministry of Commerce. Itself shows how important that logistic cost is. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. And thank you so much, gentlemen, for the inaugural session. Everybody, once for them, please. Thank you. I request you to please take your seats downstairs now. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Moving forward, our first in-conversation session on regulatory impact assessment and the cost attached. Please join me in welcoming on stage Manmeet K. Nanda, IAS Joint Secretary, Department for Promotion of Internal and International Trade, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India, in conversation with Mohit Bhasin, Partner, Global Co-Lead, Economic Growth Practice, KPMG. Please. Was just the morning, everybody. We can be louder, a little more energetic, I believe. Yeah. Thank you. She says not very encouraging. Halaki backbenchers are still joining in, ma'am, but now mind they will.
Morning, everyone. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the time. I just picked up about this message of IceGate, which was launched yesterday as IceGate 2.0. It's a good news. It's a positive amalgamation of various services which you can see on the social media launched by CBIC yesterday. So I thought I'll start possibly with something good. Welcome and thank you so much. My name is Mohit Bhasin. I'm partner with KPMG and I lead a practice called Economic Growth globally. Today, we have the privilege of having Madam Manmeet Nanda. Madam Nanda is the Joint Secretary with Ministry of Commerce and Industry, DPIIT. And what we all have been hearing the market about ease of doing business, specifically cost of doing business, regulatory reforms, compliance burden, all these initiatives are currently anchored by Madam Nanda and her office. So we have the privilege of talking specifically related to the matter, which is the bottom line, so-called the hidden cost, what you sir just mentioned. But I think we are very close to finding a solution and hopefully we'll be able to crack this very soon as a country. As you know, a lot has happened over the last couple of years in terms of the business reforms. especially the World Bank ranking, which is one indicator for us to be proud of, that we have moved the needle a bit. The reforms at the state level, which Madam's office has been driving, is also moving the needle significantly. But I think we can go much more deeper and technical. So, ma'am, let me just begin that we as a country have done multiple reforms over the last couple of years. What is ahead of us? Can you help our audience to understand and paint the landscape that what are we heading for?
Thank you, Mohit, and a very good morning. Hope the earlier session brought in some perspective about the work that the Ministry of Commerce, including the logistics division, like we mentioned, was mentioned by the former chairman. There is a logistic division in the Ministry of Commerce with DPIIT, which came out with the logistics policy. And thank you, Mohit, for also letting the audience know about the new portal that was launched of IceGate 2.0. Taking from where Mohit has spoken about, yes, the last 8 to 9 years, the government of India has started a huge transformational journey in the entire ecosystem of the reform progress that we see. And our jump in the ease of doing business in terms of the World Bank report of 79 ranks definitely speaks of something that we need to be proud of. But having said that, it is not the only rank that India improved. We've also improved in our world innovation ranking. We started with 81, I think, in 2014. Today, we are 40, a very big achievement. We are a leader in the ICT subsystem of that reform index. And as per the IMD World Competitive Index, we have also improved our ranking. We were somewhere in the late 30s. We are now in the early 20s. So a lot of importance and impetus was given to this entire reform landscape, which started with the World Bank's report. And simultaneously, India is probably one of the very few countries globally who have a subnational reform agenda called the Business Reform Action Plan. That was also started December 2015. States and union territories are ranked in those various reforms. For example, the last one that just concluded earlier this year, whose ranks were declared earlier this year, they had about 7,400, about 58 reforms that states and union territories were given to implement. About 60% of those reforms were implemented by many of the states and union territories. So that the Business Reform Action Plan, or BRAP generally known, has really set the reform agenda in a very prime importance area for all state governments and central governments alike. Along with that, with the launch of the regulatory compliance portal, which is again an intergovernmental portal itself, since January 2021, government and state governments, central governments, union territories have constantly tried to check which are the compliances that may seem burdensome and try to bring them down in terms of probably 4 pillars to broadly put into perspective. Digitalize services that can be digitalized, rationalize services. So you can look at laws or processes that have become redundant and obsolete and need to be done away with. Clean them up so that they can be brought into place and put into business processes more cleanly. That's rationalization. Simplification. They are asked to look at forms and business processes ab initio and see where it can be simplified so that there is whatever duplication exists in the system is removed from it. And there is decriminalization, that is of decriminalizing criminal provisions that exist for very minor offenses that hurt the business community and their sentiments, trying to put them away from the judicial system so as to be dealt with mainly executive or administrative executive decisions. We have, as we speak, 39,000 such compliances stand either reduced, simplified, digitized, or decriminalized today for the entire country. A lot of work has been done, but I'm not saying that that's enough. That may be just the tip of the iceberg, and a lot needs to be done further. So I think starting from here, we've realized that we have come a long way in this reform process for the last 8-9 years. Now, what next? We've spoken about ease of doing business. But we also, when interacting with companies and entities, like many in this room, realized that there is also this concept of cost of doing business. There is a price of doing business in the country. There is a price for all these compliances that we need to fill up, the regulations. There is an administrative cost. There are people employed specially to, let's say, understand the myriad of government processes and forms. And that is what we are trying to now tackle. We are in touch with companies, we are in touch with state governments, and I'll tell you more about how we take this forward.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So one thing is quite evident that had we run this session possibly 7-8 years back, we could have said, yeah, there is a problem, the rankings are slipping, we will look into this. But I think now government is completely in the grip of things, and you see there is a science behind bringing these reforms. It's not just like random reforms the way madam has articulated. So ma'am, cost of doing business has certainly become the topic of the day, and the industry is definitely talking about. We just heard in the previous session about cost of doing business, ma'am. And it is a very important thing if we control and rationalize the cost. So what is your thinking about how are you approaching towards creating, if I may call it as a framework, or approaching towards cost of doing business, ma'am?
Having talked about cost of doing business with various companies, I, in my entire day of working in the department, come across various individual entities and also meet with various associations. Ever since we have played with this idea of trying to find out what exactly is the cost for doing business in the country, we've realized that the cost of regulations per se is something that is astronomical, something that this part of the government or the business ecosystem probably does not realize, and that people and entities on that part face a lot of problems. We are probably already spoken to about 150 companies and several associations over the last 6-7 months. We are in constant touch and interacting with state governments and UT organizations, primarily to bring about an awareness to the government. The government should basically first realize that there is a cost for the regulation, for the compliances that they put into place, a cost for fulfilling all the requirements of an approval, the NOC, the renewals, putting into perspective the number of information that is being asked in various government departments. And we all keep feeling that because government don't talk to each other, the departments don't talk to each other, they're all working in silos. That probably intensifies this entire cost of regulation. So I may be filling up a certain form as a business entity, which is being asked to me at the time of registration. That same entire documentation I need to put up again in the Parivahan portal for the environment. And then surprisingly, environment also has another portal where I'm given the certificate to operate. So within departments, like I said, we don't talk, a very bad habit. We need to try and break down. And I think the PM Gati Shakti program that everybody talks about is the step in the right direction, where it's been told that government departments need to put out in front to all of them within the government or what all has been done, so that we become not just a data sensitive economy. We are aware data exists. We are aware different departments set up different logistic indexes, but it should be a data intelligent government. Only when you use that data intelligently will you be able to regulate intelligently. And like Mohit said, the regulatory impact assessment wants to and is a tool just to do that. You need to have data to tell you where you're going wrong. What is the cost of that one compliance on a business entity? And how can I improve my processes to bring down that cost?
This is really exciting. If we are bringing RIA to India, the impact assessment approach to any policy or the program or the initiative, like ex ante or post facto, this will really bring a scientific approach to whatever we are bringing. I'm going to ask you a little difficult question now. We have so many business entities to serve as, let's say, government. We also have so many interministerial or the line ministries, we call it as maybe 50 plus. And we have state governments, and we have departments within the government to coordinate, right? So state government, central government, and business. And you are sitting in the middle to make sure that all ride in the same.
Not a very comfortable position,
I know.
trust me.
I know. how do you see this converging? I know while we have a use case of state ranking as a very classic example of having done this, but now we are talking about cost, we are talking about impact assessment. So how do you foresee this happening, ma'am?
So I guess when we started, when I speak to my predecessors who talked about how the world banking rankings were, attacked on as a country, and we decided and we were very defiant about the fact that we need to improve our rank. And the kind of, streamlining and thought process that was given into it by different departments of the central government, and day in and day out regular following, did bring us that jump that we see of 79 ranks, and we can very proudly talk about it. The fact that PLI schemes have been announced, and there are about, I can say, about 550 plus applications that have been approved, which means about 550 definitely plus companies who are coming into India and set up base here. We are seeing the FDI figures. We are seeing that the FDI figures for the last 8 to 9 years are continuously on the uptake. So we are a country which is seen as an economy that is always and has been on the rise for the last couple of years and will be on the rise. We are seeing the recessionary trends across the globe. We, as of now, are also seeing how India has been able to fight against it so far. So it is this realization that has made it possible for the government to start thinking about this very difficult task that you mentioned of coordinating and making a realistic assessment of every department, trying to ask itself and finding out that cost. So for an entity filling up for starting a business and then continuing that business, consent to operate, consent to establish renewals, and then NOCs, and then for example, every year renewal of those NOCs, and maybe further testings, certifications, multiple level of certifications, and the problem that is inherent to our democracy because we are a federal structure. So the state governments have rules to make. It is a difficult thing, but the fact that the first step we have realized that there is a cost, which is an administrative cost to a business entity to fulfill government regulations. There is a cost because there's a delay in getting these approvals. We may have, chest thumped ourselves and said that we have brought in a number of approvals which are online, but many of you in this room would have faced the issue of actually chasing an online application also with government departments, further filling up, giving up further informations, probably responding to queries almost at the end of the day when it was almost time for you to have received the approval. Say it was a 30-day time period. On the 28th day, you received a query that, there is something insufficient in your application. So this basic idea of understanding that there is this need to find out what is the cost given to this delay in providing an app renewal to a company? What is the intermediary cost that is involved? Because there are so many CAs and CS employed by these companies. Cost for which sometimes businesses have to just submit statements to authorities, to the government. This would require a lot of introspection, very difficult, but we are bringing the state governments. I've been moving across, traveling to different states and talking with different state governments and UT administration. We are trying to make this as an agenda so that, and we are trying, as we speak, there is an introspection, and we brought all the states on board to start discussing the cost of regulation. And I see that very soon we might be able to formulate the framework for calculating the cost, which is the first step, and then eventually moving towards the larger aspect of regulatory impact assessment.
This definitely sounds quite exciting, because if we can really pick and calculate the numbers, and then we can attempt to close or rather reduce those numbers. So if I may take the liberty of requesting the industry and the business here, is that please help DPIT in understanding the specifics when it comes to the cost by way of numbers. Because when the input comes, typically it comes in a very theoretical form, non-numerical in nature, very subjective in nature. If these kind of input comes to DPIT, then I think DPIT will be in a better position to see the problem and quantify that. Ma'am, just, I know I'm cognizant of the time. Just a last question. Given this kind of massive work happening around the cost of doing business, regulation, regulatory reforms, regulatory impact assessment, cost of regulation, Given this, maybe few months or few years down the line, do you foresee that us becoming a much attractive investment destination as a country? Do we foresee a better improvement in terms of other global rankings, which actually as a business community, they look up to?
Of course, the entire idea is to make any kind of regulation, a good regulation is when it's effective. And when it is lean, when it is clean, when there is transparency in it. And I think we are moving towards that agenda itself. We have seen and the efforts that the government departments, both at the center and the state, have done in terms of, trying to clean up their compliances, clean up their systems, re-engineering their processes. And we've seen a lot of good work that's already taken place. Very happy to say that there is a national single window, which is there existing. Many state governments and central governments have come aboard. Of course, a lot needs to be done, but almost about 20 to 25 state governments have their own single windows. Many of the state governments have a centralized inspection system. About 15 to 16 of them have a centralized inspection system. So it's not like things have not been done. It would be done with a cohesive effort. And when we have the state governments and the the UT administrations on board, I don't think it's something that is not achievable. We have managed to achieve it. We are already talking about trying to come up with a single business ID, something that would be a single ID that you need to give as a business entity, and trying to use the concept of a DigiLocker, where you will have your documents already in place. And the moment you put in your business ID, the DigiLocker will itself, the API will be able to extract that information, relevant information, of course, after getting the permission from you on a basis of an OTP or an SMS, so that there is that continuous requirement of submitting the documents over and over again reduced. So there are a lot of exemplary work already going on in the background, in the framework of the government. And I hope that the RIA, like it's been done in many other economies, probably I think 90 or 100 economies of the world already have an RIA framework. And it has very well established that with the regulatory impact assessment, the cost to doing business comes down exponentially. So I think we are on the right step ahead.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I'm decently confident that given these kind of reforms, the cost of supply chain, what was being discussed in the previous session, and I'm very aware about the kind of cost which is going from the logistics perspective, will significantly go down because we are hitting the right problem in the right chord. So I think, ma'am, we are almost on the time, and I take the privilege of thanking you for coming here and sharing with the audience the perspective with which government is looking at the cost from the supply chain perspective also. So with this, I think we can wind up.
I just wanted to add before I say my thank you is that if there are companies and entities here or associations which he would like to come forward and discuss their cost and give us, a very factual information about what the issues that pertain to them, happy to connect with you all. I'll be leaving. I have left my card with one of the organizing, the Businessworld associates, so they can always, forward that to you, and we'll be happy to be in touch with all of you. And thank you for having me here.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am and sir. Thank you. Hello. Okay. Thank you. Okay, and from our in conversation session, let's move towards our first panel discussion for today on building supply chain resilience, a boardroom agenda. Please join me in welcoming our panelist for the same. Ashish Taneja, Advisor, Supply Chain Labs. Avinash Kant Kumar, President, Integrated Supply Chain and Quality Assurance, Jubilant Foodworks Limited. Suman Chaudhary, Co-founder and COO, Clovia Laundry. Utsav Malhotra, COO, GoNoise. Vijayanand Chaudhary, Global Head, SCM, Sterlite Technologies. Yashpal Sharma, Managing Director, Skyways Group. And this session will be moderated by Sambit Patra, Partner, Bain and Company. Let's collectively welcome all of them, ladies and gentlemen, to the stage, please. Okay, so I think I will repeat what Dr. Batra keeps teaching me कि ताली बजाना आपके दिल के लिए अच्छा होता है. तो जब भी मौका मिले अपने लिए किसी और के लिए दिल खोल के बजा लीजिए. Thank you.
Sorry.
He'll just switch it off, sir. Karthikeyan, more mics, please. We probably do sharing is caring till more mics are given to us.
Yep.
But that's over to you, sir.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. A little more volume, please. We can. This is what we.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, thank you for all the panelists here to share their perspective on a very important topic. Before I dive into, get them into share their views on the topic, just two perspectives, right, on different sides of the spectrum. Perspective number one is the perspective of how supply chain disruptions in the past several months have actually affected businesses deeply. You see a contraction in margins across sectors, so the RM prices have gone up, and people have generally found it very difficult to pass on the prices, right, as the customers or in a B2B business. Hello, yeah. Or if you're in a B2B business to your customer, auto companies have been sitting on an order book which runs into 1.5 years. So many would see this as loss of sale, right? Loss of opportunity, loss of contraction of margin. On the second side of the spectrum, this has been a significant opportunity for people to exploit and explore. If you follow the China plus one, now Europe plus one shifts that are happening in supply chain, there's massive shift. There's a complete rethink of supply chain that is happening across the boardrooms. We've seen that play out in pharma, chemical, specialty chemical. You gave the example about Apple, sir. A very interesting fact. Apple last year did 10,000 crores of exports out of India. 10,000 crores. It has taken 15 to 20 years for auto companies or chemical companies to send that much or get to that revenue scale. And Apple has done that in 3 to 4 years. So massively opportunity rich as well. And we'll explore all of this as we discuss. So let me start with the topic, which is, last 3-4 years, and COVID, one would say, was a bit of a accelerator, but not the main actor. We are seeing some of these mega trends play out. Last 3-4 years, supply chain has changed, right? Role of supply chain has changed. So as Yash, maybe let me start with you. What do you think has changed? What's the role of supply chain in organizations? The difference between, if you look at, especially last 2-3 years.
Yeah, thanks. The supply chains have been evolving forever, but the last 2-3 years obviously have given a shot in the arm. Every child, every person on the street probably know what a logistician is today, and what is the importance that a supply chain department brings to an organization. As the pandemic hit, so I'll divide it into two. One is pandemic and one post-pandemic so-called period now. So in the pandemic, supply chain became the center of discussions at all boardrooms. Everything was related to the disruptions. I think almost 95-98% of global organizations would have seen disruptions in their supply chains. So everything took center stage for all organizations, and they had to right from their raw material to their mid-mile operator to the end consumption to the ports they use, to the airports they use, to the transportation they use. everybody right at the top C-level was involved in making decisions and trying to make sure that there is business continuity for them. And, right from the pre-pandemic stage, when supply chains were left for supply chain managers or shipping managers to handle, and things moved to the C-level, there was a sea shift in the way the business was now getting moved. From cost, it became to business continuity. So it was not so much so about just cost. Even if you're doing a 3x and making sure your production lines were working, your product was able to get to the shelves, it was on. And now post that period, I think, we've kind of seen the backside of the pandemic now, and things are slowly moving back to the normalcy of what we had pre-pandemic. But there will be definitely certain things that the organizations are going to keep forever. Making sure that they have raw materials coming from multiple suppliers and not one who could be based out of completely different locations of the world. Nearshoring, offshoring, China plus one, or as many pluses that you want to add to your raw material cycle, you would. How much of an inventory do you hold so that you never get into a disruption? We've been talking about just in time, etc. But just in time did not help in the pandemic. So you needed to have enough inventory of raw materials to get your lines working. Where all do you sell to? Like I said, what all ports and airports you use. So there have been huge amount of changes in the way supply chains are dealt with.
Thank you, Yash. And Vijay, let me get back to you. You run a global supply chain, plants in India, plants outside India. Again, same question back to you. Traditional view of supply chain was cost, minimize inventory, support new product development. What's changed?
Right. So, I would answer this question in two parts. One, focusing on the global side, and two is the India side. Now, good thing about what has changed. 3 years back, if something happened in supply chain, the board members and the table at the top would ask the question, how did it happen? Kaise ho gaya? Right? And today, when such a problem comes in, a disruption comes in, what do we do next? So there's a change in attitude, which I really love it. Okay, that acceptance is there that some things can happen, and now we all want to get rid of or overcome every problem that comes in under the way. Now, 3 years, needless to say, there was pandemic, there's supply chain constraints, there's semiconductor issues, there's manufacturing issues, labor issues, Ukraine war. Everything has happened, and everything has been beating the supply chain. Like he said, the good thing that has happened is at the board, earlier we used to talk about finance, investments, marketing, product, ROI, but the word supply chain was missing. But now supply chain has made its way, and supply chain is happening now. Now, what has changed? Obviously, as Avinash pointed out, just in time is no more a technology, methodology, process anymore. If you talk about chemicals, if you talk about RM, if you talk about commodities, electronics, all these things have moved away from just in time. Inventorization, where managing the right inventory and being resilient has become very important. To supply chain network response is also very important. And now while we are talking about China plus one or source plus one, even now supply chain people want to say network plus one. They need at least 2 networks running at the same time. Yeah. Right. So that's something very much which is made foray into it. Other thing is in terms of technology, expedition in terms of deploying technology has taken place. Now people want to have digital systems. They want to run things automatically. That's another big change that has come in. The third major one is monitoring risks. So earlier it was so that, risk was taken as a tick in the box kind of an exercise where,
all the typical good management style would say that please monitor or take care of your risks. But today it is not just understand the risk, but it is about keep yourselves ready. How do you react to a particular risk which becomes a little more red at a given point in time? So that is a third point, which has made a big change. People are really working in order to make the systems much more resilient, look at the risk, be ready. And sometimes I would say, if you look at automotive sector, electronic sector, their factories are absolutely ready for having another risk which can run another 12 months. So that's the game plan that people are playing with.
No, thank you. And on a lighter note, last 3 years, CEOs seem to have forgotten their jobs and doing CSO's role. And this is definitely top of the mind of the board and the big part of the CEO's agenda. Let me move from, I think when the discussion on supply chain disruption has always been about doom and gloom, I want to move away from that a little bit. I want to talk about the opportunity that it's unlocking. And we're seeing massive, and some are once a decade, once a century shifts that we will see, which is leading to new business model unlocks. And let me get Avinash, you on this. What kind of opportunities are you seeing given everything that's happening around us? And you can contextualize that for your business, because it looks like a lot of businesses are doing really well.
Yeah. So a little bit of background of our businesses that we do. So we are in the restaurant service industry, food service, operate around 1,800 restaurants across the country for Domino's and other brands. And it's a very complex supply chain because we supply fresh food, temperature controlled, perishable, naked foods across these 1,800 stores almost on a daily basis, right? And we maintain almost 99.5% fill rates. So obviously a lot goes behind this. It's a very front end function for us. So while we say that the industry, for the industries as such, supply chain has come to the fore, I think we have always been a front end function. And beyond cost and availability, right, what we focus on typically where supply chain adds a lot of value in our businesses is the innovation and the speed to market. Yeah. So the one thing which has changed in the last few years is a lot more convenience, customization, requires a lot of speed to market, right? Supply chain plays a big role in driving this speed to market and customization of all the products that are offered. Yeah. The conceptualization to the launch time typically in consumer industries has gone down significantly. And the customer segmentation has become that much more complex and elaborate, right? Supply chain plays a big role now. And the board and the CEO, they look forward to how fast we can do it, how much new we can do, and at what optimum cost we can do that. Yeah. So that is one change which has happened distinctly. The second place where supply chain plays a critical role and has started doing more of it is in terms of the complete, creating the ecosystem with all the business partners. Typically, any supply chain person would be interacting with hundreds of business partners, right? And creating an advocacy group for many of the common interests, right? In terms of sustainability, in terms of ESG, etc. Supply chain plays a big role and has started doing that. Yeah. So that is the second thing. Overall, in terms of the industry, for us, it's a lot more convenience, a lot more hygiene, a lot more trust factor which has come in. And the challenges have gone up for us multifold in ensuring that we deliver right every time, all the time.
Very interesting, Avinash. I think looks like a lot of the differentiators that one could, one needs to have in the business, right? Supply chain plays a almost tip of the arrow right now in thinking through that, right? How to develop that versus others. Let me go to you, Suman. Lot of people would think of D2C companies and the new age companies born during this disruption, right? And you had the luxury of actually thinking supply chain from a clean sheet, so to speak, right? To take into account all of this, while a lot of traditional companies have had to kind of rethink, redeploy, revisit their business model. So as a new and startup, how have you seen this opportunity? How do you see supply chain in your whole business model and value proposition?
As Clovia have been a D2C brand, our prime focus was always delivering the right product to the customer and as fast as possible. So we have always been a very tech-led brand with focus on managing the inventory, because we almost have around 80,000 plus SKUs that we manage on a daily basis. So for us, tech has been playing a very important role to manage and justify the supply chain in a smooth manner. Having said that, for us, it is important that the supply chain partners go to whatever depths of the country they can and have the maximum number of pin codes. We are currently almost servicing around 27,000 plus pin codes. So we would of course want more and more, because now the tier 3, tier 4 cities have come up and started shopping online as well. Just because of the pandemic, where the supplies were not there. So we really have to get into that level. So that is where we have been pushing our partners, pushing our partners and all to, spread as much as possible and make it as fast as possible, because time is the key essence out here. So for us, tech, as I said, tech has been pretty much helpful in entirely gauging the requirement, replenishing the timelines, and getting the product as fast and as needed, so that there's not too much of overload in the warehouse spacing and of course the supply chain.
Thanks, Suman. I think many would say that D2C runs on two engines. One is the product, of course. Second is how efficiently you do a supply chain. I mean, both are crucial engines, and the time to market is crucial. I know there are a lot of startup founders playing in the supply chain in the audience today. Let me move to Ashish. Ashish, last 4-5 years, we have seen a massive proliferation of startups in this space, right? Many of them have been very brave in picking up hard to solve problems, and they're rethinking about supply chain, how the whole ecosystem works, right? And the value chain works in a very fundamentally different way. So as someone who's looked at a bunch of them in the past, what are some of the trends that you see in this space, and what role do you see for the startups, right, in terms of developing new collaboration models or developing the ecosystem for businesses?
Works and don't work. Thanks, Amit. I think I want to talk about two perspectives. One is this conversation around supply chain, but I think at the core, we need to understand that businesses are built with a clear purpose to deliver customer delight, customer love, right? That's the fundamental premise. Businesses exist, businesses survive, businesses thrive largely on that particular area. Yeah. And what's evolving very rapidly is not the mechanics around supply chain, is the consumer expectations, right? So I think that's the core of it. And, that's what entrepreneurs, that's what companies are, trying to be ahead of and, delight that. So, we've got on the panel, we spoke about Domino's, right? Domino's have owned this 30-minute delivery space forever, right? Nobody has ever come close to that. Nobody can ever match that, right? So from a user perspective, from a consumer perspective, very straightforward. When I'm hungry, I'm urging for a pizza. Domino's is a go-to place because I don't want to wait. 30 minutes will be delivered. I know the standard, I know the quality, and so on and so forth, right? So at the core, it's the supply chain is geared to deliver that particular thing, and that's generating customer love. So we're going to remember that. Now, when Sambit spoke about disruption, a lot of people come to us to say that, hey, I'm going to beat Domino's in the particular game. I'm going to set a similar network and build it up, and our answer always is, it's not going to happen, right? You will never manage that particular scale and, defeat Domino's. But here's an example. I'm just kind of thinking as to how entrepreneurs think. One entrepreneur came, it's a very fascinating idea. He said, I've got a moving kitchen, right? And I'm flashing my moving kitchen. Inside the kitchen is all think of it as robotics at work, right? You're able to see on the app that my kitchen is like 3 kilometers away from me or 5 kilometers away from me, and the route broadly is taking. You're able to see how many orders are being built and the direction this particular kitchen is taking, and you place an order, right? And this kitchen takes that particular order, starts moving in that particular direction, and by the time it kind of reaches your house, it's warm, freshly made pizza delivered at your doorstep, right? From a customer experience perspective, it beats what Domino's are delivering, right? From a scalability perspective, it's such a tough one to deliver, right? But now take it to another dimension, right? Autonomous vehicles are going to be big pretty soon. Just imagine these small kitchens just kind of moving around in different neighborhoods and stuff like that. Changes the game, right? And that's how entrepreneurs thinking, right? We're talking about China +1, Europe +1 because of what we've seen with the Russian-Ukraine situation, because of what we've seen with the pandemic. But we spoke about at the panel, that it's China plus many, right?
Yeah.
Europe plus many, and that many will not be these large central workshops. This is the era for nano factories to come into play. This is the era for smaller units to come into play. Accordingly, therefore, the supply chain basically gets built for that particular area. I spoke about this moving van. We are evaluating another company which is building these nano factories for D2C companies, right? Within D2C, they're targeting cosmetics, they're targeting nutraceuticals, and think of it like an ATM-sized machine, right? And it's clever use of technology. We have different pieces, different components built in together, on-demand manufacturing of those needs, right? So, you place an order that I want this particular, let's say, a cream, a moisturizer. It gets manufactured then and there, packaged then and there, delivered to you, sometimes within minutes, sometimes within hours. Changes the game, right? So that's one area in terms of how disruption is happening, and we'll see that with the clear purpose as to how do you improve customer experience. The other question which is very relevant is to saying what's happening in the ecosystem. And, from our perspective, this is the period, we in India and globally, we've seen a lot of what we call, let's say, disruptors, yeah? Uber Freight came into play, or a Rivigo in India came into play, or delivery in India came into play as challengers to take on the large incumbents, right? I think that will continue to happen, but the real action today is where enablers are coming into play to make sure the incumbents or the larger play gets better, right? And a larger player is not the traditional 30-year-old, 50-year-old, 100-year-old company. Even somebody like an Amazon today needs help, right? We were talking about it yesterday in one of our meetings. And then in quick commerce, that changed the game, right? So how does Amazon adopt to what a Zepto is delivering or a Blinkit is delivering? Two 19-year-old boys came to India, changed the equation, and everybody's dancing to the particular tunes. Is the model profitable? We don't know, right? But now, these enabling companies will come in and say, I'm going to work with incumbents and make sure that you're equipped to take on the so-called disruptors. I'll park here and we'll spend some
No,
more
I
time
think
on
great points. And Utsav, let me pick on a couple of points with you. As you think about your supply chain, whether as you developed it or as you improve it, right? There's a school of thought, which is quite traditional, that I own my supply chain, right? Including control, including the assets, but that's changing fast because there are, like Ashish is saying, specialists who just do some things better than what you can ever do or build, right? As you think about your supply chain of the future, how are you thinking about this collaboration models? What do you own? What differentiates how do you own, and where do you get the ecosystem at play?
Sure. So I think it's a perfect segue from what Ashish was saying, because let's face it, there's this age-old saying that you do what you do best and outsource the rest. Because we're living in times where super specialization has kicked in. We're living in times where models are evolving to suit consumer needs. And I think the holy grail really is that we're all subservient to evolving consumer behavior. If we actually take a step back, there have been a few watershed moments that have set or conditioned us to think a certain way for how these expectations are coming into being, right? COVID was, of course, one trigger, but principally, it just allowed for D2C and digital businesses to become mainstream. And that was an irreversible shift in terms of how India will continue to shop. Amazon has been around. Amazon has been around a while now. But with these smaller new age businesses taking it on themselves to own the piece of consumer delight and customer delivery, need help. Not everybody's got the might to build it. The clear three takeaways that have come about in this is that how new age businesses think is determining how they're acting. And therefore, those boardroom agendas are stemming from that. Clearly, the new age businesses differentiate with the traditional ones on agility because the speed of decision making, speed of action, the ability to learn from mistakes and pivot is much higher. And therefore, there's willingness to fail and then adapt. The second bit is they are definitely more creative. There's room for them to think of non-traditional ways of solving for problems, which is why in conventional realm, you would think of somebody driving a van around trying to collect orders as a ludicrous idea. But in all fairness, these are models that exist, right? And I think the sheer creativity to how we're trying to solve for some of these problems are becoming mainstream. What has happened for us at Noise really is that we've had to come out of this situation not having to reinvent, but to rethink of ways of trying to solve for some of the problems. Last quarter, 3 out of 4 smartwatches that got manufactured in India were Noise smartwatches. And who would have thought this was a reality 2 years ago? I think what's important in today's boardroom agendas, when we are taking some of these discussions at heart, we need to realize that there are 3 large anchors around which some of these decisions and conversations revolve. They are cost, speed, and time, right? And speed and time you could confuse, but I'll tell you where they are different, right? Because in all fairness, I don't think modern businesses today have the ability or the liberty and luxury of time to create tech stacks, to learn, have that growth curve, adapt, move on, because the consumer expectation today from a 14-day delivery has come down to 14 minutes. And that is changing some of the decisions. And therefore, beyond the collaborative model, there is no other option. You will have to rely on the might of some of these players who've architecturally set up a plug and play for businesses to thrive. And I think that is the way forward.
No, that's a very relevant point. And, as we, Bain, speak to we do a lot of supply chain work where there's a fundamental rethinking of supply chain. I don't think people are solving for one model. I think with resilience, you need to have a couple of parallel streams going into, what you do. But I think the bedrock of all of this is the emergence of technology. A lot of things that was fundamentally not possible 5 years back is possible now. And I would like to come visit this one. What is the role of technology? Because I'll tell you, again, on a funny note on same D2 food tech, a lot of people, there are a lot of food tech companies who get the supply chain right, the food wrong. And that doesn't work. You need to have both working well. But the role of technology and how do you see that evolving? And I want to take 2 lenses to this. One, a more traditional company who is adapting to this, as we know, technology is hard to fix, easy to build, right? And we've seen a lot of traditional companies struggle with that. But let me start with you, Avinash, on this one. I think your 30-minute promise continues to be a promise that has held the test of time and inspired quite a few others. But how have you evolved?
So one evolution is that we used to do 30 minutes. We started around some 18 years ago. Today, we do 20 minutes for almost 75% of our deliveries. And we do as much as within 12 minutes also, right? While the pizza preparation time remains 8 minutes. Yeah. And technology has had a big role to play in this. In Domino's world, we deliver even in 3 minutes. Yeah. In other countries, when the road conditions, etc. And the way technology helps is that there's a lot of AI which goes into this, whereby even before you have checked out on our app, we would know much earlier as to what order are you going to place. By the time you have checked out, probably the pizza is already moving out of the oven. Yeah. So that is the application of technology. Yeah. And of course, it requires a lot of tracking of bikes and riders and allocation of resources, etc. Right. So we have really evolved in the restaurant service world, and all courtesy the
Avinash, is it
technology.
fair to say that you actually spend as much to develop technology as to develop the taste of pizza for your future products?
So we have a almost 200 engineers strong digital team in-house, right? And they work full time on this. So yeah. So Domino's, some analysts do say that it's more of a technology company than a pizza company.
Incredible,
Right, yeah,
incredible.
right, yeah.
Yash, let me come to you. You probably see a whole spectrum of people that you help with, right? Some who are probably still straddled with legacy technology, some probably on the cutting edge of it. How do you see this?
So logistics has been seeing, we surely considered a very traditional industry, till say 5-7 years ago, when, a lot of these disruptive companies came along, who wanted to, build marketplaces out of our businesses. But traditionally, logistics has been known to be slow movers and very, very traditional. But obviously, a lot of the old traditional companies are also changing the way they do business, transact business. I mean, you see a large company like Maersk, for example. Today, they moved from there to Damco, which was a forwarding arm to speed to the final consumer. And now from there, they've actually disrupted that. They've closed that and they moved to Twill, which is a model which is a digital model of their business end to end. So a lot of the traditional companies are playing with startup culture also, that they are trying to bring out a startup from within to add speed to the market. And technology is surely changing the way the old incumbents in our industry are looking at their business.
Thank you, Yash. Maybe last redirect before I open it up to the audience for Q&A. Ashish, this is for you. And this is with you with an investor hat on. What would be your advice to supply chain startups, right? In terms of and given there is a bit of a funding winter, funders are getting selective, more pressure on proving the model economics. What will be the advice that you have for some of the startup founders here who are trying to crack really hard problems?
So I think if you're cracking a hard problem, if you have good insights in terms of the approach you need to take to solve for it, you will find capital. There's a lot of talk around funding winter, but India is flushed with capital. Yeah. So, the winter which we're seeing is mostly around growth stage, later stage companies, not too much around early stage companies, right? We as investors, we get excited when we meet founders with fire in the belly, with amazing stories and insights to share, and a nuance to the approach which we've not thought of, right? So as long as you felt the pain, you're passionate about solving for it, I'm pretty confident you'll find the right capital source as well. The only piece of advice I will do is, and that's true for all stages now, think about collaborating as early as possible. Yeah. Even for an early stage founder, it's important to kind of partner with the right kind of folks. There could be somebody who's kind of giving you hypothetically AR, VR solution, which is a bundle as part of your overall theme, right? So, you partner, you collaborate, come out with a better baked solution as opposed to thoughts on the table.
Thank you. So let me actually, I'm sure there's a ton of questions for the panel. We got such an eclectic set of experiences on this stage here. So any questions? Yes, sir. Can you pass around the mic, please?
Hello, my name is Sagar. You know, we, in the both the sessions, we are talking about digitalization. And for the information, the Chinese have got, you know, a digitalization in a big manner. Whereas we are still at the helm of 4G. I don't think there is anything which you can do for it. But if you have to digitalize, and if you don't have the proper, you know, digital space where you can work, and if all the time you are looking for, you know, bites to come, it becomes very difficult for the startups. So they run away from India and they go to a better place. So unless and until the government makes wholesome arrangement for digitalization to be complete, I think it is a difficult task for startups, small companies, and maybe, you know, foreign companies, bigger companies can come in. But it is difficult for a startups and a small companies or MSMEs to get into the business. Any take on the subject?
Sorry, please do. And I'll maybe I want someone to take this also,
Yeah,
because
so-
he's building, despite all the challenges, they're building a business
So,
along with.
First, on a lighter note, you know, we're in India. India, our tendency is to build infrastructure after this great amount of demand. हम सड़कें भी बाद में बनाते हैं जब पूरा ट्रैफिक जैम हो जाता है तो हम हल्के हल्के चलते हैं. This is India. Let's get used to that. Yeah. I think the 4G, 5G, 6G, or whatever these frameworks are, these are all enablers. They kind of fast track some of the applications, not everything. From a digitization perspective, you've got to look at our transactions happening, right? And there are transactions happening in a seamless way. You know, people are consuming content on a YouTube or a TikTok or whatever that particular version is. People are using all kind of various UPI apps, payment apps to make transactions. People are booking air tickets, rail tickets on apps. People are shopping on different area. WhatsApp is transacting. So, you know, all that as that is enabled, there's no stoppage of consumption. So, you know, all I want to say is, you know, saying that, you know, entrepreneurs are moving to other countries, they could be moving to other countries for different reasons, to tap into capital, to tap into international clients, but they're servicing the Indian market. You know, the Indian market over the last 3-5 years is changed. You know, there's a tectonic shift overall, right? In terms of where the demand was coming from, how the demand is being fulfilled, in the manner and the approach we're taking that. So don't be a skeptic. You know, it takes time for all those big frameworks and policy changes to come, but at the ground, there's a lot of work which is going on.
So let me actually redirect to Suman, but as they say, this technology thing, I was hearing a very interesting thing. 2G was all about the messages, right? Just basic access and messages. 3G was all about browsing, because that's when you actually could open a browser and read something before your coffee got cold. 4G was all about video, right? 5G, actually, there's no clear-cut use case of 5G yet. All of us talk about IoT and all those things, but you know, it's ahead of its time. Well, yeah, it goes far, absolutely. So, but just a thought, I think it's a technology as an enabler, and I can tell you 5G in India, the rollout will be quite fast. So I don't think we'll be left behind on that. But let me go to Suman. You building a business. Why haven't you run away from India yet?
So on a lighter note, you know, wherever there's a problem, there's a business. So that's what the scope of things are. For us, it was a different problem that we were solving, because the access to customer on certain products and the depth of the product was not available. So that is why we jumped into this. So where we give more variety and more choice to women to buy, rather than just being restricted to those basic colors that they buy from a store. Having said that, you know, problems do keep on coming, right? I don't think the solution is to just run away from the problem, but to get and solve it. Like labor could be a problem which might come up. Skilling those labors could be a problem that's coming up. So we have taken an initiative of going into villages and training the women out there to upscale and train themselves up to a level. Maybe after a month or 2 months, they can actually start producing or start working in the factories that we have built. So I would see that as an opportunity, and of course, problems will keep coming. Today, this is a problem. Tomorrow, something else will come up.
Vijay, you want to come in?
Yeah, I mean, to be precise to the question, okay, Amazon is a passe. because government has launched the ONDC platform, like someone told here, you know, keep the core and outsource the rest. So on the ONDC platform, today a small Kirana fellow also can come on and do e-commerce. So it is coming, and it's going to hit like a big wave. And with so many 5G companies, you know, I come from a fiber optic manufacturing company who's involved in 5G a lot. Trust me, to monetize the investment of 5G, the telecom companies might even do grocery shopping, you know. Okay. So, so that money that's getting invested is huge. And I can tell you, governments in Europe, governments in Americas, or even East, when you're talking about China, Korea, they're very much afraid of making that investment. And unfortunately, in India, it's a private investment. And obviously, they will walk any mile to go and monetize. And you can see a lot of things happening. It could be a IoT, sensing, tracking, demand supply, AI, ML in terms of understanding a lot of things. And all of these will be packaged as solution by a telecom provider and a core manufacturer.
Basically,
whether
you're
it
saying
is
we have to
food.
pay more.
Yeah. And, and
Okay,
ultimately,
awesome.
customer will have to pay.
Indirect. Any other questions? Yes, please. Can you pass on the mic, please?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Amit Khanna representing Safe Express, and Safe Express is the pioneer leader of supply chain logistics in India. My question is related to ULIP, Unified Logistic Interface Platform, which has been recently launched by our Prime Minister on 17 September. So how do you see the future of ULIP and PM Gati Shakti in India by 2025, considering the India infrastructure and economic reforms? Thank you.
Go for it.
Yeah, so, you know, I think I missed this particular topic where I told I'll talk about India. So the Gati Shakti model is going to be a game changer. In the UNIP model, you know, again, there would be such things that would happen where a lot of entrepreneurs are bringing in a lot of imaginary stuff at this point in time, which is going to become reality. And what are those imaginary stuff? For example, someone is manufacturing in Uttar Pradesh, which could be and I'm giving you some raw examples which are going to be happening. Someone is manufacturing a sari there, and you know it goes through multiple hands and comes with a big price tag. You know, with this unit, what's going to happen? He has access that how he can send this direct to the customer to which place, and this is going to be a typical AI ML story where the system is going to tell that if it is January, where the maximum demand is going to come from. It could be South India because Pongal is happening big. And tomorrow, if it is coming Diwali, it is going to tell that which region is going to order more, right? And the person really knows. So he's not worried about logistics anymore. He only needs to go and look at the manufacturing. And when he look at manufacturing in the demand, he knows that which design sells more in which region, okay? So today it's going to be a very different world with UNIP within India. And that's the kind of success stories that we would see, and enablers are going to come. Those enablers will work with the producers, and then it's going to be a big change.
Yes, Yash. So PM Gati Shakti, you know, basically all the various verticals of logistics have so far been working in silo, whether it is air, ocean, surface. They all have been kind of working in silos with separate ministries and separate logistics departments that have been taking care of them. So through PM Gati Shakti, the idea is to bridge that gap and, you know, bring all of them together, and a lot of clearances for a lot of large scale projects to get centralized. ULIP is also part of the same program that, you know, the idea is to digitally connect all the stakeholders of the industry and whereas they can upload as well as consume data from it. In the first phase, there's going to be a lot of consumption of data for the government itself, because today everything is very fragmented, and that's going to happen. So I think by 2025, I think it's more of that integration to happen, and for various stakeholders to get benefit of will be probably in the phase post that.
You know, just to add on, that a good thing that is happening. 3 years back, if I have to go and talk in a technology forum and talk about it, digitalization in supply chain was only meaning tracking, the logistics tracking, okay? Now, it is not that. It is we have to put the consumer in the front, and now demand planning, supply planning, inventory, and network optimization. These are the 4 things which are getting digitalized. Now, even in a something like a UNIP, or it is the Gati Shakti model, which is background of that, or the ONDC platform which is being developed, everything keeps customer in mind first, and they're integrating everything, and they're going to service exactly the demand and the supply. And logistics is just forgiven that it is being tracked.
Thank you. As you can see, probably 45 minutes is a short time for there's so much to share, the panel. So really thank you all for coming over here, sharing your insights and experiences. I think the panel members will hang around a little bit. I'm making this commitment from your side, maybe 15, 20 minutes. So please, if you have any specific questions for them, please do find them. But thank you for the time and the opportunity to talk about supply chain. I think I would just leave the audience with one last thought. I mean, just the optimism that you heard on this stage is proof that I think policy frameworks are important. They're enabling, but what has succeeded in India is the sense of optimism and the entrepreneurial drive to make things happen. And each of these panel members here have shown that. So thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, and Sambaji for moderating this session. Thank you. And moving on to our next panel discussion on the changing dynamics of supply chain across industries. Please join me in welcoming a panelist for the same. Anuradha Banerjee, Chief Sales Officer, Spencer's Retail, RP Sanjeev Goenka Group. Ajay Sikka, Director, Global Supply Chain and COE Carrier, HVAC. Bharat Bhushan Rathi, Head Logistics, Mankind Pharma. Rajneesh Goyal, former Supply Chain Head, GSK. Rekit Benkaiser and Licious. Unfortunately, Mr. Pandey couldn't join us due to some emergency. And this session will be moderated by Krishan K. Batra, President and CEO, ISM India. Let's welcome them with a warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Hi, good morning, friends. Firstly, I want to thank the organizers, particularly Dr. Batra and his team, for organizing such a timely topic around. The topic which we are going to cover around through the panelists is the changing dynamics of this. So keep in mind, when we are talking of dynamics, when we are talking of a change on both sides, demand and supply. We all are hearing around in the good old days, when I see it around 2 decades, but we were talking only on the demand side. Demand was fluctuating. Now the supply is also fluctuating. So the team have the best experts with us now. So they will be covering up, but the bottom line for us will be the objective of the discussion, which we are going to reach around, is how to make the supply chain dynamic and agile. Dynamics is there already. The change is there on both sides, but how to make it, and we will have few questions and try to get the insights from each one. And I'm very proud to say that we have the best experts with us from different sectors of I can see the whole supply chain. When I say supply chain, when I'm talking of people from logistics, planning, procurements, all type of experts we have around here with us. So with this, let me start with today's session. So the housekeeping issue is that we will have 4 or 5 questions trying to get the insights from all the panelists. But the last 2 questions, I'd like to keep it for the participants around. And then we'll try to summarize. So the very first starting point, which I'm asking my panelists, what are the key challenges facing us today under the changing dynamics of supply chain? We start with Isika.
Yep. Hi. Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible enough? Good. Thank you. So I think a bit of roundabout answer on what are the challenges we have. And of course, the list of challenges keep on changing. And I think the last 3 years have shown that as well. So pre-COVID, of course, there was enough demand, there was enough supply. Any manufacturer did not have to actually plan well. Suppliers knew, okay, the manufacturer typically needs that, and that used to be available on the shelf. So, but that said, I think now COVID taught us, actually the big challenges that COVID showed us was the availability of supply was the biggest challenge. And that availability actually led to all the inflation challenges that we had. So copper rates going from $5,000 to $10,000 a ton, aluminium doubling, steel doubling. So almost every commodity price actually doubled. And I know like all the suppliers at Carrier HVAC as well, we almost had like double-digit inflation with all the suppliers. So inflation to me was the big challenge at that point of time. Of course, a lot of the cost increases were passed on to the market, but that said, still everything can't be passed on to the customer. So that was the big challenge. And now I think as we slightly try to ease out of COVID, I think the challenges are again different. Now we are talking about resilient supply chain. Now we are talking about end-to-end visibility. And now actually everybody is planning that, okay, if a COVID-like situation happens again, is my supply chain able to absorb those shocks and come out of it properly? So that's one challenge, end-to-end supply chain, end-to-end visibility of the supply chain. And then at least one specific one I was sharing with Mr. Batra earlier is that with all the inflation that happened over the last 2 years, now the management expects that, okay, actually we now try to get some of that inflation clawback is the term we are using, but we try to claw back a lot of the increases we have given to all the suppliers. So basically we bring down the cost down again of the product. So that's the other focus area, at least that we have and we are working on. Yeah.
Because we talked about the inflation part. We had some issues regarding the delivery part of supply part of the supply.
I think I can say that I'm actually part of the sourcing, but during the COVID time, we were all managing supplies. So that's the type of challenges we had. Like almost everyone was managing the supply challenges.
Thank you. Bharat Bhushan.
Thank you, Mr. Batra, for calling me one of the expert. Although still I am learning, and I want to just, I will try whatever I learn through my experience. See, there is always a change in dynamics in supply chain. If you are talking of 20 years, 10 years, so every 5 years now we are changing. Okay, and the one change that now all the companies and all the businesses that is now on, that everybody wants to connect to the customer. And this changes the whole dynamics of the supply chain. If we want to connect with our customer, so we want to know their nuances, we want to know what actually they feel about and how they feel about. And when you are connecting your links to the customer, so you need to be on the top of that. So that implies to the digitization of anything and everything that now we are talking of. And digitization does simply means that I want a handy information. I want an online or as close as information to the online. And when it comes to you need to take the help of all the technologies that are into, whether it's a platform, whether it's any device, or even WhatsApp also now I think I believe it's a device which is giving you the information faster than any other means. Obviously, there are certain challenges to this application, but still, okay. And when it comes to supply chain dynamics, and we are changing fast, but my manpower is not changing that fast. So just 15 minutes back then when we are discussing about, is it good for outsourcing your customer service, or it is good that you are owning your customer service as a company? So this challenge is just because we don't have belief that we got a right person who can understand my business, who can understand what my vision and vision statement is that can be passed on to my customer. So the biggest challenge is that we need to train our manpower. We need to train our manpower with the changing dynamics of the environment of the business. And at the end of the day, we are here, whenever we are into services is, if customer allows us to do here. If customer is not able to do what we want to achieve, then obviously all the things is into drain. So my only two parameters that I am into, that whatever I am planning into, it should be communicated to the end chain. And the second, whatever changes that we want to done in my supply, it should be communicated to each and every employee, which should be trained enough to handle those tackles. And lastly, but not the least, now with this digitization coming, so we want then everything to be fast. When it's everything to be fast, then you should have the decentralization zones. So it gone are the days when there are into that all the decisions are taken from only to the head office. So now the manpower need to be empowered enough so that they can train decisions, take tried and tested decisions. So it's something that you need to decentralize certain powers with certain controls. That's it. Thank you.
You talked a lot about the talent part. Anything else for the challenge for you, or only the talent is the major focus that you see?
See, it's not only about talent rather, but when we are saying, because it's a new technology and the old people, so those need to grab or those need to pace those grabs so that they can understand the technology. Otherwise, all the issues that we are investing into, and those are into drain only. That's it.
Okay, Ms. Anurag.
Yeah, namaste and good afternoon. Thanks, Mr. Batra, and thanks to the organizer to invite me here. So I am from RP Sanjeev Goenka Group's consumer retail division. So we deal with Spencer's and Nature Basket, both the brands. In terms of supply chain logistics, dynamics change as we deal with the end consumer directly. There are 4 or 5 bullet points, I will say, at a very macro level. We have seen a sharp change. One is from the bullwhip effect, which was pretty, though it's called bullwhip, but it was pretty predictable, festive-led, occasion-led before. Now in this kind of a funding model where, every day there is a new player in the market in consumer delivery, D2C or B2C industry, the funding from the service side is much more than probably from the manufacturer side. So the spikes and lows in the industries are pretty often irrespective of festival. And as a player in the market, we have to respond to those activities from the competition. And that unpredictable model puts additional pressure on the supply side. Second, if we can talk, in last 24 months transition, consumers who was more of a brick and mortar consumer for us, which became omni-channel in present form. In last 12 quarters, we have added 3 more channels into our business model. So again, that channels are giving us very different kind of consumption, and each channels, be it online, be it a phone delivery, be it a WhatsApp bot channel, has a very unique sets of consumer need, and which brings more complexity into the supply side. And as the demand are very different. So that's the second thing from the consumer angle. Third thing, which also has come up, the technology. In the last session, we talked about technology and other things. It's not from the transportation and logistics. It's about more of a sales forecasting base procurement rather than a guesstimate base procurement model. And there are mindset issues within the industry, and there are challenges because the transition is still happening. Either sides don't completely convince that the guesstimates was how much right or wrong, or the AI-based forecasting is how much right or wrong. So a huge kind of transition is happening in the supply chain side. And fourth piece, which become very imperative, because in our group we believe growth, but profitable growth. So it's a red zone supply chain strategy which came into. So even the supply chain, though I am heading sales, but the end-to-end between finance, supply chain, and sales, we are looking at all finance parameter very closely. So we believe in unit economics for each and every transaction. And the moment we are talking of unit economics, starting from the procurement to supplies and to the consumer service at the front end, either within the box or outside the box. So the whole dynamics is playing a role and creating a overguiding umbrella principle of cost management. So these are the four big changes I see happening in the consumer front from our side. Thanks.
Thank you, Aniruddha, for sharing all the 4 key points around. The one point which again go back to the forecasting part. I'm sure you came with some new models around, but what accuracy you are able to reach now? Any idea?
You know, the forecasting model, which was our in-house model, was giving us somewhere between 40–45%, and we are working with many consultants, few consultants from outside also. The best commitment which they are giving is 70, but we are far away from that in all our pilot models as of now, in our kind of an industry.
Thank you.
Just to add on forecasting, see, forecasting always comes with an error. So that's the thumb rule.
Forecasting is supposed to be wrong.
Obviously. Okay. And how you can eliminate this risk? By making your supply chain agile. So if you are forecasting a 3 months model, rather if you can have your agility that it can be converted from 90 days to 30 days. So you will be in a much better position when you are forecasting, when actual sales is happening. So if actual sales is happening 90 days back or 30 days back. So the whole gimmick lies in how agile you are. And replenishment models are there. So many things are there, which we are juggling through. That's it.
Let me touch again on this clarification. When you're talking of agility comes later. First, the demand forecast has to be done. If my demand is wrong, forecasting is wrong, how can I be agile? Agile means I'm able to cope up with the needs of the customer. I can't cope up with my demand and forecasting wrong.
See, I am forecasting. So just I am putting my point in. That's it. I am forecasting because I do not know what is going on after 90 days back. Okay, in future 90 days. And why I am planning for 90 days? Because all my cycle converts to 90 days. So what I am saying is, if I can shorten my cycle from 90 days to 30 days or 15 days, whatever. So it's an arbitrary number. I don't know. Okay. So I will be predicting in a much better position. That's it. Other than this.
Good. It will come in the second.
Just to add on to the discussion which is already taking place. So I agree with you, Bhushan. Every organization wants the forecast accuracy to be very high because, you know, it sits at the core, planning function sits at the core of any organization. And that can, you know, that determines the fate of the organization depending on what you forecast the demand of product or services to be on your company. To the best of your ability, and some of the tools we'll end up talking about, you end up forecasting a number, and there might be some developments which can erode the accuracy and it can bring it down. So the point I take is, in those situations, it is important that the agility is high. If the variability has to be there for whatever reasons and you've not been able to predict it, the agility has to come in place so that you can still respond to customer needs, despite the variability in demand that exists. Now, coming to the question, Mr. Batra. So what I've seen in terms of the changing dynamics, one is the industrial world was used to a particular variability around demand and supply in their respective industry. People were pretty aware, you know, and they're trying to struggle and optimize and improve forecasting accuracy or supply accuracy. However, post-COVID, there are many things which have changed for the organization. There is a reset, reboot which has taken place. And you know, these forecasting accuracies that existed for organizations have changed for worse. And you know, let me give some examples from Licious, the company that I last worked for. One was taken aback as to why the demand is changing from one city to the other city so dramatically, right? Then we realized this flexible working culture of work from home, right? People can work from any city, any state,
right? These choices are available now. Something which was taken as a demand from a particular city, as a demand center, now X percentage has moved to another city. And you never know when it will come back to the same city, right? So these are the things. There are tools that are available. Companies are just trying to understand this variable to be able to forecast better. So in terms of demand, one dynamic change that we are seeing is the demand is not centric to a particular city. It can now change. And we read every day, we experience every day as to this work from home culture and work from wherever is comfortable to you, just as a strategy to retain people or whatever it is, right? Post-COVID, that is the norm. So that is one element which has got added as a variable in the demand accuracy element. The other is the sourcing strategy, right? Most of us, bottom line, this cost efficiency, can we bring down cost of supply chain? Can we bring down this cost? You went to China, you started sourcing everything from China, right? You were having some suppliers here in India, but the cost and the service also, then made you go to China, and you ended up sourcing. Single sourcing started, why not bring down the cost? The cost pressures took you to certain parts of the world geography, and you were comfortable, and those gave huge benefits to the organization, right? And then another was quality. Anyway, quality, you were pretty clear as to what quality you decided for the organization, and you're going for that quality. You will deliver what you promised. The third element was availability. So availability was assumed that there's a source in China, availability is there, container takes around 30 days, clearance time, etc. This lead time, I'll get my product. The world was taken aback. It was a shock to the world given this COVID. COVID is one. US sanctions another thing. You cannot source this thing. Look at the gas crisis in Europe. Look what that crisis, Ukraine, Russia thing is doing to gas, to inflation, the kind of interest rate hikes that you're seeing from US Fed, Europe, central banks. These are crazy times. Only India was a country which had known inflation to the tune of 7.5% or with thereabouts. Now 9%, 12% in the Western world, unthinkable. So, so availability, which was taken for granted, was something, which everybody thought that the model is cracked and it'll take N number of days to get the products from or the sources. So that supply strategy is changing, and that takes me to the third point. BCP was a word which was used in leadership rooms. We need to have BCP. And this was more often than not a lip service to the term BCP. Any crisis happens, any factory, for whatever reasons, is shut down, you won't find a very credible source to get those products from, right? So BCP. Now, with this crisis, this is a wake-up call to all the organizations that, this is one changing. This is not a term. You have to be very, very serious. BCP was relevant earlier also, but the disruptions were kind of known and you were coping with the mechanisms that you had in place. But the kind of disruptions the world is now seeing, BCP has to be thought through in leadership forums first, and then there has to be a very sincere effort from the organization side to ensure that the BCP actions that are agreed are implemented, because BCP always, more often than not, will add to the cost of the organization, and you should have the stomach to address, to handle those costs, and supply chain and other guys will work on those costs, but BCP need to be taken very, very seriously.
Thank you. I think in the first round, what we got the list of all the challenges which we had during the COVID-19 or post-COVID-19 of, so with the list comes around is inflations, forecastings, logistics part, transportation part, and then what you also said around was the continuity part around, the continuity of the goods around. So we talked on the big list of the challenges which we had around. Now the next round, which I want to talk around, is how are each company trying to manage them around the various challenges. Should we start with you, Mr. Sikka?
I think maybe I'll take very simple examples, simple and practical examples, actually some of the challenges we faced and what we are doing it. So Carrier is a B2B company. We sell chillers. So think of any hospital or even this hotel. This would have a plant room and this would have chillers, which would be providing the air conditioning for this full hotel, or think of the Medanta hospital. Now, the simple challenges we faced, the availability was not only for the parts, but it was also for the spare parts. So we had situations where a spare part broke And then our chillers are made in US, are in France, India, and China. And I don't have the spare part to give to a hospital. Now think of, I can't go to a hospital during the COVID time and tell them that actually this part would be available after 4 months. Now we had, it's not that we did not have the inventory, but we had the inventory in maybe 40 different silos. Carrier works in 40 countries. Our inventories were in different countries. The systems were not integrated, honestly. And more often than not, every time we had that spare part availability problem, I would actually send an email to my 5 of my colleagues in different locations. Do you have the spare part available? Now, that's a very simple tool. Post-COVID, now I think the COVID told us that, okay, a lot of the problems were actually solvable. The spare part I don't have available in India, that actually could be available somewhere else. And now the virtual consolidation or the inventory visibility, global inventory visibility of the spare parts, that was a very simple tool, I would say, that actually we looked at that can help us serve our customers in a very better way. Now, very simple thing, but I think that was like I would say the most impactful example that actually helped us serve the customer better. So, yeah. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, so I think this was the one. I think the other big, I'll talk about the major ones. The other big one was I think our planning systems. And again, again, I'm not bashing Carrier, but our planning systems were not the best. And our planning forecast could change like 100%. Like pre-COVID, it was not a problem because supply was available. Suppliers knew us better than we knew our demand, and suppliers were able to serve that. Now, during COVID, when availability was a challenge and actually we could see our demand forecast changing every time, that's when we are starting investing heavily in the planning systems, and I would say the integrated planning across the sites as well, because it's not just one site, but it is 50 manufacturing sites across the globe. And we are investing in tools that actually can help us plan better. And then the tools which can provide us the end-to-end visibility of our parts availability situation around the world. So I don't want to go into the name of the tools, but planning is one of the key things that we realized post-COVID, that's like very critical to the way we run the business.
You're saying you don't show the linkages. You're coming with, improve the transparency, you're coming with another technology.
Yeah, technologies to connect everything, yes. Yeah.
To cut down the friction.
Yeah.
See, when we are handling challenges from last 2 years, and now actually the company, as a company, we are a profitable company, but because we are into a business where we have moral obligations towards society also, so we are into pharma only. Okay, so it's important that how we can serve our customer better, because sometimes it's a life death kind of a thing also. So we invested heavily from last 2 years in how we can tackle those planning issues. And actually there are, most of the time, we're into a firefighting situation because of our bad planning only. Okay. So not only what we are invested on tools, what we are invested on our processes, what we are invested on our manpower, but also we parallelly built a system where a rush order kind of a thing or a rush network kind of a thing can be assessed, where some veto powers to be given to certain networks so that it can cater a particular demand which is actually on an urgency. Okay, so obviously that's not a solution which is optimal, but same time we are catering to our customers better. And with that, we actually increased the satisfaction of a customer and our brand value. So sometimes there are intangible values that you are invested in. So if I'm talking on processes, so we establish a control tower system, which is working very fine right now. So we invested on certain platforms which are connecting, as Mr. Sikka told us, throughout our India, because we have business presence all India, all the states. So these are the small things that we did, and we did better right now, and we are more agile. That's it.
Thank you, Bharti. I think that this point control tower, which is a wonderful tool to connect things, but are you allowing the ecosystem to be connected with control towers, or it is only your players in the chain?
It's in process. So we are also training our vendors also. So whether in upside or downside, so then they can, because that's the only beauty of that control tower. If you have your extended arms also connected to that. So we are still in the process, and probably within next couple of years, we will be fulfilling the entire digitization.
We're still in the process.
Yes, yes.
At present, what system you have around? The control tower is upcoming. How do you connect the various players, whether it's the manufacturers or distributors, retailers, customers?
At present, we have a connection between our manufacturing and our commercial warehouses.
Okay. So manufacturing, distributors, retailers, all are connected now.
Not till retailer, but super stock is kind of a thing.
Super stock is are connected. Customer is not in the chain.
Obviously. We are not a retailer with us.
Okay.
But we want to do that, and there are tools available. But the integration, obviously, there are integration challenges that we want to take, and probably we can do that within a couple of years.
You want to get the real-time data from the customer.
Obviously, yes, yes.
Then you have to depend on distributor. Yes, Anurag, go ahead.
Yeah, so for us, how we are coping, probably 2 years back, we are having 9 distribution center. Now with the omni-channel, all of my 160 units, which used to be called as store, are now an extended supply chain. So the entire organization, the way I look at the industry, become a supply chain organization. Whereas all of my store managers actually are catering to online orders, phone delivery orders, and not only delivering. When we talk about the delivery part, they are actually managing a fleet of riders. So the entire organization, at least 90% of them, to my mind, are technically a supply chain become a supply chain professional. Now, what it requires, the organization has heavily invested on reskilling and training, because when they were hired for doing, suppose, in-store service part. Now from there, taking the order, doing the picking, packing to the delivery, last time OTD, ETD, everything became a KPI. So that's one. Second, in order to enable that, huge kind of embracing of technology has happened. So, and everything in a click of a button in their mobile phone, they actually know what's their inventory level at each of the unit, what's the stock is coming, what's the movement of that inventory when it is reaching to the customer end and when customer is closing the order. And each of the service guy are today responsible for every mile KPI. Now, how it impacts us in corporate. So we have a larger visibility, not only from the consumption side, but from a demand generation side, channel-wise, hour-wise, seasonality, which week of the day of the week of the month, or day of the week. So all these variables probably in our forecasting model, which were 8 to 9 variables were there, probably today we are looking for solution which may incorporate 28 to 32 variables. So that's something, which we are trying to cope up in industry. What it also means, at any point in time, whatever 5K employees were within the box, right now almost 30% are them on road. So it impacts the vehicles movement, vehicle maintenance, your ESG, everything. So which was just not there into any KPIs became a super KPI in just 3 to 4 quarters time, which includes, electronic vehicles, their sustainability, their speed, safety of the employee when they are on road, which were not there before. So many of the SOP and the KPI got redesigned. Starting coming to the third piece, how we are coping up, it requires much more closure work with all the 800 suppliers that we have, starting from the big multinational to the MSMEs, which we have. And most of the MSMEs which have grown in last 3 to 4 quarters post COVID don't have this kind of supply chain forecasting capability. So it took huge effort from us to take the learning for the MNCs or our past 2 decades learning to them so that they can do their production planning in a much better way. They can get some visibility. So as a competency level, co-working collaboration was never so important from our side. So these are the 3-4 things which we are.
If you had KPIs in each section, then part of the whole supply chain.
So as I told, the whole organization become a supply chain organization. So the distribution center KPIs are different, the planners KPI are different, replenishment, which we call, previously the supply chain used to be known as distribution center, replenishment and planning. And now with that, the last mile all KPIs got added, which is the consumer centric KPIs, which is for the larger organization. And for that, building up dashboard technology, giving them online visibility on those KPI, which is, so the control tower got completely changed.
The major focus is on the customer side. That's the KPI area.
Exactly. Because, any consumer issue today, not only comes to email, it goes directly to the social media platform for us. And our reaction time to any of the consumer supply issue needs to be that 30 minutes, 45 minutes, because the whole world is moved from e-commerce to quick commerce right now.
Yeah, so changing or deteriorating variables of demand that I talked about. I'll share my experience from a couple of organizations as to what we've done. And these are basics of planning. Problem is, wherever I go, I think the basics are not understood. We run for something new while not even understanding the basics of that has existed in the past. So ML and AI for demand forecasting is, I think we're still scratching at the surface. There is some success here and there, and there are reasons for failures there. The organizations have not really been able to define the variables. Machine will not define the variables to begin with. This is an input that goes in the system. You will have to tell the system as to what variables impact your demand. You may say that I'm not sure, but these 15 might also be impacting, but you have to assign those variables, you have to parameterize. So, this one particular improvement, wherever we've done this, otherwise ML AI output will look very shoddy. It will be a forecast accuracy, which is worse than what you've been getting from your conventional system. Then you blame that AI ML is not working. So ability of the organizations to really understand what parameters impact demand and to capture that data, that is very important. In any organizations that you're part of, if you are part of the demand forecasting team or any part of the organization which remotely even is in connect with the demand planning process, the important part is to define the parameters and then with the help of a good product team or product manager, look into that, spend good time in that area, blueprinting, etc. And then you will have a model, and with 6 months out data, machine will be intelligent enough to give you an output which will give you a better forecast accuracy. So this is basics, but I just wanted to leave you all with this thought that ML AI will succeed only when we are able to give the right inputs to the system, and then the forecasting accuracy will improve. We have seen that wherever we have been able to define parameters, and there are why ML AI? Because humans by themselves cannot that complex algo they cannot solve on their own. So machines are required to really look into this complexity of variables and algos and come out with something which gives you the best output for your kind of business or product. So this is one. For Licious, coping with say BCP, one is, when we need to provide fresh fish to our customers, right? There are things like coastal ban. From this month to this month, catching fishes is not allowed on Western coast. These months to these months is not allowed on the Eastern coast. Then there's some cyclones here, something there. So that supply variability anyway remains. And this is a fresh fish product from the time you catch to the time it comes to the customer. We are only allowed 5 days in the process. 5th, 6th day, the packet has to be dumped. So in that, the BCP that we have is
for every variety species of fish, one has 3 or 4 coasts wherein the fish can be caught. In the systems, it is all real-time information as to what is the price of catch, what is the quality, what is the quantity, right? Which coast I'm getting the product from. And we have very well-connected logistics network. And then our system tells us, given the demand change or where the demand is, which logistics network should take from which coast to which city, right? So that the end-to-end cost is for the company is less. So this is expanding coastal presence and ensuring that, and that also helps, having many coasts also helps me do the best price for me in terms of a catch from a particular coast. So this is another thing that we've done. Talking about organizations, about Reckitt Benckiser, GSK, things that we've done is very consciously in terms of BCP, is don't try to put all your eggs in one basket. It'll help if soap is produced in one factory. The economies of scale, the consistent output, high-speed machines, etc., cost can definitely come down. But when something goes wrong with that particular factory, then availability becomes a big, big mess. So we need to be very, very clear in terms of sourcing strategy. RB did have its own factories, but at the same time, we ensured that in key demand centers, we had contract manufacturing operations also. So the BCP, I will harp upon this point because BCP need to be taken very seriously. BCP is not to be put on paper because something goes wrong, that paper does not help you because it is not actionable. So there are these actions that we put in place, and then there were some disruptions because of labor issues, because of geographical reasons, force majeure, things happening. If a real BCP is in place, guys, the business continuity is assured, is ensured. So some of these things is what have worked for us.
Guys have exposed all the possible solutions around. So let me take another round. When we talk in technology part, you talked around AI, MLs. The next thing comes around the people, processes. So did you make any changes? Are you making any change in the process and people? Because technology alone can't achieve anything. So Sika, you want to say something?
I think absolutely. So both, I think in terms of the system, I think actually all the three things are changing. And if I have to summarize, it's the systems that are coming there, which is the technology part. We have systems for planning, we have systems for inventory, we have systems for spend management. So systems are changing. People of course need to be trained on that. So I think one of the key things we have done is like for our digital talent, earlier we used to rely on our IT or digital team. Now actually we have digital folks within our supply chain team. So they are the ones who are actually in a way the internal trainers and helping train everybody else on the new digital systems. So that's the people part that we are addressing. And then processes, definitely, I think the old ways can't work now. So it has to be the end-to-end supply chain. Simple example, again, we still do have systems for almost everything, like planning for my sourcing and then for my visibility. But the vendor master theirs are actually all different. We don't have a consistent vendor master across the systems. So we are changing the processes, how the vendor masters are actually getting updated. And then every system that we use can rely on a single vendor master. So to me, it's actually all the three things: technology, people, processes. All these three have to come together to make the engine work.
Well, if you want to say just quick, the time is short for this.
Just simple that at the end of the day, you need to invest in your people, and because actually 80% of the success lies in them only. That's it. Thank you.
Yeah, so reskilling is the people as the entire dynamics of the supply has changed. That's taking place, and happy to say that people are so receptive. Even at the last mile guys who are 10 standard, 12 standard are grabbing technology like this, and they are more sensitive about those KPIs which we set compared to a head office standard. So yes, it's going in the right direction.
Thank you. Rajneesh, you want to say something?
Yes, so I'll again talk about a very generic thing, when it comes to technology adoption. Good old days, SAP implementation, any ERP implementation. I think one big learning experience for me is these technology pieces will happen, but what we need to do and what we have really focused on is the change management part of it.
And the change management also includes upskilling the talent wherever it is required, because it's a new animal. You need to have the right skill set to ensure that it is taken care. If that is not the case, things will fall flat on their faces and you will have a failed ERP. And there are umpteen examples of very reputed organizations where things have not worked because the change management piece was not handled well. And within this change management, whatever is coming, there is anxiety in people as to what this technology is all about. Will I become redundant? So taking care, talking to them, communicating to them, in addition to upskilling, is as to what it means, what it will take, and how the change will be implemented. So once the communication is seamless, this adoption becomes far easier than if you ignore the change management piece in the organization. Yeah.
Thank you, my friends. Now, I just want to give the floor to the participants around if one question or two questions before we wrap up. Okay, one question. Anyone, guys?
After somebody else, or can I? Thank you. I'm Tarun from Shipping Line MSC. Question, I think Mr. Banerjee had mentioned about the KPIs of forecasting. What I would like to know from you, if there are any ideas now with the uncertainty in the geopolitical scenario or with the events like global pandemic, where all kind of forecasts have gone haywire in these times. Have the benchmarks for the forecasting shifted, or have the acceptability of the benchmarks by the various concerns, especially those who are into the international business? And also, if at all there are other methods now being devised for a fast response in case the old-time forecasts for the usual supply chain are no longer relevant, then are there any new techniques being adopted to cater to inward as well as outward swift response to the shifts in the demand of supplies?
Yeah. Thank you. So what we have observed from our nature basket business, where we deal with 60-70% of our SKUs are imported, the volatility is the geopolitical, whatever we are seeing, volatility is much lesser than COVID. So once we have handled COVID, experienced COVID, these can be handled, and we are handling it. What happened post-COVID, the entrepreneurship in India, we have seen, has gone up by few notch. As a result of that, many of the consolidated concept has come up even in the tier 2 towns. Previously for us, dealing with the imported products, probably it was directly with the manufacturer or few main importers sitting out of Mumbai or Delhi. And currently from the supplier side, it become much more easier for us how it impacts the forecasting piece. What was the central demand forecasting or purchase order for a big guy into 2 cities, now that has been broken into 10, 12. And each city is sitting in Calcutta, I have a separate supplier, sitting in Hyderabad, Chennai, I have separate supplier. That actually helped us to do the forecasting, because they are also creating certain inventory into their warehouses. Now, coming to how we want to improve our forecasting model, yes, there are models, which can accommodate 32, 34 variables. But as he says very correctly, we are looking at variables which are more Indianized and which are very customized to that local market. Like Delhi's behavior, D-45 of Diwali is very different, D-45 of Durga Puja behavior of Calcutta. So those are the local level customization which we are looking from our business partner, and jointly we are trying to figure out a solution to get a better forecasting model into that, so that working capital can get released from both from that consolidator side and from the from our company side.
Any just rough idea on what is the acceptable benchmark of the inaccuracy in the forecasting? If at all, let's say, I'm just trying to get an answer from you on very specific numbers. Let's say earlier 80% was acceptable, maybe as an average across various industries which are in the export or the import trade.
Yeah.
Now maybe has it been revised downward that, okay, it's acceptable to have 60%?
See, I cannot talk about the manufacturing industry right now. I can talk about the consumer industry, the SKUs which we deal with, including the fresh, but the volatility is highest. Whatever was promised is somewhere between that 60-65%. To reach that level, even, we feel that that's a challenge as of now. Yeah.
So we would like to add to this, So first of all, no forecast inaccuracy is acceptable, So no one says that now COVID has happened, something which was 85% before. There are very, very sensible reasons as to why it should come down to 65 degrees. So 65. And hence, please guys, take this as the new accuracy and whatever. Every inaccuracy of forecast adds to the cost in the organization, right? And that cost is not acceptable. Nobody says now it is post-COVID and we understand variability is high. So my bottom line or my margins can be X% lower. So the pressure on the organization, on all of us, right, will be, anyway, the pressure was always to improve forecast accuracy. Now for certain developments, forecast accuracy has deteriorated. Now your P&L is looking worse than what it was looking before, right? First of all, you have to bring it back to that level where it was before. So figure out ways and means of improving forecast accuracy. And then the saga continues. The same old, thing that you'll have to improve forecast accuracy even further. There are tools, AI, ML, AI, etc. available to ensure that the variability is first understood and then help machine or whoever else to give you an output which can determine what your actual demand is going to be.
Good.
Oh, thank you.
At the time, let me summarize and summary the way it comes around the questions and answers which came around.
Also, we can take that personally after this. They'll be here, just keeping a track on time. Yes, sir,
Yeah,
please.
let me summarize. So the key points of the challenge which we had during this COVID-19 and during this off-late time, one has been obviously the continuity of the supplies around. Second has been what we talked about, the forecasting. And forecasting was the major one which I came from the participant as well. And the third was how we are ensuring the continuity, transparency, end-to-end. But on the forecasting, I'll only touch one thing which I have a real example with me. And FMCG side, at the end of the day, customer decides. And customer behavior is changing every time. Today, customer has a liking for X product. And next time they see the ad, the mindset changes. So that's the area where we have a problem. We are not able to connect to the customer. So now what people are trying around, they're connecting end-to-end chain for transparency. But for customer, they're going with the social media now. So some people are coming with the social media concept to get that point around. So again, I want to thank all the participants and my panelists for sharing their insight, their experience. Thanks everyone. And again to the management for giving this chance to us. Thank you, my friends.
Thank you. Thank you so much to all our panelists and Batraji for moderating this. Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, also, I know that a lot of you have questions and अच्छी बात है. जितने ज़्यादा सवाल हो, that means the panel has been successful. But our panelists will be here. Of course, you can take your questions on a one-on-one level with them. I hate to do this, but I also have to be the timekeeper. So thank you for bearing with me on that. And moving on to our next panel discussion on optimizing ports and addressing container shortage challenges. Please join me in welcoming a panelist for the same. Devpal Menon, CEO, Mercargo Logistics. Deepak Suri, Head, Customer Solutions, South Asia. AP Mola, Maersk. Tarun Kalra, GM, MSC, and this session will be chaired by Arun Kumar, Honorary Secretary, Association of Multimodal Transport Operators of India. Let's welcome them, please.
So I think this is the last session before we go break for lunch. And thank you organizers for doing this, because when I was young, my father used to tell me, isko khana mat do, nahi to padhai nahi karta hai. So lack of attention after lunch. So thank you, everybody. The topic we have for discussion here is port congestions or port optimization, and container shortages. This has been a plaguing issue for last 3 years or so. It has kind of improved a lot these days, but we'll go into details of what brought this to us, whether it's resolved now, and what do we look forward to. I mean, it's not that it's not going to happen ever again. So let me introduce the eminent panelists here. To begin with, we have Deepak. Deepak is from MERS. Then we have Tarun Bhai, who's from MSc. We have Devpal Menon, who is NVOCC from Mercargo. And I have already been introduced as the Secretary of Association of Multimodal Transport Operators, but I also wear other hats. Sorry. I am into the business of logistics too. So I'm a freight forwarder, a custom broker. So I bring the 360-degree perspective to the whole thing. So let's begin this discussion, or let's throw open this discussion with Tarun Bhai, because carriers are the first ones to, be questioned on these particular things. So Tarun Bhai, while we understand that, port congestion has a lot to do with container shortage, and we have evidence of that of late. What is your take on it? And let's just roll back, say 17, 18, 19, when carriers were bleeding big time because of the falling, freight rates, and there was consolidation, and there was a lot of change that happened in the carrier business. From there, after consolidation, then we were hit with the C word, which I don't even want to use right now. And there, everything fell apart. And we had severe freight hikes, particularly in ocean. Not that air was any better, but very bad container availability situation that came up. So what is the correlation? I mean, the entire journey. Very briefly, if we can just go back from the time when the carriers was struggling because of, the low freight rates and consolidation, and then coming to after getting this consolidation done, COVID coming in.
Yes, thank you, Arunji, and greetings to all my colleagues and friends from the trade. Yes, you are kind of right that in some of these forums where this is the topic, supply chain is the topic of discussion. And since we are surrounded by supply chain people from the supply chain, and we are amongst the logistics chains, there's a slight difference here. But then, of course, we do stand accountable to answer the concern that you would all have, that in the recent times, or just until about a few months ago, there were glaring shortages, surging freight rates, and whatever difficulties and challenges that one had to face, whoever were the users of the logistic services, especially on the sea freight, or even the air freight, I could say, to some extent. But then also on the point, like you mentioned, that there have been varying cycles that you have seen, which is also a fact of life. That shipping industry has gone through, it's always been behaving in a very cyclical pattern, where it goes from extreme lows, suicidal lows, and goes into highs also. And that is how they are able to sustain themselves. Ultimately, when the times comes to face the low periods, it'll have to be testing time for us, who can withstand the vagaries of the rough environment. But anyways, coming again to the topic of specific topic that we have at hand, unfortunately, as we sit on this today's news, which probably flashed in most of the national newspapers, is that there is an excess of containers, and the export markets have gone down, which is again unfortunate. But excess of containers is something which is probably not just a reversal of the trend that we are holding, or the impression that we are holding in our minds, but it is probably something which is overturned over the last 3 or 4 months, With that, you can well imagine how the economics of our business works. Obviously, as you can see, it's an inelastic industry where the demand, if it goes up, and that is why I was asking question to the last panel that how do we see that because we are also dependent to ensure our supplies basis the demand forecast that we would have drawn up prior or with the certain advance period at hand, would obviously go wrong with sudden surge of around 30% growth that we witnessed in the exports last year, and with all the kind of adverse factors of disruptions which were there confronted by the shipping trade all across the world. So with the inelastic kind of resource and the hardware that we are deployed, it's not possible for us to manage things overnight if the demand goes up. So that was the major constraint. But nonetheless, we did try and address the problem of shortages in the best possible manner that we could. I can speak on behalf of the other shipping lines as well, if I have the liberty from my next seated colleague here. What is a matter of fact is that the shipping lines did bring in a huge quantity of empties from wherever they had the surplus depots. What I could say is about 1.5 million TEUs, 1.85 million TEUs were brought in as empties into the country in the year 2021. Now you can well imagine that this is a round trip industry, just like any taxi or a bus which needs to operate on a round trip basis. Will obviously put a strain if at all there is only one-way traffic. But then this one-way traffic was deficit because after the first phase of the COVID lockdowns, there was a huge decline in the imports in the country. Earlier also, the exports and imports never had a perfect balance. I mean, that's obviously an ideal situation, a wishful thinking for any logistician. But then in this period, there was a stark deficit of imports, which suddenly resulted after the opening up of the lockdowns in the first phase. The imports had gone down to the tune of around 60%, which used to be more or less surplus in India, if I'm looking at the container trade throughput volumes. But suddenly it began improve, but then later, subsequently, it began improving, and probably the deficit still remains up to about, it has only gone up to improve by about, let's say, to the tune of about 20% below the normal levels, what it used to be prior to the pandemic set in, which means there is still a deficit which has to be filled up for meeting the exports. But the lines did shoulder the responsibility. The carriers, mainline carriers, did shoulder the responsibility. Whoever could source the empties to be supplied to cater to the export requirement. And that is where I'm bringing in this figure of 1.85 million TEUs were brought in as empties. Now, obviously, there are costs attached to that. So the costs have to be passed on. Like Mr. Ramakrishnan always says that there is no free period, there are no free lunches. It always gets factored in somewhere or the other. Hindi mein to it's very simple to explain. Tel to tilon mein se hi nikalna hai.
But tel to bahut zyada nikal liya, sir. The question, okay. So Tarun bhai, I think I'll pose this question to Deepak because just to put things in perspective, there was a major constraint on the west coast or on the west coast of US, which is kind of blamed for all this shortages of containers, and it was probably because of the bad handling done by the ports. So this brings us to the second point, which pertains to we are used to battering ourselves for India not doing good on X factor or Y factor. But how have our ports done in this period, and how do you compare them to the global port congestion and port efficiency scenario from the carrier's perspective?
So thank you for the question. And I think like Tarunji already covered a lot of points. I'll just add on to what has happened. Another factor to the container shortages is that I mean, at least when I started my career, it used to be like, you look at US ports, Europe ports, and, even Far East ports were upcoming. But if you see it today, the worst performing ports in the world are from Europe, from US, especially California based ports, are extremely poor in handling. And if you talk about, the way we have expanded from only Nhava Sheva to now having ports at every, I don't know, almost every 400, 500 nautical miles across both the coasts, and ports also doing extremely well. So just as a small statistics, we handle vessels in hours, let's say around 25 hours, 30 hours. We complete our ops, almost same amount of moves, which a port like Long Beach or Los Angeles is taking 5 to 6 days. So it's not a small comparison, right? Felixstowe, Brexit related stuff which started hitting in. I mean, the whole new port of London Gateway got its whole lease of life because Felixstowe was extremely crumbling down. The best performing ports, so to say, in Europe is actually Port Tangier, which is not in Spain, which is not in UK, which is not in any of those so-called big geographies. So they have a lot more work to do. And so that's one factor. Second factor is that during the COVID times, in shipping industry and logistics, we are very, like before us, the panelists were talking about a lot of demand forecasting issues and stuff. We in this business and the people around it were very used to a drill. January hoga, this quarter one will come, then the Chinese New Year will come, then, the Christmas loadings will start. For imports, the import arrival around Diwali, X days before it's going to start, and you'll prepare, Black Fridays will happen. So the container will, the volume is going to go up. All those forecasting models were catered in. But I think the kind of demand surges which came in during this last 3 years, out of nowhere, suddenly your demand for garments in US is through the roof. Every carrier is putting in the containers, even then it is falling short. Most of the geographies, and all of you have been part of the industry, so all those traditional calendars of hikes and crests and troughs have all fallen down. When the cargo had to go, it never went. When the cargo never had to go, it was going. So I think these are two factors which I can add as to what Tarunji already said.
So basically it is the port congestion and the turnaround time and the demand surge, three put in together during that COVID time that led to this entire crisis. Is that a good understanding of this?
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's a finite resource, and the boxes have to be brought in. Otherwise, you will actually need vessels to put the boxes on and then put them on the sea. So it's a movable asset. It has to come back. Like in last 2 years, people also were talking about creating, manufacturing containers. But essentially, it's a network business. All carriers have put in more and more containers, leased containers. But like everyone else said, it has to be brought back, and it's a finite resource. It cannot be increased, and it will not solve. It's a network problem we are in. It's not a one-sided thing which we can solve in this.
Right. Thank you, Deepak. Just to get a perspective of the NVOCCs, carriers are huge, humongous, and MSC and Maersk being top of the line. Let's talk about those carriers who don't own vessels. So for NVOCC perspective, Mr. Devpal, what do you think was the role of NVOCCs in that period or during that shortage of containers time?
Thank you, Arun, and thank you, Businessworld, for giving me this opportunity to speak here. I've heard some seniors speaking before me, and it is very enlightening to be here. Just coming back to your question, as NVOCC, the term itself denotes, we don't own any vessel. So we are only managing equipments, which is 20-foot, 40-foot containers that you see, and also the special equipments. So during pandemic, the major problem that we faced was vessel space, because we were dependent on third-party vessels for loading. We were not getting space to get the containers moving. Then the other way, if you look at it, the way we increase our fleet size as NVOCCs is we buy containers from China, or even we pick up containers from countries like Malaysia, Thailand, which are seaworthy second-hand containers. the container markets, I mean, the prices for containers shot up, so we couldn't increase our fleet size. So whatever, if you look at the NVOCCs, the way they operate, big size NVOCC would today have about 30,000 TUs to 35,000 TUs, moving around in a short haul geographic scope of, say, Southeast Asia up to Gulf. Traditionally, this is including the subcontinent, this is the service pattern that we operate. Now, what was happening is, we had the space not getting on the main vessel operator because the carriers were already full with their loading, so we couldn't get it. Secondly, the slot cost, the cost on which we book these containers were almost getting, we were getting into the negotiation table every second week because the prices were going up. Then we couldn't buy new containers to add on. We couldn't bring back the empties which was lying in different ports because be it Jebel Ali, be it Port Kelang, be it Singapore, all these ports were, having congestion because of lesser workforce working during COVID. So these were the challenges as NVOCC operators we faced. We had issues in bringing back even empties, but with all the best fleet size that we had, we could still manage to give our customers containers as and when they required. But of course, it was not enough.
So after the first round, can we confidently conclude that as ports, the two parts to our discussion today, one was the ports and their efficiency and the port congestion. As far as Indian ports are concerned, we are good. We are better than the rest. So can we conclude that to eliminate that part, now we'll only focus on the container side. So I think it was a fair decision that while we beat ourselves big time on other issues, ports have done fairly well.
Yeah, maybe if I can comment,
please,
Deepak had already discussed on this. Very fortunately, compared to the other ports, which in the series, starting from, let's say, Ningbo, China, and then followed by the UK ports, the Western UK ports, and then almost like a perpetually lasted congestion at the US Western coast, West Coast ports of Oakland and Los Angeles, which lasted for almost about 6 to 8 months. And compared to those congestions, we were completely free of any kind of serious disruption which took place over there. So I think our ports have done fairly well. I mean, even if we were also facing lockdowns, and we also had certain customs imposed restrictions, to observe the safety precautions of COVID and all. But there were no serious of very prominent kind of disruptions which were encountered in the flow of the traffic from in and out of the ports. So I think we have to compliment our port system.
I think it needs a big round of applause for our ports who have really done well during this period while everybody around the world struggled on it.
Yes, the robust system, and there was suddenly we switched over. We were able to, because we had been working on a hybrid system of obviously not so much of electronic mode of transactioning, but we were able to switch over to all that. And perhaps somewhere we had to even compromise on the adequate security. But then I think everybody who was a serious player in this trade took that kind of a risk, and maybe barring 1 or 2 stray cases of mischievous elements in the trade, it all went through, and we have been able to overcome and now we have learned our lessons, and probably more of these transactions, the transaction between us, port, and the various other agencies, including customs, the declaration to the customs, or let's say our various processes which involve transactions at various steps between the exporter and the importer. They have now most of the companies are switching over to electronic mode.
Actually,
so that had compelled us. This season actually compelled us to switch over to the electronic mode.
So actually, when we talk of international or international shipping and international air logistics, one thing for sure was custom was super good. They were super proactive. They switched digital instantly. And some of my colleagues here would vouch for it. The clearances were phenomenally efficient, particularly during that time. I'm not saying the same thing as right now, but particularly during that time, clearances were phenomenal. So I think as far as port is concerned, we'll park it as good. We should pat our backs on that and say, okay, let's move on. Coming to container shortage. Now, container shortage immediately, triggered a thought in the mind of a lot of people, including the government, including DPIIT and everybody else involved. Let's manufacture. Now, I don't know. Is that a solution? So I'm trying to deliberate on whether container ownership should be promoted or container manufacturing should be promoted. There are two different things. See, you can own a container and it could be a bought-on container and it could still be very efficient in the international domain. Or you could say, okay, no, I'm not going to just go for owning. I'm going to start manufacturing it right now. It's a very high capital, very specialized job. It's not like you call 3 welders and they start welding some boxes. It doesn't work that way. So what is your take on this, starting from Deepak?
So see, container, like any other capacity, it's a capacity which you create in the system, whether it is number of rakes for trains, number of trucks which you put in. Capacity addition, of course, is being done in all stages in the logistics industry at various point of time when the demand goes up or goes down or a natural wear and tear happens. Container is also part of the same category. So more important, for example, is that how do we utilize and optimize those assets? So I'll just start maybe with giving a perspective. If we leave apart container for a while, we probably have an extremely wide and very well laid out railway network and very well used for the passenger services. Container nodes are also, I would say, it happens, but it happens in a very small pockets. So in areas, let's say between north into Mundra, you will see all those double stacks and everything, all sort of optimization happening on the rails. But I mean, every one of us will agree with the kind of network we have and the capacity which we have in terms of all sort of rakes. A lot of work in terms of the domestic freight movement around rail can still happen. So if someone can say, do we need more domestic containers? I don't know. Do we need more, BCN wagons? I don't know. But at least what we have, are we utilizing that well? Because if you see, you will see a lot of empty containers moving on the road, exempt containers. And at the same time, some truck shortages are there for the domestic cargo. We have a huge coastline, where we are sending cargo from, West Coast, Mundra area up till Vizag. Are we utilizing all of those assets which we already have created? There was a time when things were not there, but we have a lot of good infrastructure, but are we optimally using it? So I think I would put container also alongside that to see that are we utilizing what we have rightly into the network?
Yeah, so my question primarily was, we had this knee-jerk reaction when there was container shortage and the exporters were making a lot of noise about it. FIO got involved, FIO also took it up to a very high level. And there was a knee-jerk reaction from the government saying, make in India, let's make containers. So is that the solution? Or would you say for exempt containers, I'm only talking exempt containers, I'm not talking domestic containers at all. For exempt containers, probably the first step should be ownership of containers. So let's say Indian enterprise owns a fleet of containers, let's say NVOCC like Mercargo, who is into container leasing, can own containers, and probably those would have somehow complemented or reduced this burden on the mainline carriers during this time or during such times, let's say, in future. So I'll just, Tarunbhai, what's your take on it?
Well, this thought was, according to me, is not so great. It's a misconceived idea that to have produced containers domestic, because you are just adding on a drop to the ocean because of the fact that the majority of the international cargo is serviced by foreign shipping lines beyond well over 95%. So once it is acquired, once it is acquired by a foreign shipping line, or even let's say an Indian vessel owning company, or let's say a non-vessel owning company, it will only add to just like a small bit into the entire pool of the operation. Because if at all it comes with the global shipping player, they don't work on a model of going up and down the same, shuttling up and down the same route. It may just go off anywhere into the scatter into the pool of the rotate anywhere in the world and never even come back. So you can procure the through domestic manufacturing, but then to what extent? It's a separate, it has to be distinguished as a separate industry, which at all, if it is viable over here, we can set up container production plants, container manufacturing plants over here. But over the period last 2 decades or so, whatever 1 or 2 manufacturing units were there in the country, they had gone defunct because of the enormous competition from the Chinese. And I believe well over 98% of the world's container fleet is manufactured in China. They are much more competitive. Just to give you an idea, they are probably about 30 to 40% cheaper. And also we had difficulties with the procurement of the cotton steel, which is the main the material which is used for manufacturing of the ISO containers. So I think that is like a different thought or a project altogether, which has to be seen in its own comparative economics. So it does not really help in really as addressing the problem of shortage of boxes for the exports from India. And probably we know that because this idea had come about and the government mandated a body like Concord to acquire some fleet of boxes, and that is still underway, just about 12,000. Not 12,000, just insignificant when you compare to the world fleet. And probably that will be retained within Concord is only it has a very limited exposure in the international carriage by sea. It is going to be limited to the domestic carriage. So there is nothing much which has happened, or even this idea would not play out much to address the problem of container shortages.
I'm just going to put my perspective to it. This idea of doing manufacturing of containers, ISO containers in India for exempt trade, in my own opinion, was a ridiculous idea. Before you start manufacturing, you got to encourage container ownership. Now, I don't know how many of you are aware of this, but an Indian entity cannot actually own exempt containers. They can, but it will be substantially higher because of the duties and taxes they have paid. And then there is no provision under law for them to send out those containers on an exempt route. This is something very, very strange, but it is a fact. So, Dev, what is your take on this? I mean, on the container manufacturing to supplement this shortage?
See, first thing is that on the ownership which you asked, the ownership will continue because see, we are not shipping lines that we have huge fleets. So what we would look and own it can be buying it as a second-hand seaworthy containers at different far Southeast Asian locations.
But can you buy it as an Indian entity as a Merc cargo?
No, it has to be done
It
as
has
an
to be
offshore.
overseas. It has to be an overseas thing. Okay.
So you buy containers in say Malaysia or Thailand, wherever you get the right price. So that ownership will continue to happen for the NVOCCs. You will also have leasing companies, which is worldwide big companies. So I don't think leasing companies will go off the business. So that ownership with leasing and second-hand market will continue to happen. When it comes to manufacturing in India, of course, I mean, government had notified Bhavnagar as a hub for container manufacturing, but I don't think really anything has come out of it yet. And of course, it cannot match to the pricings of what the containers which is coming out from China is. Every NVOCC Indian operator today who's got fleet size of more than 25-30,000 containers, they're still buying almost every quarter 600-700 containers from Shanghai. The reason is we cannot probably get the kind of containers manufactured here at the price levels that they can buy in China. So I don't think it is really, I mean, of course, there has been even an article coming out of from the government side where they're saying they're going to have PLIs for container manufacturing to encourage it in India. But I seriously don't know how fast it will happen, because till such time people will continue to source from China.
True. Again, all of this, the shortages, the increase in freight rates, particularly in, we're going to only talk about ocean right now, because we don't have a stakeholder from the air side right now here. So now, today, the trend has suddenly reversed. We can see a sharp drop in ocean freight charges as of today. I mean, just yesterday I was talking to somebody, and I was told that freight from China, let's say from Shanghai to Navasheva, which we were doing at around $5,000, $5,600 or $5,000, $6,000. I was shocked to hear the rates were $750. So it has nosedived, basically. Similar things have been seen on the going west. It's not really dived that bad, but it has nosedived nonetheless. So these changes, the cyclic changes will probably continue to happen based on demand supply, which is market force. So market force will determine this. But is there any efficiency that can be brought in within the system? Because we were harping about 14% logistics cost in the morning. And every time this 14% comes up, my heart sinks, because this is ridiculously incorrect. And a lot of times government also says the same thing. And I have always opposed it at every forum. And I can very well prove it by their own records that it is not so. And a few of my friends here have read the articles which I've written on this particular subject. But what do you think? I mean, efficiency in terms of cabotage, like we were talking offline, cabotage of exempt containers, how easy or difficult is it in India?
Yes, I think this has been the task before all of us who are into the shipping line logistics. Rather, having said that we are into logistics trade, we ourselves, within our organization, we have created another logistics desk to look after the repositioning or the placement of the empty containers from one point to another within the country, from outside the country to in and out of the country as well. So this has assumed a big importance. So that is where the role of innovating, the job of innovating comes about in optimizing the cost for empty positioning. Given the fact that it's an inherent characteristics of our industry, that no point, or no location, no port, no ICD is perfectly balanced. And with more and more ports and ICDs and whatever container storage points mushrooming all across the country, there is tendency of a higher imbalance, because had it been one location, maybe we would have been just affected by the broader macro-based imbalance. Let's say, if at all we say that the import is lower by 20% than the exports. So which means, okay, one would have to make up for the 20% deficit by, let's say, positioning it from your nearby location, wherever there is a surplus, let's say if it is in Dubai or Africa or wherever. But then another problem is about the intra-region balancing, because it's so many ICDs. Now we have, for me in North India, it's like a challenge for us is to service at least up to about 29 different consumption locations. Consumption could also mean that the drop-off locations where the trade expects us to receive the boxes if they are coming in as imports, and also to provide the boxes, because that is where that is a point which is within the vicinity of their factories. So it's no longer limited to handful of them. But then that also means that there is going to be the greater magnitude of imbalance at every location, and also which means in turn translates into extra cost for every location. So we try and innovate, overcome the cost barriers by by collaborating with transporters who would have their own domestic cargo movement here and giving them our boxes. But then I have a little difficulty in saying this openly because this has been the practice of engaging services of the transporters, the local transporters, and and availing of the subsidizing availing of the benefit of subsidy of cost in moving the box. But I have my hesitations because this is probably not meted by customs. And that is why there is a need for bodies like this or forums like these to raise this point before the government to at least rectify the laws that they should allow within the duty-free period that the container is allowed to remain in the country. At least they could allow a free movement of the empty box, even if it's not serving the exempt trade. But then ultimately at some point of time, because if I'm, let's say, there is a surplus of imports coming in Tughlakabad, and my requirement is at a Gurgaon depot. So if I'm moving there, Gurgaon is a little not so a good example, but let's say if I'm moving the boxes to Muradabad, so I may prefer to, instead of sending this box as empty where I'll be charged full freight by the trucker, I may like to give it to a transporter who has a domestic cargo, and then will be able to shift it within a nominal cost because obviously he's realizing some recovery, he's realizing some revenue from the from the from the consigner of the domestic goods. So that way we share the cost and then ultimately, give benefit to the export. So ultimately it is serving the export trade, but then the government has to relook at these laws and then give us some flexibility.
Definitely. I think, Tarun, there is a notification on this, and probably the field formations are not aware of it, or there is less of awareness amongst the formation, and we should encourage and pick up these issues at every forum so that there is more, awareness in the field formations and they don't trouble the trade on this. And efficiency has to be brought in. Otherwise, we can talk till the cows come home and we'll still not be anywhere close to what we.
The conflict is, a very fundamental conflict because when the boxes are brought into the country, there is a bond which is submitted by us at the port customs.
True.
Which says that it will be only used for import and while it's under the imports movement cycle and for the export. So that domestic movement part is prohibited.
So definitely we should go back to the regulators on this. It is not just the responsibility of the logisticians, it is also the responsibility of the regulators, the trade overall to bring in efficiency. And without efficiency, we can keep harping on this over and over again and we'll reach nowhere. So with that, I think we are running out of our time. So thank you, gentlemen, on the podium. Thank you very much for enlightening us with your views. And thank you for being a patient audience. And if there are any questions, all of us are here. I think we are all here, right? Okay. So all of us are here. We can take it offline because we'll just keep the timing. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for that. May I please? Hello.
One of the mics.
Hello. Hello. Can you call the camera picture, please? Hello. While that's taking its time, I'll also request Vijay Vashisht, Associate Vice President, PDM State Express, to please join us on stage to present a token to our panelist and a moderator from Safe Express, please. This is working now. Done. Thank you. Please, sir. Hello. Just checking. Thank you. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you, Vijayji, for doing the same. Okay, and now I always say this, from food for thought, it's time for food for your stomachs. It's time for lunch. It's 1:35 to 25 we meet sharp, and 2:25 is the time I'll start troubling you to please join us back. 2:30 we'll begin with the next session. Yes, sharp 2:30 we will begin. And thank you.
At this
Thank you so
point,
much.
we're the only enterprise in India, I would say, apart from the esteemed Indian Army, that can cover every square inch of India within our own network. Logistics is something that we all rely on every day. While getting stuff from point A to B may seem simple, doing it 1,000,000 times a year across the most difficult terrain.
Golden Gate University is one of the oldest universities in the United States. We at Upgrad are very proud to be working in collaboration with Golden Gate University to bring some cutting-edge courses in the areas of management, technology, law to all of our learners globally.
I'm very excited, and I think that students should be very excited about this partnership.
So we're extremely excited about not only bringing programs to students in India, and not only in English, but then begin to think about offering programs in multiple different languages.
With this partnership, Golden Gate University's strong teacher practitioner education will now become accessible to learners around the world.
Upgrad is a success story from the developing world and trying to help working professionals.
So we're really excited to bring accessible and affordable education.
Scholarships to learners to ensure that we can make education more accessible, affordable, and deliver a really high quality outcome for our learners.
We are committed in partnership with Upgrad to making high quality education meaningfully accessible.
Upgrad is committed to lifelong learning, doing it in ways that meet the students where they are, and partnering with us, GGU, having done this for over a century.
Thank you, Upgrad, for opening that opportunity, because this is definitely what GGU's mission is all about, and the personal mission of many of immigrants like me.
Golden Gate University is one of the oldest universities in the United States. We at Upgrad are very proud to be working in collaboration with Golden Gate University to bring some cutting-edge courses in the areas of management, technology, law to all of our learners globally.
I'm very excited, and I think that students should be very excited about this partnership.
So we're extremely excited about not only bringing programs to students in India, and not only in English, but then begin to think about offering programs in multiple different languages.
With this partnership, Golden Gate University's strong teacher practitioner education will now become accessible to learners around the world.
Upgrad is a success story from the developing world and trying to help working professionals.
Hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 hello.
Hello. This okay. Welcome back. We'll begin in the next 5 minutes. This is just a request. If any of your colleagues are outside, please ask them to come inside. We'll begin in the next 5 minutes. Thank you, and hope everybody's had lunch. No, yes, yes.
At this point, we're the only enterprise in India, I would say, apart from the esteemed Indian Army, that can cover every square inch of India within our own network. Logistics is something that we all rely on every day. While getting stuff from point A to B may seem simple, doing it a million times a year across the most difficult terrains of the country and in remote corners of India is about as complicated as it gets. At this point, we're the only enterprise in India, I would say, apart from the esteemed Indian Army, that can cover every square inch of India within our own network. Logistics is something that we all rely on every day. While getting stuff from point A to B may seem simple, doing it a million times a year across the most difficult terrains of the country and in remote corners of India is about as complicated as it gets.
Golden Gate University is one of the oldest universities in the United States. We at UpGrad are very proud to be working in collaboration with Golden Gate University to Golden Gate University is one of the oldest universities in the United States. We at UpGrad are very proud to be working in collaboration with Golden Gate University to bring some cutting-edge courses in the areas of management, technology, law to all of our learners globally.
I'm very excited, and I think that students should be very excited about this partnership.
So we're extremely excited about not only bringing programs to students in India and not only in English, but then begin to think about offering programs in multiple different languages.
With this partnership, Golden Gate University's strong teacher practitioner education will now become accessible to learners around the world.
UpGrad is a success story from the developing world and trying to help working professionals.
So we're really excited to bring accessible and affordable education to countries all over the world.
Golden Gate University and UpGrad are also offering scholarships to learners to ensure that we can make education more accessible, affordable, and deliver a really high quality outcome for our learners.
We are committed in partnership with UpGrad to making high quality education meaningfully accessible.
UpGrad is committed to lifelong learning, doing it in ways that meet the students where they are, and partnering with us, GGU, having done this for over a century.
Thank you, UpGrad, for opening that opportunity, because this is definitely what GGU's mission is all about, and the personal mission of many of the immigrants like you.
Matthew? Sir, London में? Yes, sir. छुट्टी हाँ? It's a favorite city. ये तो यार settle होना चाहती है ना? ये मैथ्यू ऑफिस के साथ वही ऑनलाइन MBA कर रहा है. इसका कुछ हुआ? नहीं ना? तो इतना सामान सेटल हो रहा है क्या यहाँ पे?
यस सर, उसी ऑनलाइन MBA की वजह से अपनी कंपनी ने मुझे लंदन में पोस्टिंग दी है.
अपनी कंपनी?
हाँ.
Fast forward your career with online MBAs. Top universities, flexible learning hours, top placements. Upgrad.com.
मैथ्यू?
सर,
लंदन में?
यस सर.
छुट्टी हाँ? It's a favorite city. ये तो यार सेटल होना चाहती है ना? ये मैथ्यू ऑफिस के साथ वही ऑनलाइन MBA कर रहा है. इसका कुछ हुआ? नहीं ना? तो इतना सामान सेटल हो रहा है क्या यहाँ पे?
यस सर, उसी ऑनलाइन MBA की वजह से अपनी कंपनी ने मुझे लंदन में पोस्टिंग दी है.
अपनी कंपनी?
हाँ.
Fast forward your career with online MBAs. Top universities, flexible learning hours, top placements. Upgrad.com.
BW Businessworld presents a rich legacy of curated events that enable conversations on policy issues in India.
I feel that the Indian automobile industry's future is very bright. Presently, the size of the industry is 7.5 lakh crore, and I'm confident that At the end of 25, it will be more than 15 lakh crore.
Businessworld has brought this to Bangalore, and earlier also they have done it. Bangalore is the right place to talk about startups, unicorns, decacorns.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Hello. Okay, welcome back, everybody. First questions first. I'll ask this before. Everybody had lunch? Only that table, it feels like, has had their lunch. That's it. Nobody else. The ones there at the back? Okay, good. We need all your energy for our next session, which is on build resilience into your business model with data-driven supplier risk management. And now that you've all had your lunch, I'm sure you've all got your energy back. So please join me in welcoming on stage Benny Kesuma, Head, Corporate Solutions, APAC and ME, Moody's Analytics. And Mike. Also.
Hi everyone. Welcome back. I think these are the people here that have eaten their lunch and decided that this event is worth coming and not hanging around outside having a cigarette, right? So happy to see you guys here. My name is Benny Kesuma. So today we're going to look at a couple of things. I know this whole morning you all are looking at a lot of interesting panel discussion. What we're going to be doing next 15 minutes or so is to dive a little bit deeper into the entity side of things, about not really on the operation side, but really on your suppliers, right? That's what we're going to do. And of course, we have decks, right? I know after a lot of panel discussion, you may yearn for some good old-fashioned PowerPoints. That's what we've always been told, right? So it's a bit of a mouthful, right? If you look at it, build resilience in your business model with data-driven supplier risk management. And I think this is something that is extremely fundamental. We have worked a lot with large clients globally on this space. We explore a few things, right? We explore data, we explore analytics, we'll explore interconnectedness of risk, and also things along the supply chain resiliency. So these are a couple of themes that we will explore today. Oops. First. Okay, first, let me introduce the company that I'm work for. The company is called Moody's. I think some of you, or in fact, a lot of people would think Moody's as a rating agency, and indeed it is. But that rating agency arm belongs to what we call the Moody's Investors Service. So there's the one that gives you, you know, your double AA1 for your sovereign risk, for your bonds and all that. So that is Moody's Investors Service. Where I'm from is actually what we call the Moody's Analytics. And this is the company or the entity that provides things on data, on insights, on analytics that can help you make better and faster decisions. So we explore that theme. This, I think, is a good explanation of what Moody's Analytics is doing, right? So like I said, we provide data on company and insights on company. And the things that we are looking at, essentially a few things. One of the common themes we see is master data. We do that a lot. Of course, financial risk and credit risk, that is almost the bread and butter of Moody's, right? We are well known for the last 100 years to be the forefront of essentially credit risk, okay? Now, we're going to dive a bit deeper in supplier risk side of things, supply chain, but also bear in mind that depending where you work, depending on your operations, if you have operations in Europe or US, there's a lot of regulatory requirements or regulatory risks that you need to be mindful of. And we'll go a little bit on that. Then of course, there's an ESG, which are all the emerging risks, all right? So these are some of the things that we will look at. So Moody's As a whole, we do a lot of stuff, right? On credit, on supply chain, on macroeconomics, right? On data management. So this is a little bit busy, right? It seems there's a lot of things on the screen, but I'll explain, right? Because traditionally, when we analyze risk, we are looking at things often in silo. Okay, you could obviously rely on some of the more traditional financial risk metrics, right? Macroeconomic view. These are some of the things that we look at, but we also have to factor in emerging risks. So what's emerging risk? So ESG, everybody talking about ESG. How do you integrate ESG into your business as usual, right? How does it impact your analysis of companies? Then you also talk about climate, right? Supply chain. So these are what we call the emerging risks of things, all right? What's important to note is quite often when we do risk assessment, we are looking at things in silos. So you look at financial risk of the company, you might look at regulatory risk, but you're not really combining them. Or you could be combining them in a very simplistic manner, right? Just putting some weight on financial health, putting some weight on perhaps regulatory risk, and you come up with a final score. What we are doing here at Moody's is quite complex. It's quite different, right? The approach is we know that risk has interdependency with each other. So some risks will amplify each other, some risks will mitigate, and some could be diminished by each other. So what's important to note is that risk on its own has value, but to understand the interconnectedness of the risk, that I think is really something that is quite unique, okay? So here we have an ability to essentially take all these different risks here, right, and apply what we call the systemic and idiosyncratic shocks to the different scenario. And from that, you are able to develop what we call like a financial health score, which is not a basic cumulative, but essentially talking about integrating different risks and how they are dependent on each other. Okay, so the next slide probably give you a better idea on the outcome of this. So if you look at this integrated risk assessment in action, right? So on the top part of it, you will see that there's a yellow line which shows a financial health score, and that denotes how the score or how the financial health of the company has evolved over the years, right? We are talking about, in this case, a 15 years horizon, right? A 15 years horizon. What I think is good to help you understand a bit better is if you look at these few risks that we talk about, right? The ESG, the cyber and all that, you can see on the bottom graph what constitute the risk to your counterparty. So here we are talking about entity level, right? You have a supplier A located in India or located in wherever in the US, right? So you see that in the first year, the largest contribution of risk to your supplier is essentially credit risk, right? Denoted by this part here, okay? And then you can also see that supply chain in purple is also there. It's also making a big impact. Macro, we can't do much, right? If there's an increase in interest rate and all that, well, it is what it is, right? So, but there are things that you know that you probably will change. So over the years, in year 2, supply chain is still there, but in year 3, we expect the supply chain risk to be significantly reduced. And over the years, right, climate risk become more material. So what we are trying to tell you is this: if you look at a portfolio of suppliers, you need to know how you engage them in the short term, in the medium term, and in the longer term. So in this particular case of your supplier or your counterparty, you know that supply chain will be there, but that will get reduced. Okay. And over the years, you know, in fact, from the year 7 or 8 onwards, climate risk is going to be there. So it depends on the company, it depends on the industry, where the company is, and depends on the location. So there are a lot of factors at play in which we put everything together to what we call an integrated risk assessment. Okay. So now we look at integrated risk assessment. What we're going to be looking at next is a bit of a diving into a specific risk, right? And so in the case of Moody's, we work on a few things, right? We have what we call the entity data side of things. So entity data is essentially information about your counterparties, your partners, your suppliers, right? Fundamentally, financial health assessment is probably a key indicator whether your supplier is going to do well, right? So if let's say your supplier is going to be financially weak, it could be an impact on your delivery, on your performance, on innovation and all that. Then regulatory risk is something that we do a lot, screening for sanctions, PEPs, anti-bribery and corruption and things like that. We'll go a little bit more into the ESG side of things and the supplier risk, okay? So on the entity data, is essentially you have to look at what kind of information we have on your suppliers. And this is something that we have done very well. We have 400 over million companies, right, globally. So this, if you can see, this is, okay, it's a bit hard. There's actually supposed to be a map behind it, right? But you can see that North America, which is one of the largest, I think it's probably the largest trading partner of India. We have 70 over million companies. China is another large trading company, same as Russia. I think it's grown a lot, right? So we have data on this. Okay. The next one, I'll just dive a bit on the ESG and fiscal risk. Okay. Maybe we need a slightly better connector here. Okay, one of the issues that when we talk about ESG risk to be part of the business as usual is a few things, right? Quite often is the lack of data, right? And this is the point that I'm going to dive on, is lack of data. You have your regulation, you have your complex value chain, but for now, it's really the data. What do you know about your suppliers, or rather the ESG profile of your suppliers? On this note, Moody's has actually come out with a lot of ESG metrics. So we have what we call ESG score for every company, an environmental, a social, a governance, and overall ESG score. And this is where you are able to use scores like this in order to understand the lay of the land, a heat map of your suppliers, and to know which one you need to engage a little bit more closely, right? So this is something that we have done a lot. Can't really see, but not so clear, but here effectively is really a scoring that we put, right? And of course, many of your suppliers could be SME. And that's where we have what we call a modeling predicted score in order to give you the data that you need, right? Because it's not possible to provide assessment on every single company. That's where the predicted score will be very useful. I add on fiscal risk because I think the next slide, I'll show you how you can combine all of this together. So the idea is that your supplier could be located in, for example, in New York City, where there's not much physical stress, but their factory could be located in Florida, where you could be subjected to hurricanes, right? So when we have a fiscal risk assessment, which is one of the Moody's scoring mechanism, is that you are then able to map essentially your company, not just from an entity corporate level, but also on an entity or asset or facility level, right? So this is something that we can do. So this is an example of something that we plot for a region. And likewise, we can plot the same thing for facilities, okay? So this is, and we'll see how we can combine and layer the different things together. Okay. So this is the last topic that I'm going to share with you all, which is on the supply chain resiliency. So what we are trying to do is to put in all the different things, right? Trade disruption, disease, geopolitical stuff. And what we are doing is we are not just combining entity data, but we're also combining with things like geospatial data, real-time information, vessel shipping information, to layer essentially the different mechanism, right? The different insights that you can get that you otherwise would not be able to do just by looking at things independently. So here, again, maybe the screen is not so clear, but what you can do is we can plot your entire supply chain, right, with the facilities that they are in, okay, on a map. And what we do then is we can layer events, locations, suppliers, and even products, depending what sort of data we have, in one single view, right? And events can be an adverse event. So events could be a hurricane, events could be a strike, right? Or anything, right? Or the ship got stuck in the Suez Canal. So that could be event. So we are basically layering different things on a map combining with entity information, so you have a good, clear understanding of your whole entire supply chain side of things. And the next slide is really the impact. So this is one example of what we have done for a customer, right? The customer has operations in the Florida area in the US. And we know that Florida, there's always hurricanes. And so they are trying to map the potential impact to their suppliers or the factories that are located there from Hurricane Ida, right? So this is one of the things that we can do. And again, the whole idea is to be, to have different layers of information, so you have better understanding of your risk. Scoring mechanism, can't tell, but essentially we link company to factory to products, right? That is exactly, but not so clear here. So, few key things. I think I mentioned a lot of things today, but perhaps just a few key things that if you want to know. I think the first one is that, if you want to build resiliency, you need data. And with data, you need analytics and you need insights, okay? Now we've seen a little bit of the type of risk, the risk quantification, whether it's financial risk, whether it's ESG or reputational risk. So these are some of the key things. And then finally, in order to be really making better decision over time, you need to look at integrated risk assessment and essentially interconnectedness of risk and not just looking at things independently. All right. Okay. So that's it from me today. I hope I've given you some insights about some of the capabilities of Moody's, some of the areas that we work with. My colleagues are here, happy to chat with you guys after that if you have any question. All right. Thank you.
Benny, just a request, please. Thank you so much for sharing those insights. I'd also request Uday from the Businessworld team to please present a token to Benny. I'll take the mic. Everybody once for Benny, please, and his team back home. All of them absolutely working to bring out the best. Thank you. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you. Benny, did you try some Delhi food? Apart from the lunch here. Tonight? When you say be crazy, we don't think of food, we think of something else here. But food will also work for you, never mind. Let's end it here. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Benny. And have fun. Okay, next panel discussion. It's on corporate innovation programs. Staying a step ahead, shipper illustrations on curating a cutting-edge freight carriage experience. Please join me in welcoming a panelist for the same. Abhay Tandon, Head, Digital and AI Innovation, TVS Motors. Arun Buddakoti, Practical Lead, Network Transformation and Application Modernization, India and SARC, Cisco. Himanshu Malik, Startup Advisor and Mentor. And this session will be moderated by Prajakth Raut, Partner, Supply Chain Labs. Let's please welcome them with a warm, nice round of applause. Thank you. Hello.
Folks, in true startup style, I'm going to request each of these panelists to first introduce themselves in literally an elevator pitch. 30 seconds to about 60 seconds elevator pitch introduction about yourself. And Himanshu, thoda sa aise ghum jaoge, to maybe we will be able to see each other as much. Why don't we start with you? Himanshu? We can start with an introduction of each of the panelists.
Thanks, Prajakth. Hi, everyone. Very good afternoon. Thanks for having me here. I'm Himanshu. I have had experiences, have about 18 years of experience working across industries like government in an advisory role, before that financial advisory, before that real estate. Today, I'm an advisor to institutions in the startup ecosystem and also a mentor to a lot of startups.
Himanshu, you might just want to talk about your experiences about driving the Invest India program.
Sure. So I was essentially leading a technology and innovations mission at Invest India. This is called the Agni mission, which is one of the 7 missions of the Prime Minister's Science, Technology and Innovation Advisory Council, headed by the Office of the Principal Scientific Advisor, reporting directly into the Prime Minister. We were essentially supporting early stage entrepreneurs to get access to market, to get access to funding, to get access to a lot of networking in the ecosystem outside.
And you also help them engage with the corporate ecosystem as well, right? As a
Absolutely.
part of the Invest India program. That's the mandate. And that's the perspective that we'll be looking at getting from you in the panel today. Arun?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Arun Budakoti and I'm part of Cisco. Just to quickly introduce myself, I am an INSEAD alum with about 22 odd years of experience in the industry. I'm currently part of Cisco's digital transformation office, where we are helping enterprises, deal with the disruptions that are happening in the marketplace through technology and innovations, and trying to solve their business problems to help optimize their operations and bring in cost savings.
So Arun, in today's conversation, we'll look to you for some examples of the kind of innovation that companies are doing, the ways that you guys are helping, but more importantly, we'd also like to understand what are the kind of innovation programs that companies are doing that help them tap into the external innovation ecosystem. We'll come to that in the panel.
It will be my pleasure to talk on that.
Abhay?
Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone. My name is Abhay Tandon. I am the Global Head of Digital Innovation or Digital Innovation Officer at TVS Motor Company and 9 other group companies. That's the source of my money that comes in. And then I wear another hat, which is the co-founder and GP at 321 Capital, through which I invest in startups. We have done about 27 investments, early stage emerging tech startups, right? And in terms of my background, I've spent a decade in the startup ecosystem in the country, the last 8 years in corporate innovation across companies like Target, Anheuser-Busch InBev, Lowe's, which are Fortune 30, Fortune 50 companies respectively, heading their corporate innovation entities. That's me.
Wonderful. So, folks on the panel today, we have really a mixed bag. And we've got people who run corporate innovation programs in different organizations. We've got Himanshu, who's observed as an outside, he's got an outside-in view in terms of what has worked and what has not worked in corporate innovation. And then we've, of course, got Arun, who's actually driving some of the innovation programs and collaborating with the companies. What we want to get out of the panel today is what are some of the best practices and learnings that they have seen of what works well. Now, the reason why this panel is important, I think, today is because every corporation today has a need for looking for innovation that is not happening within the company. They have a need to tap into the startup ecosystem, and they have to figure out how to incorporate those innovations into the organization. Some companies have been able to do it well, some companies not so well as well. But what would we like to, Himanshu, what I'd like to understand from, because you've seen it from an outsider's perspective, you've seen many innovation programs. What are the different kinds of programs that companies have done, and how serious have they been, and what has worked or not worked in your view?
Sure, Project. So I'd say a lot of organizations are coming today to the forefront to engage in acceleration programs, to engage in corporate innovation programs. In fact, there's research that says that from what the numbers were 10 to 15 years ago, today, almost 80% of the Fortune 100 companies also have corporate accelerator programs internally. So organizations are really looking forward to engage with the external ecosystem and leverage their knowledge.
But accelerator is only one form of innovation program. There'll be developer programs, there'll be incubation programs, there'll be corporate venture capital arms and so on, and internal innovation programs as well. In your view, when an organization jumps into embracing innovation, does it help to focus on one kind of program, or does it make sense to really tap into each of these forums and modules so that you're able to become more comprehensive in your search for innovation?
I think there are two programs that typically I've seen organizations focusing on. One is to engage with the startup ecosystem and help those startups accelerate within their own larger umbrella. The other is to also develop venture arms internally to be able to invest in these startups and ride on their long-term growth story. In fact, you'd see that over the last, let's say, a 25-year number tells us that organizations or corporates or even individuals who actually got into private market investments have made 3 times more returns than investing into, let's say, public.
But is that a lens that most organizations would look at for their investments, or are these more strategic in nature? And I'm going to ask you to weigh in on that as well, because you've seen it on both sides. You've participated as an investor in some of these companies that may have got strategic investments as well. But Himanshu, your view in terms?
These are definitely more strategic in nature because today organizations a lot of times are unable to think out of the box, right? And think for certain emerging market technologies or emerging market innovations that they can't sort of execute themselves, and hence they lean on the startup ecosystem. And in most cases, it works to their advantage because sometimes they have a very tunnel vision of operating in a certain manner. The moment they start engaging with the external ecosystem, that's when they tend to benefit.
Fair enough. So developer programs, accelerator programs, incubation programs, corporate venture corporate venture capital arms, which will invest in companies. These are some of the modules in which they can engage with startups. Abhay, your view in whether it is, especially for corporates who are jumping into the startup engagement for the first time, would you recommend to them to do one thing at a time, or would you want them to start with everything so that it becomes very comprehensive? The same question that I asked.
Sure. So, Project, I'll take a step back and I'll like to tell the audience that there's a maturity curve of corporate innovation, right? And various organizations are at various facets of or various parts in that journey, right? Of going up the maturity curve. Now, when I look at corporate innovation across these companies that I work for, I've seen that they have different appetite for innovation. And startups is one way of innovating, like you mentioned, right? They're loosely held innovators, like Cisco, and I'm sure you would be able to answer that as well. But you tap into loosely held innovators as well. You tap into academia as well. You tap into various sources to build that innovation, sometimes bring them together to really solve for problems. And they look at it in 3 lenses. One is business as usual, solving for the incremental problems, right? Which will really plug in some of the gaps, which will generate results very, very quickly in the form of tangible KPIs. Then there's disruptive and then there's hybrid, right? Disruptive is where you're looking at not just the solutions which will solve for those immediate problems, but looking at more futuristic scenarios where you're trying to be the market creators or market leaders, right? And that's where the approach changes drastically in terms of how you want to tap into the startup ecosystem or the innovation ecosystem in the country or globally as well. And with these 2 approaches, when new entrants or incumbents who come in, or entrants who come in into the space of corporate innovation, what would make more sense is identify the lowest hanging fruit, which will be able to drive the results for your organization quickly over a period of 1 to 2 years, to start off with that, and then scale up with various different scenarios.
But you make a very important point, which is at the beginning of the journey, decide what kind of innovation you're looking for. Are you looking to improve some of the operational processes, or are you looking at jumping into something that can be quite disruptive? Because then one of the things that we've observed is that if the internal teams are not well aligned to what they want to get out and how they want to engage with the startups, those programs tend to die down very quickly, because then it just becomes a fashion show of some stuff, and it becomes like a initiative that really doesn't have any strategic value.
It's a
Would you
PR.
agree with that?
It's a PR.
Then it becomes a PR.
It becomes a PR very quickly. And I think if you're talking about 100 corporates or 200 corporates in the country, as per the latest reports who are doing corporate innovation, I would say at least 50% of them, they are just attracting talent through pushing out a narrative that there's a corporate innovation program out there, right? Or an accelerator program out there.
Fair enough. To have clarity about what you want to do, define what kind of programs you might want to do, and don't look only at startups, look at other forums as well. It could be academia, which could be independent developers, and including there could be people from within the organization who want to innovate and create modalities for them to be able to get it. Before we come into the investment parts of this, Arun, from your point of view, if you can help us understand, what are the kind of things that Cisco does for helping corporates, and you mentioned some of these initiatives, in helping them drive some of the innovative programs? And what are, in your observation, some of the things saying that, yaar, ye chalta hai, ye nahi chalta?
So, we at Cisco, we are one of the largest networking company working with most of the Fortune 500 companies across the globe, helping them in their digital transformation journey, helping them cope up with the disruption at all times. Look at pandemic today, and I would rather say that none of the CTOs of the best of companies would have ever thought that, and they have been planning for resiliencies. But nobody could have ever thought that at one go, the entire world will come to a standstill. So, pandemic has taught us a lot of things. And, we at Cisco are also running a lot of innovation programs internally to, cope up with the technological advancements. So like the co-panel suggested, there are multiple programs that we are running within the organization. One, obviously, there is a launchpad program where we work with startups in the technology domain. So where we can actually, and we work very closely with them in making sure how we can create, make sure that the infrastructure or the backend technology core is more robust, more secure for them, so that they can scale it. And when they're launching it in the market, so it's a quarterly program. We incubate a lot of startups every quarter. Some of them are really doing well, and we're proud to say that, especially in the supply chain and logistics domain. So there are a couple of startups that we shortlisted and we were working with them. The other program that we are running, and at times, what happens is that everything is might look very good on paper, but when you have to see how, what will happen when you actually roll it on the ground. So we have a program called Cisco's Country Digital Acceleration Program, where and we work with academies, academias, government bodies, different various industries, where we try and understand the business challenges that they're facing on the ground. And
is this at a company level, or is this at an industry level?
Industry level, but then what we do here is then we will identify an organization where we will try and make some investments. It is all Cisco investment, and we will probably create a solution or a proof of concept and make sure that the problem that the client is talking about has been solved on the ground. There are a lot of, at times what happens is there are a lot of best practices that are being adopted at a global level, but when you look at a company level or a country level, the challenges are a little different. So what we, with this program, we ensure that we are, solving the problem of that particular trade organization, and as far as it is concerned with the country.
So today in the audience, as I was talking to people, there are a lot of people from the FMCG and the consumer goods industries. Are there any specific programs that they can tap into via Cisco, or because you already have a repository of a number of innovations that you're already incubating or in touch with, is there a way in which this audience can tap into some of the resources that you already have?
Yeah, definitely. So, when we talk about CT investments, we are making investments across the industry. I mean, I have personally done some POCs, sponsored some POCs for Inland Waterway Authority of India, for one of the largest public sector ports in the country, which is the Indial Port. We have worked with Bile Airport. I mean, I'm talking more from a logistics standpoint, and we've worked with a lot of FMCG organizations, some banking organizations, to help them solve their business problems through tech intervention. And that is where the investments have been made, and we run that program for a year. So it's not that we will show it to the client and get out of it. We'll say that we will run the show for you for 1 year, so that you understand the importance of technology, how it can help your organization, and then after 1 year you can decide to scale it up and expand it within the entire
And how
scope.
do you engage with the corporate innovation arms of large corporations or mid-sized companies?
So that is a continuous thing. But apart from when we talk about technology and innovation, one thing is very important. Everything is changing. I mean, we being a tech giant also at times feel that we are not able to address the entire problem end to end. So there are three things that we do. One, we have when we look at an industry per se, we look at solving the problem as a whole, so not as what Cisco can do. So one, we work with the ecosystem that can work along with us, imbibe the solution along the entire offering, and make sure that how we can go as a solution or a problem solver rather than a product or a service organization. So that's what we do. And, constantly, like, my co-panelist said, we are also looking at opportunities of investments. So because when we look at technology, or when we look at innovation, there is always a need to dip into more better minds. So one way is to, make strategic investments in terms of acquisitions so that we can fill the gap in the product line that we have. And also, apart from that, also get an additional talent pool.
Have you ever co-invested with CVCs of corporations or venture capital arms of companies?
We have, yes, we have that arm as well, where we are making strategic investments along with some VCs on certain specific projects which will be of interest to the VC as well. And obviously, our aim is to solve the larger problems for the organization and see how we can replicate the success across industries.
Got it. Abhay, you've seen this space now from 3 or 4 different organizations, AB InBev, Target, now with, TVS Logistics and stuff. How important is it for a company to earmark a budget for investments, or are startups willing to engage with you even if there are no investments coming in?
See, investments could be against equity, investments could be to do projects.
Whichever
right?
way.
Whichever,
Whichever
right? So investments are always earmarked, right, for strategic projects. And I think most organizations who are slightly higher up on the maturity curve know and understand there's a potential failure that can occur in some of these partnerships, right? That the success rate is going to be a smaller number, right? And keeping that in mind, they know that they've earmarked X amount of budget, which may not really result in outcomes immediately.
That's fair. I'm just trying to understand, is it if a corporate says that, look, I want to now really engage with the startup ecosystem or the innovation ecosystem, academia and otherwise, and I want to get that. Can the corporation start with a smaller budget and say, let's go and see what's there? Or do they really have to carve out a significant amount of money for investing in startups? Only then it becomes meaningful. Otherwise, it doesn't become meaningful. I'm just trying to understand how people can get in and
So I
participate
think
in this.
400K, 500K a year is the minimum budget that you would need to at least start doing some proof of concepts, right? And that's the most minimum number I'm seeing, and that has worked out for multiple organizations, right? And this does not, of course, include investments in startups from an equity standpoint, right, or the venture standpoint. I'm talking about just for projects. I've had budgets that I've seen in a scale of anything between $500,000 way back in Target in 2015, 2016 to $2 million+ in lows to a larger corpus, even in an global conglomerate like TVS, which is an Indian company by origin, right, and presence in 86 countries. But there, when you talk about acquisitions or investments in startups, outside of the projects, that's also a large corpus that they've kept aside for a lot of these strategic investments as well.
And outside of the investments that go into the startup, what kind of budget is important for a company to keep? How much does it cost to get into a corporate innovation mode?
See, again, it depends from a company to company and the sector and industry they are in.
मोटा-मोटी कितना पैसा लगता है? 20-25 lakh, 1 crore, 2 crore, कितना? I mean, what kind of budget do they need to keep aside?
R&D intensive company hai. If it's an R&D intensive company like TVS, right, you don't see fires in our bikes. And that's primarily because it's R&D intensive. And because of that, the expenditure is a lot higher, right, to ensure that those things don't happen. But agar aap digital innovation ki baat kare, like something that I handle, which is comparatively, easier to achieve, right, in some senses of it, as against physical R&D. I think 6-8 crore kar do agar aap saal ka, to I think that is a good.
That's a large budget. And Himanshu, what's your observation in terms of the companies that, sort of were doing corporate innovation programs? The kind of companies that Zinov and some of these guys, sort of do those programs for. Is it a 25-50 lakh kind of annual investment enough for saying that, look, let me do something meaningfully on the innovation side?
There are 2 ways to look about it. Organizations that run cohorts will definitely have a budget around it because they know that they have to engage with a certain number of startups at least once or a couple of times in a year, right? So they might earmark, let's say, a 25 lakhs per cohort. By cohort, I mean they want to engage with 10, 15 startups, at once.
This is not investments in startup. This is just for managing the
This is just for managing the program. Investments is absolutely separate. There are other kinds of organizations who will engage with startups on an ongoing basis and will not have any cohort at all, right? So they will say, and there's a very large a global logistics company which engages with 5 or 6 startups in India on an ongoing basis. They might pick up 5 in March and not pick up anything else for the rest of the year, right? They do not earmark a budget. Depending on what the engagement is going to be, depending on how they want to engage with that particular startup, on what level, how much the pilot is going to cost, they will keep pumping funds behind that, right? So they might not put anything on the table, right? They might not even invest in startups, right? In fact, when organizations and large corporates engage with startups, startups see early revenues coming in, and they, that makes them independent of any external funding that they might need in the early stages, right? So they might not really need any funds to be put on the table.
And this question is for both Himanshu and for Abhay, because you've seen it from different angles. Who should be driving the innovation program? Should it be an external agency that works well, or should it be somebody internal, and should companies create internal teams to drive an innovation program?
My sense is a lot of organizations today have internal teams as well, and they also lean on external platforms and external boutique firms who are doing this. What happens internally is internal innovation teams sometimes engage with the startups, not fully knowing what the business might really want. It is perceived that they will know what the business might really want, but startups do not end up engaging with the business heads or the core decision makers for that particular pilot. And a lot of front ending is done with, and please beg to differ with this, a lot of front ending is done by these innovation teams. You definitely, I think, need external help somewhere, which is more customized to that particular engagement, to that particular need of the corporate, where an external expert comes in and tells, right, who needs to be brought in from the business now to be able to develop this pilot, right? Sometimes it, sort of doesn't work out.
So an internal team can be a better interface with the business units, but an external partner will get in the best practices and the processes that will help leverage this engagement a lot better with the startup.
I'm assuming that external person is an industry expert and understands a lot about how.
Is it an industry expert or an innovation program management expert?
I would say an industry expert.
What's the role of innovation program management companies that come and advise corporations in doing these programs? Is there value, and should companies who are trying innovation for the first time, should they engage with these advisory companies before they start doing things on their own?
I think the role is twofold. One is to give them access to a very nicely curated pipeline of these startups, where these startups are going to come from. That's one. So these organizations, the large companies, get access to who the best startups in that particular space are, where the research is happening, who's building the best technology, right? Because they're sitting on a huge database. Second, they know the processes. So what kind of processes should a large corporate follow? When you're bringing in a startup, right? What different, I will say, levels that startup should go through in that 3-month, 4-month, 6-month kind of a period, right? So that engagement is fruitful both for the startup and for the, for the organization who's supporting that startup, right? And it's just not seen eventually as, like Abhay mentioned earlier, as a PR activity, right? That they wanted to engage with the startup for 6 months, and they did, and a lot of, PR and, social media buzz was created around it. So that's something.
So after I ask Abhay this question, I'm going to ask both of you to weigh in on if you have any examples of really successful corporate innovation programs and something that may have been, my God, I mean, this created so much of value for them. So just think about it, Abhay. In your view, who should be driving the program internally? Should it be somebody? Should each business unit define their use case, or should there be a corporate level mandate in terms of saying, here's what we are doing? What have you seen work better?
So 2 things, right? And I'll continue, I'll add on to what Himanshu just said from the previous point as well. In the previous three organizations, again, $100 billion top line, typically in each of these three organizations, Target, AB, and Web and Lowe's. I didn't partner with an external agency prima facie as the core operations of the program. I partnered with agencies for very specific tasks, right? Could it,
Like for example?
like for example, I want to organize a large scale event and I want to make sure that that percolation of the invite or the audience is wide and wider than my network or the organization's network, right? So I'm asking an agency to partner with us and make sure that they are the organizers of that event, right? I could reach out to them when I see that there's a strong subject matter expertise in terms of sourcing solutions to very specific challenges that I'm outsourcing, right? So there are few places where I've outsourced some part of the work, but I am a strong believer that innovation has, I mean, this approach has to be a hybrid approach with a lot of stake internally because we know how internally how to run the programs and we understand what the internal requirements are much more effectively than an external person
So
does.
in a way, you were a subject matter expert that was brought in by the corporate to run the internal innovation program. But in
Yeah.
the absence of an Abhay being inside the organization, would you suggest that they try something on their own or
No.
get
No,
an
I mean, it depends, right? Who's the team? Like, for example, in most organizations, you have someone called as a program manager for innovation, right? And I think at Lowe's, I completely disagreed with this approach and I came up with the product management approach. I said that, you know, innovators or innovation teams are not just the guys who are project managing a innovation charter and licensing, or creating the licensing between business heads and startups. That's not the job, right? We're not project managers. Our job is to bring innovation. And that means you have to figure out the exact needs of what the business and the consumer want, right? And for that, sometimes businesses also are not aware of that, right? Business heads also not aware of it. So you need product managers who are looking at the consumer lens, who are looking at the business lens, and who are looking at the product innovation angle, coming up with a scientific hypothesis, coming up with tangible outcomes that need to be done in a scientifically derived methodology. So that's where the innovator's role is.
So you're reinforcing your point that you made earlier. Think through what you want to do and then figure out how you want to do it, much like anything else. Define the objective and build a strategy around it and execute to that.
Can I give you an example of that?
Of course.
At Lowe's, we launched a line of products around nanotechnology and graphene in home improvement, right? And no one would have in home improvement thought about graphene as a line of products, right, for elderly. And when we spoke to the business gave us a bunch of problem statements. They felt that, you know, these could be the interesting products from a business impact standpoint. Completely realizing that they're not focused on what the consumers wanted, right? So we partnered with the American Association for Retired People, interviewed 60 plus elderly citizens there and realized that the stack ranking done by the business was completely off the charts, right? We had to relook at the whole thing. And then when we solved for that problems or those set of problems, the market response was way better. So my point is that businesses also sometimes do not really know what their problems really are. So you need a combination of someone who can really look at the external lens and internal lens and marry them both.
Arun, when it comes to supply chain, a lot at very valid points. When it comes to supply chain, a lot of companies now recognize the problems that they're dealing with because of the changed environment, like omni-channel, the whole need to build resilience, the quick commerce and stuff. The traditional supply chains are just not relevant in today's context, and they have to completely redesign that. So in some ways, most of the organizations that are faced with the issue of redesigning the supply chain have their problem statements really well known. What are the kind of things that you guys do to help people address their supply chains better?
And rather than supply chain, I would rather suggest, a bigger problem that we're trying to solve as an organization. So, and the program that we're running in the country, for India to become a 5 trillion economy, logistics and supply chain is one of the most important sectors.
Correct.
So any breakage in the, in the supply chain will have a ripple effect around the end-to-end traceability. And that's where what we, Cisco is talking about creating a mind share or, or probably, as a thought leader or as a technology thought leader, what we're trying to say is first thing first, at a country level, what is required is we need a data exchange for the supply chain logistics sector, which means irrespective of the mode of transport that that any organization is using, they should be able to trade goods are. So that whether it is aviation, whether it is maritime, whether it is they're using the inland waterway. That's one part of it, and it's a big project. Two, the other important thing and one of the best practices, and especially where we are lacking as a country, is on the turnaround of operations at the let's say ports or the airports per se. So what we are helping organizations using of technology, whether it is camera vision, whether it is IoT sensors, in making sure that the turnaround operations are much faster, and it is giving better insights to the people inside the organization as to how their operations are happening, so that with better visibility they can do better decision making.
So digitizing the processes and giving visibility so that there are operational efficiencies that come in, which use the existing resources better. But that's really valid in any case, especially for logistics, where we know that our spends on logistics, etc., are said to be a lot higher than global trends and stuff like that. However, while that is business as usual and doing operational efficiencies, there are still areas around which complete redesigning of the of networks is required. For example, an FMCG company or a consumer goods company which used a traditional distribution model in the old world before the omni-channel way, they had a distribution way, distributor tha, sub distributor tha, retailer ke paas pahunch jata tha, warehouses, godowns, etc. Everything was okay. In a place like Delhi, for example, Manesar mein godown hota chal jata tha. Now in today's environment, with all the newer things like micro warehouses, local, hyper-local, deliveries and stuff like that, those old models don't work, and therefore they have to really look at how to synchronize with every other stakeholder available, and that synchronization will require a lot of connectivity and all those things. Are you guys doing anything around that?
Yeah, so one of the large automotive companies in India, we are working with them very closely in terms of realigning the entire distribution network or the dealership network, and how they engage with the end client. So earlier it was like, people will walk into the showrooms or, to check the car and all. Now everything is possible virtually. So that is what we are, enabling them or working with them very closely to create a digital twin of the dealership network.
And in this case, for example, did the car company come to you, or do you go to specific industries with saying that, hey, this is what your company needs? I'm just trying to understand how does this audience engage with
We
you?
have a very large team that interacts with the industry very closely. So, and then we have a partner ecosystem as well. So we come to know of the challenges, and at times we go or they come to us, because it's a long-term engagement that we have.
Himanshu, any examples that come to mind where you've seen, my God, this really works so well for this company and they created so much value?
Not specific startup examples, but a couple of
Not startup, but corporate innovation example where they really benefited from engaging with the external innovation world.
Couple of corporate innovation programs that come to mind, which I personally like, and I think they're doing a great job, is one, the Microsoft for startups, right? Their speed to onboard startups and the speed to then take those startups to market to their global client base, introducing these startups and their technologies, is fantabulous. The other is, I'd say a Qualcomm Design India Challenge, right? Qualcomm does a great job in, they also, the speed with which they onboard. They do cohorts, multiple cohorts, but how they onboard and how then they follow up their top ones with investments from the Qualcomm's venture arm is really commendable, right? So that's the end-to-end support that the startups get. What I've also seen personally in these two programs is they don't dominate the startups too much, in the sense that you don't get a feeling that the startup eventually is just building for a Microsoft or a Qualcomm, right? They are building their own product. So their scalability is not hindered by anything, by what Microsoft or Qualcomm or what any other organization might want them to do. So they have freedom to operate, right? That freedom, I think, if an organization who's working with a startup can still offer the startup, because that might that still is an independent entity and might eventually become big on its own, right? So that's something that is really special.
Got it. Got it. Thanks. Abhay, tech companies by and large were the early adopters of innovation programs and stuff, and that's understandable. A lot of these companies do great jobs. He gave two great examples, Qualcomm, Microsoft. On the consumer goods, FMCG side, P&G, Levers, and all of these companies have now started doing their innovation programs. Marico has been doing it for a while. What comes to mind when you think of saying, oh my God, this really was a very successful program, a very well done program outside of the tech world?
I think if I can talk about banking, that was another area where multiple programs really solved for some big problems, right? Could be SocGen, could be Barclays. Barclays, in fact, was one of the first ones in the country to come up with a program called RISE, right? Which was pretty successful in terms of a lot of deployments that they had. So was the case of Societe Generale as well, for a long time that they've been able to solve for it, right? I'm not too sure about too many FMCG, but if you remember, even Anheuser-Busch InBev at one point of time, I think a couple of years back, were one of the first companies to even test out NFTs for one of their products called Stella Artois, which is a beer, right? And how they were able to do a bunch of financial transactions around that in a very systematic way. So
you guys at AB InBev also ran the program for reverse logistics, right?
Yes.
How successful was that, and what did you, how, I think we've got just about 5 minutes. So if you can, time is up.
Yeah.
Okay, we stop. No problem. But if you can take 1 minute to really, because we've got a 10-minute, folks, is it okay if we use that 10-minute break and we can continue in about 5 minutes with the startups that are presenting? Makes sense. Thanks. So if you can just, because this might be relevant for the audience, talk about the problem statement and talk about the outcome that came out of this reverse logistics innovation program that you guys ran at AB InBev.
This was post my stint that this particular program came out, but the inception of that started with a bunch of problems around the overall value chain, right? Right from, one of the funniest problems that I've come in my life was that, AB InBev refrigerators were disappearing off the face of the planet without us knowing about it. And these were placed in the various points of sale stores. And every year we were incurring about $700 million of spend on replenishing refrigerators. And it was funny that, how can a refrigerator just go out of a point of sales environment, right? So when we started solving for that, we started looking at the whole value chain problem. And then we realized it was a $1.8 billion problem that we were trying to solve for. And we got very good early signs of value in terms of, us coming up to a plan with a detailed plan with some good POCs across different parts of the country, as well as China and Africa. The results were very promising, which would have meant that, over a 3-year plan, we could have either created a lot of revenue opportunity or saved a lot of costs amounting to about $1.8 billion per year.
And were you able to solve that?
Yes, we were able to, we put that, the results were good, but not fully solved for, I would say. It would have been a phased-wise approach.
Great. Folks, thanks. As most of you know, that the reason why you're all here is because supply chain is a source of competitive advantage for most corporations. But supply chain is the one area that really is going through a lot of change because with the change environment, omni-channel, e-commerce and quick commerce and hyper-local, etc. And the only way that redesigning of the supply chains can become a lot more efficient for corporations is if they are able to engage with the larger innovation ecosystem and startups who are actually driving a lot of digitization and technology and bringing in a whole bunch of technology. This is also a good segue to the next segment where 6 of our curated companies are going to be presenting what they are doing in either disrupting or optimizing supply chains across every function. And supply chain, by the way, as you guys already know, is a lifeline of every business, and it cuts across every function, whether it's planning, procurement, manufacturing, distribution. And the kind of companies that we have today are actually taking different aspects of that. So we've got something like a Stylumia that is doing a deep tech, using deep tech and AI for demand estimation, to people who are optimizing cold logistics, to people who are optimizing warehouse operations using robotics, to people who are helping large FMCG brands distribute and extend their distribution much more efficiently into tier 2 and tier 3 cities. So with that, I'm going to thank the panel. And with we had a 10-minute break, but instead of taking a break, I'm requesting if we can just follow with the flow, and maybe we can just start requesting the startups to come up and spend about 5 minutes. Uday, is that okay? Or do you need to take a break? Oh, you need to take a break? Okay. Okay. Fair enough. Okay. Okay, folks. Thank you very much. But Uday, do we need to take a break? Thank you so much, gentlemen, to kind of put picture first. Also request marketing, to all panelists. Moving on, next, we have a panel discussion. We also have a context setting. We also have a startup parenting their way. First, set the context on disrupting the startup way. Tomorrow's fast breakers are reimagining supply chain. So very here, first, we have the context setting once again by Project Boss partner, Supply Chain Labs, and then we can each into the presentation next. Yes. Hello. अच्छा अब जब मेरी बारी गई, then you got me a mic. Sir. Thank you. So rather than the context setting, because we've already had conversations about the change context of supply chain and what kind of disruptions are happening or need to be seen, let's dive in. Let's hear it from the startups directly. And as I mentioned to you very briefly, it's got a very wide spectrum of innovations that we are seeing. And after these 6 startups, we will have a discussion which 2 of the investors will give an investor's perspective on the kind of innovations that are happening and the disruptions that they're seeing. And more importantly, what are the ways in which some of you individually or as companies can engage with the startup ecosystem in either creating value for your organizations or participating in the overall startup ecosystem in different capacities as investors or mentors and stuff. So with that, I'm going to, Aditya, is your deck up? I'm going to request each of the startups to come and make a 5-minute presentation. We will have about a minute or 2 if any of you have any questions. And if you don't have any questions, Girish and Ishan, may I request you to please come up ahead. I'm going to ask you to make a couple of comments on each of the startups if as they finish the presentations. Ishan? Okay. Folks, why don't all of you come in here? Aditya, Amit, are you here? I haven't met you here. Oh, Amit, Ganesh, Mohammed, Imtiaz, Nitin, Swaroop. Yeah, no problem. Wherever. Just is this just why did you sit down on here? That's fine. Just sit down and come. Aditya, if you can start with your presentation, please.
Hello, everybody. I'm Aditya, co-founder of Movito Automation. We automate dark stores, and I'm going to take you through a small presentation of the work we're doing. And yeah, just a second. So just to give you a little backstory, Amazon started Prime as a service in the year 2005. They promised 2-day or 1-day delivery across the United States. And this was a watershed moment in e-commerce itself. Nobody till then had promised delivery timelines. But cut to today, 2 days seems low. We want same-day deliveries, 4-hour deliveries, all the way down to 10-minute deliveries. And to enable these deliveries, warehouses are moving closer to where customers live. Your next grocery order might ship from a warehouse that's just 2,000 square feet and may just be 3 kilometers from where you live. Welcome to the world of quick commerce. Grocery has taken the pole position in quick commerce, but it's not just grocery that's doing it. Today, we have pharma companies delivering in 2 hours. We have even toys and apparels getting into the game. If you were looking behind the scenes of what's happening in a typical grocery dark store, here's what you would see. So this grocery warehouse is in the heart of Delhi. It's spread across 3,700 square feet and has more than 30 people employed working 20 hours a day to ship 1,500 grocery orders. As you can see, this building is not designed to be a warehouse. It's a normal building that's being used like a warehouse from where the operations are happening. And Instamart would have something like 60 of these just in Bangalore. Blinkit has over 80 in Delhi. We believe this is an extremely hard business to run, and there are a lot of cost efficiencies in this. As you could already see, it's extremely resource intensive, and these warehouses pay a lot more per square foot of real estate than a warehouse outside the city. On top of that, they have to hire a lot more people to fulfill these orders because they do not have the luxury like a large warehouse to batch their orders and go for one picking run or to do wave picking or so on. Right? All of this really add up to the costs of these operations. On top of that, you have hiring and retention challenges as well. In a city, you would have opportunities in Swiggy or Uber or Ola, and hiring warehouse workers, having them slog 12 hours a day is not going to be simple. We believe automation is the way forward, but we look at current breed of automation solutions. You cannot deploy in this warehouse a large-scale ASR system, nor can you deploy goods-to-person robots or install large conveyor belts. We need completely new design of an automation solution to work in a dark store. We started working on a solution for exactly these kind of warehouses. This is a picture from the last year. We started this project a year back, and today we have a full-scale solution for complete automation of a dark store. Here's a robot in action. It's designed to fit in the space of a dark store. It is already working faster than a human. It can easily fulfill 60 orders an hour, and it can pick up to 2 meters in height, a space that's never getting used in today's environment. And on top of it, it can even be deployed in under 2 weeks in any dark store. This is a solution we have built over the last 1 year. It's in advanced beta stage today, and we're talking to all the biggest dark store grocery chains in India today. The Blinkits and Zeptos of the world are extremely interested in piloting a solution like ours. What does it mean to a business? The first thing, obviously, is zero error fulfillment. It comes naturally to a robot to pick the right thing. It's all programmed. There's no error or a probability there. It just picks the right item every time. We are also working on reducing the footprint because we don't need an aisle width that a human needs. We can actually do with much less. And we believe that's going to bring in at least 30% savings in real estate itself to these players. But most important is scalability. Like I said earlier, 80 dark stores in one city, and if you have to scale across the country, it's a huge hiring challenge. What about using robots where we really don't have to hire that much people? That's exactly one of the biggest incentives these people are looking at to use automation. We see a savings of at least 40% by using automation like this. This is my contact number and my mail ID. If any of you are in the business of running dark stores, please do connect, and we can take it further. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Aditya. Just hold on for a minute. Girish and Ishan, any comments on the kind of business that Aditya is getting into? Robotics is a very competitive field. There are lots of companies coming in. Both of you, any advice for Aditya?
So, is there any core IP that you built here, Aditya, and have you kind of filed for patents, etc., so to create a moat on the technology side?
We have not filed for patents yet, but a core IP for us lies in the vision engine that we're building. In fact, if you see the robotic arm, it's mounted with a camera on top of it, and that's what's enabling the robotic arm to pick these items. So that's a core IP. The robotic arm itself is off the shelf.
This is the standard 5 degrees of freedom.
Yes, this is a standard 5 degrees of freedom robotic arm from Universal Robotics.
Thanks for this. Is this solution largely being pitched as a replacement for, what the existing model is, or are you effectively saying that when they're setting up new dark stores, this is effectively a model that they should, effectively start from day zero?
It can be retrofitted into existing dark stores, but we are trying to push towards having completely unmanned dark stores. Imagine them as vending machines. That's exactly what we're going towards. So why should there be people in a dark store? Because you know exactly what you have to pick every time. And there's a limited set of SKUs. They're not selling everything. The basket size is much smaller. Like you're looking at 3,000 SKUs instead of the 25,000 or 30,000 SKUs that you would look at in DMart, right? So we believe that it can be fully automated and completely unmanned in a dark store.
And the smaller stores is your target segment by design?
Yes. So we are designing it specifically for small micro warehouses. Grocery is just one of the sectors, but we can do it for pharma, we can do it for beauty. And these are the other sectors that are also looking at micro warehouses to come faster so that they can deliver faster to customers.
And are corporates also using some of your products, or that's not a target segment?
Usually whatever requires this kind of solution is order fulfillment. Typically, we can even talk to the HLLs of the world if they want to do direct to customer business, but we are not into carton movement.
Got it. Okay. Okay, folks.
Thank
Big
you.
Round of applause for Aditya. We have, I believe, a technical problem because of which we needed to take a 5-10 minute break. So what we'll do is I'm going to request Amit to come in and present, because I don't think he has a presentation. He's just going to tell a story. So we'll go with Amit and Ishan and Girish. In case the technical problem is not solved, we will advance our investor conversation, and then we will move on to the startups. Amit, all yours.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Amit Akihal. So I'm here to talk about my company, Tusker, which is a on-demand freight sharing network, right? So we're an on-demand freight sharing network for Bharat, right? And how is that? How do we distinguish between Bharat and India? Is we are purpose-built tech and fulfillment for downstream of tier 2 India, right? The way we look at India is we look at it as about 65 or 70 distinct regional markets. And this is not a long haul freight network. This is a federated network of 65 to 70 different networks, right? So what we do at Tusker is, and this applies to all businesses, is that you can come to any of these specific regions and get anything fulfilled on demand within 18 hours of fulfillment from your warehouse to every single retail point you have within the network. So whether you are in Ludhiana, Vijayawada, Coimbatore, whatever your hub is in that region, even if you have multiple hubs in that region, fulfillment to you is no longer orchestrated. You're not dealing with fragmentation. You have visibility all the way down to the point of sale. Whether that is captive to you or not, it doesn't depend on the relationship you have. Maybe the brand only has a relationship to the point of the carrying and forwarding agent or the super stockist, but you can have visibility all the way down to the point of retail, right? So going into what exactly the customer experience is we have a suite of apps. We have our own purpose-built technology that allows any shipper, right, to use, to book a dispatch as easily as booking a taxi or say booking a small consignment. These are B2B consignments. The typical consignments in the general trade is 100 kgs, right? So you will book it within 5 minutes. More than 99% of all orders are confirmed. And each one of these regions is a 200-kilometer bubble, right? Again, like I mentioned, we're not a long-haul freight network. We're an extender for long-haul freight networks. We're a first mile and a last mile extender for them. We think that is the actual need in logistics. When people say logistics in India, it's inefficient, it's 15% of the cost of, it's a 15% of the GDP. It shouldn't be that significant of a cost component of trade. How do you bring it down to 9 or 10%? It's because all of the elevated costs are in the first mile and the last mile, which we don't see other businesses really disrupting. Now, how are we, what's a value proposition to the actual customer, right? Because it's not just about the brand perspective, it's about the actual people on the ground. So if you are a carrying and forwarding agent, if you are a single brand distributor, or if you are a multi-brand wholesaler, all of a sudden you have complete access to the entire market. So whatever advantages, I won't name names, but the best-in-class logistics company has, we know, many people will know what they think the top 5 in India are. From day one, a champion brand or a micro brand will have the same level of efficiency for true less than truckload shipping from day one. So whatever planning, whatever go-to market plan they had, which typically takes 6 months or a year to do the hiring, to scout out the warehouses, to get all the personnel in place and have an actual operating plan in place. Logistics being the biggest pain point will reduce that. We're going to see companies that are able to launch in market within a month, where they probably couldn't even conceive of doing it within 6 months earlier, right? Now, secondly, so they have access to every point. They're automating everything. So all of it's digitization.
I mean, just for me to understand.
Yeah.
What you do is you pick up packets from distributors in semi-rural areas, and then you take them and they redistribute it to their retail outlets who are in a 200-kilometer radius or about 150-kilometer radius. In effect, what you're doing is you're helping FMCG companies extend their reach into deeper areas. And the way a larger corporation can engage with you is take your solutions and make it available to their distributors, so that they are able to then service these retailers a lot more efficiently.
Yes.
And if I understand from our previous communication, the biggest value that you might be, so 100, 200 square feet shop that can't stock enough material, and the company representative would have otherwise visited them maybe once in 2 weeks or so, is now able to go there almost every second or the third day. And therefore, you're making it a lot more efficient for companies to service rural markets.
Exactly. Their replenishment rates become much more frequent. They can optimize their inventory position at the penultimate or the last mile. And, there's a lot less inventory risk. Therefore, they're able to, they really take advantage of something like this. I'd say beyond that, I know we're kind of running out of time, but this is not just an FMCG solution. We focus on about 7 sectors: FMCG, pharma, automotive and machinery parts, construction, paint, textiles. So across 7 sectors, right, we've created a solution that's fairly abstract that can focus on these sectors, including agricultural inputs is also a really huge one for us. And further to that, like, how are we doing this really differently than other folks? How are we fundamentally approaching this different than other folks is beyond, without going into too much of a digression on the technology, but we envision all of the regions as hub and spoke networks. We don't look at them as point-to-point networks. There's no way of doing regions as point-to-point networks and maintaining costs, and we consolidate across sectors. And we've been in market for 3 years plus, so we know exactly how to align all incentives when 4 to 5 stakeholders touch a package. These are, again, cartonized B2B movements. So we've aligned all the incentives in that way so we can offer this to the customer.
Let's take a couple of questions from Girish and Ishan.
Yes.
Are you a fulfillment company? And therefore you have a slew of vehicles that you either own or hire to do this fulfillment on behalf of a large brand? Or are you just an orchestration platform?
Yeah, so we are the fulfillment company with our own orchestration platform that is completely proprietary and is not public facing. Like it's not a it's not a three-sided marketplace. It's a two-sided marketplace, but we optimize everything internally because we have view on all of the participants in the platform.
And therefore you partner with the vehicle owners and the truckers,
Exactly.
et cetera, to be able to manage this less than truckload
In a
loads.
very elastic way,
Yeah.
like asset light. We don't have retainerships with all these people, but they want to participate on the platform and they use us opportunistically. Some of them use us 100% of the time. Some of us use us 20% of their capacity.
But as I understand the way this logistics piece works, some of this stuff is fairly unionized and therefore, you know, people will not let vehicles from another city come into city B because it's not part of the so-called union, et cetera. So how do you kind of manage some of those complexities?
You know, we've worked with probably more than 4,000 drivers till date across, and we've encountered this exact problem. Most of this, we're able to offset that risk because we have drivers everywhere, right? So when we're within a region, I'll give you a little anecdote. You have a situation where a laborer on a truck from one town the union tells them, you're not allowed to unload in that market over there. See, these things come up. We've overcome these issues. They're usually, and our tech often is flexible enough and abstract enough that we've built customizations to handle these types of exceptions.
Great.
And therefore the large brand that you work with or a small brand that you work with,
Yes.
they basically give you, they are your primary customers.
Yeah, we've worked with more than 40,000 customers till date. But yes, we work with the champion brands we've all heard of. We work with commerce platforms down to the long tail, the really tiny micro brands. We work with all of them. Yeah.
Someone, let's take the example of any particular client of yours, right? I mean, you're opening up effectively new markets for them, or are you servicing their existing markets?
Right.
And the reason why I'm asking that is that who does the market intelligence in terms of, what region to focus, what should be the go-to-market, how do they kind of penetrate deeper across some of these regions?
So I think part of our thesis is that when we discover a natural market, right? And so we know that when there are a cluster of 7 districts that form this 150, 200 kilometer radius, and we build new locations because we have channel partners in each one of those like staging areas in the last mile, right? So when a customer comes to us, sometimes they grow their range by 20 or 30%, right? So we allow them to focus on a new side of the market that they were not focusing on. Sometimes it's been the case where a customer pushes us to broaden our range because they're like, listen, and a lot of that happens organically through a feedback loop. And we're a very, very data-driven company. So we're able to forecast exactly where.
Can you give an example of a couple of brands that work with you?
We'll work with everybody from, we've worked with Asian Paints. We work with a platform like Udaan or GeoMart. And we work with, we'll work with a micro brand like someone who's distributing solar cookers, right? So we do that entire spectrum.
And the expectations from a brand, I mean, you're effectively eliminating the CNF agents in some way or form, right? So what are the expectations from the brand?
So the customer persona could either be the CNF agent, the distributor, or the multi-brand wholesaler that sit one echelon below them, and the retailer. And it could be going like the CNF agent would probably be their expectations there. They will have SLA expectations, of course, but our standard vanilla SLA is probably stricter than theirs, right? So they will, like we guarantee next day delivery as our base SLA, whereas they would probably be fine with oftentimes a 72-hour delivery, right? With distributors often have a next day SLA, and that's really what we deal with. But the carrying and forwarding agents might be a larger share of our revenue, but in terms of number, the distributors are like the greater share of the actual count of customers.
we'll take the, I think you might want to connect with Ishan and Girish after the, after this for a detailed conversation, but thank you, Amit.
Yeah. Appreciate everybody.
There are a bunch of people here who might be potential customers for you. You might want to mingle with some of the people in the audience. Absolutely. Okay, next in line is Ganesh Subramaniam, is the founder of Stylumia. It's a company that's very interesting in the sense it's a deep tech company. They use AI to help fashion and lifestyle brands estimate demand a lot better than their own internal teams will be able to. Let's hear it from Ganesh how he does that.
Thanks, Project. So I think they're finding the clicker. Maybe you can move the slides for me.
The clicker is here. I was told that the technical problem is oh, the clicker.
Are we able to get the slides up?
I was told that the technical problem is solved. If it is not, we can start with it. What's all? Okay, done.
Maybe while it comes up, maybe quick introduction. Ganesh Subramanian, and been in the retail space for over 20 years. Worked with vertical brands and omni-channel retail across international brands like VF Corporation, Tommy Hilfiger, Walmart, and Myntra. I was the COO before exited to start this startup. So that triggered the thought in me saying that, as a technology company, we were driving fashion business. One of the big problems in this business is 1 out of 2 products don't sell well. Huge amount of wastage, and this is just not a problem for one brand or retailer globally. So what we did in Myntra was we created an experimental brand, and which was against the normal way of running, which is push-driven fashion, where brands decide what consumer need to buy. We used big data to come out with a proposition. And that led to, in fact, it became a global case study. In fact, the performance metrics on velocity of demand, inventory, and profitability jumped by 100%. And, we thought, why not we create a platform which will help any brand or retailer anywhere in the world? So that was the seed of starting Stylumia, being a 6+ year of journey. What we provide is simple terms, help a brand or retailer or manufacturer. One, understand consumer trends, right, on a dynamic basis using big data at internet scale, which is what to make, and help them on demand forecast, how much to make. 2 simple problems, but using data. For eliminating waste from retail. Now, why is this happening? The huge problem is happening because lots of assumptions people are making for the consumer, and consumer is rejecting a lot of it. We said, how do you bridge the gap? And 1 out of 2 products don't sell well. Therefore, the coin toss probability of success is the current status quo. And size of the problem, just look at it, this is only fashion and lifestyle. We started with fashion and lifestyle. Today, we are category agnostic. Over 150 billion products made every year. 1/3 of them go to landfill. This is global number. And a fair amount of it sold on discount. Now, looks like a problem in spite of all the solutions, right? So we need to find out a way which is fundamentally different. Our thesis is moving from supply-driven supply chain to a demand-driven supply chain. Now, easier said than done. How do you know demand? Because every brand or retailer knows only their demand. And that's not the full consumer demand. So imagine there is somebody who's sitting like a satellite on top of the world and then looks at consumer product interactions, comes out with dynamic demand trends globally across at a geo-local level, across product categories. And that's the engine that we are building, where you can call it consumer research on steroid, using big data. So we solve 2 problems, spot the trend and help them decide how much to make. For 2 solutions, one solution, which is consumer intelligence tool, it helps them spot exponential trends before they become exponential, right? Spot ahead of time so that you have high winning probability. Second one is, there is no bad product if you made the right quantity. So how do you ensure that you are able to forecast item level, store level, geo level demand at an accuracy much better than they? So we have demonstrated accuracy lift in both the cases, forecast accuracy from 50 to 75%, demand forecast accuracy lift anywhere between 10 to 20%. What that means in this business is almost you double the profitability. Now, what is our IP? So our IP is decode consumer demand at a global level without knowing demand. Imagine it's a Google page ranking algorithm equivalent for retail at product ranking algorithm. So we have built a very unique global product ranking algorithm at internet scale. If we monitor today as we speak 7 billion data impressions across the world. And each one of these products, along with their demand signals, are crunched with over 100,000 signals per product. And what it comes out with is what is good, bad, ugly. Suppose you have a question. What are the kurtas which are doing really very well? I want 100 winning kurta ideas in India. Between price point, let's say 750 to 1,000 rupees, 2 clicks. You have winning ideas in no time. You can put 2 bits to it. In fact, I just come back from meeting a customer. There's a brand called Fabelli. Some of you would know. It's one of the emerging brands. They started with Stylomia just a few months back. They used to make 10 products and they used to have 2 top sellers. Now they made some amount of products and we looked at an A/B test between products made using Stylomia, products made using the normal route. Now they are getting 5 out of 6 in the top sellers in competitive marketplace. Now, basically what we are powering all the brands is a best-selling generator, an engine which can generate fast sellers. Can you play the video, please? Oh, well, I think the screen is resolution. But basically, you know, as a user, you can be a product merchandiser or designer in any of these brands. You can go and select any geography, any category of choice. In few clicks, you get to know what are all the trending products, trending colors, trending categories, trending brands, trending prices. So you can decide attributes you want a recipe for success at various levels of the hierarchy, from the topmost to the bottommost level of hierarchy. So it helps you spot white spaces in no time. We can move forward. Go to the next slide, please. You can skip the video. For spot winning trends, get geo-local insights. In fact, we have a customer called Lowe's, a Fortune 50 retailer, home improvement retailer in the US. We help them spot trends. We used to spot at country level, let's say US trends. Now we are able to spot trends at the level of a geo-local. For example, what are the trends in New York, Alabama versus Denver? Within 3-kilometer radius of my store. So you are able to not only take country level decision, you are able to take hyper-local assortment decisions. Some of our customers and case studies cutting across vertical brands, platforms, every platform you can talk about it, whether it's Amazon, Flipkart, Myntra, Jio, and vertical brands like Veramoda, etc. Each one of them find opportunity for improving their overall assortment portfolios. This is one of the fastest growing jewelry brand, part of Tata Group. We have helped them improve their demand forecast accuracy using their omni-channel data and reduce the error rate from, when we entered, the error rate was 13%, 87% demand forecast accuracy. Right now, they are under 5%. So we are able to provide 95% plus accuracy of a ring being sold in 100 feet road in Ranagar. Portfolio includes all vertical brands, lots of horizontal. You not even touch the tip of what is a possibility. And we moved into non-fashion areas like LVMH. We are working with their spirits division in Far East. Rebus, a metal supply chain platform in US. Lowe's home improvement we talked about. And compelling partnership across global technology companies and McKinsey, for example, you know, their retail presentations carry our logo. So it all helps in our advocacy. In fact, we are in a journey of making a compelling economic transformation and also sustainability transformation, right? For example, fashion and lifestyle alone is number 3 in carbon footprint after food and oil. So United Nations recognized us as one of the 6 circular change makers. Gartner referred to us more than twice through this year in terms of a consumer-driven merchandising transformation and other awards. And I would like you to reach out to us if you are a manufacturer, if you're a brand, if you're a retailer, any category, because we thought initially we only enable fashion, but we enable any category. We are talking to Unilever, Swiggy, Big Basket. So the world is open and more than happy to look at your use case. Thank you very much.
Great stuff. Ishan, Girish.
On the last piece that you mentioned, are you collecting data on how you're effectively building the efficiency on the supply chain end in terms of wastage and collecting that data for brands as well?
Yeah, sorry, there is a question, how do we collect whether we are reducing wastage or not?
Correct.
Okay. So what we
Is
do
it how, or are you collecting ESG data?
Both.
Yeah. So one is, there are 2 solutions we have. One is outside in. When we provide outside in intelligence, where we are just only providing intelligence, right? The application is by the brand. So what we do is we track, we ask them to do A/B tests, like what I spoke about. So we build case studies. We don't do a positive data collection where our system is not integrated, we are tracking every stage, but we monitor the products which are adopted through our system, and then measure the outcome, and the data is shared by the brand. Not 100%. Many of the brands do share their data. Some of the brands, because of confidentiality, we may not know. But we then extrapolate and say how much we have saved. So far, our estimate is 120 million products is what we have saved so far in our journey. On the other one, demand forecasting, we always establish a baseline. For example, we entered the jewelry retailer. We go and check what did you supply and what was the true demand. And the gap is, let's say, 40%, 60% of your forecast accuracy. Then we jump in and we start giving forecast, and they start placing bet on our forecast. We see the real demand. And what is the gap? For example, that 87% dropped to now the accuracy moved to 95, 96%. So that's the delta and the amount of wastage that we.
So how do you make money, and what is the kind of
B2B SaaS model? Sorry, I forgot to mention that. We are a B2B SaaS model based on user license and the width and breadth of data. Right. What we are introducing now is also the depth of adoption. Right. Which is, for example, we enter a large conglomerate with one brand and then create success and slowly expand across brands. Therefore, the users expand. And then in adoption, we are now creating premium features where this is the base model. If you want to have pricing intelligence, for example, you need to pay more. So they upgrade from depth, both width and depth.
And Ganesh, you're now looking at US and Europe as markets, and you've got earlier customers.
No, absolutely. I think US and UK and English-speaking Europe are focus markets for us because most of the big brands and retailers are sitting there if you want to make a huge difference. For Lowe's is one such use case. New Balance is another use case. We are talking to Target, Walmart. So we've also got local staff, both one in New York and London, to scale that market.
Good stuff, Ganesh. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
May I request Imtiaz to come and present now? I'm not going to say anything about you. You tell your story the best. I'm going to keep shut.
I was just trying to check my. This is on. Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Sorry, it's good evening. My name is Imtiaz and I represent RAHO. RAHO stands for.
Is your mic working? Is the mic working?
They promised me this will work. Yeah. Does this work now? Does it work now? Okay, so sorry, right? RAHO comes from the word Rah in Hindi, which is the path or a journey. We are in the space of intercity trucking. That means middle mile trucking, as they call it, which means if you want a truck from, let's say, Delhi to Chennai, that's really where we come in to see if we can provide the truck. We are a marketplace for trucks. The space today is very, very large and fragmented. We are talking about hundreds and billions of dollars that get spent in the middle mile. Girish, good to see you. We've spoken before. I just realized this is the offline industry. And when I say raring to go digital, because most parts of our life that we interact today, it's already gone digital, right? Whether it's ordering food, whether it's e-commerce, whether it's education, whether it's, let's say, medicines, 1mg, which is one of my favorite new apps that go, right? But the industry that we are talking about is less than 1% has gone digital. And we're going to talk about the problem and to some extent how RAHO helps. This industry, let's talk about a couple of players in this industry, right? At one end, there is a shipper, somebody who wants a truck. And the other end, there is a trucker, the person who owns a truck. Let's call him as a trucker. He is the asset owner. He is the one who owns an asset. This is a fragmented space. A trucker normally in India owns, most of them own less than 10 trucks. Then in the value chain, the operator of the asset, यानी operator जो गाड़ी चलाने वाला है, वो truck driver है. And he's also a very important player. And in between, there are brokers, there are transporters or goods transport agencies. The industry runs on trust. There is no contract between a trucker and a driver. There is no contract between a trucker and a broker. There is no contract between a broker and a goods transport agency. Some of them are nodding their head. There isn't really any contract on paper. There is a contract between a large logistics company and maybe the enterprise brand called Coca-Cola. The industry that runs on trust, I'm telling you, we've been in the space for the last 5.5 years. The trust gets broken every day. बराबर है ना सर, आप हंस रहे हो? Every day, कोई ना कोई किसी ना किसी को झूठ बोलता है, किसी ना किसी का काटता है. That's the space that we are in. What's the problem? The number one problem for a truck owner who's asset owner, in our view, is about getting a return load or delayed load. He goes from Delhi to Chennai. He gets stuck. Then he has to wait for 1 or 2 days to get the return load. He is dependent on multiple brokers in the market, right? And even if he gets a load, he does not get payment on time. In this industry, payment means advance payment and then balance payment. Even if he gets advance payment, let's say after 1 day, and the driver is waiting for the money so that he can fill the fuel, the balance payment comes with random deduction. So lack of transparency. For a shipper, somebody who wants a truck is about, the problem is he does not get a reliable truck. When you say reliable, यानी time पे आएगी, जाएगी, time पे पहुंचेगी, या माल गायब हो जाएगा कभी-कभी. I think that's the problem we are talking about. We are talking about $100 billion industry, guys. This is how it runs today. My father used to be a food grain merchant, and I spent my teenage sitting in godowns and lorries, waiting for lorries to come in the middle of the night. I'll tell you, the industry hasn't changed much, but it's wanting to change, and it's changing slowly, slowly, thanks to the tailwind that exists today. We would not be in this business if we did not have, let's say, GSTs to start with, because that has formalized the economy. Then there is this whole post-COVID, the digitization, the demonetization, the banking, the smartphone that happened, and FASTag, and hopefully the NLP, right? So that's, there's a lot.
2 minutes more, please.
Yeah. So the problem is inefficient matchmaking, because a broker is matchmaking through offline method and low utilization in the process. Our purpose is to transform life for a trucker and driver using technology and data science, thereby having efficient freight matching. What we do, we aggregate demand and supply, we make it transparent, and we allow instant payments to happen. Hopefully, be the Uber for trucking. All this leads is availability of reliable trucks for a shipper and a return load for a trucker on his favorite lane. How have we done? We've grown almost six times in the last 12 months. And I would say all of this is because of our truckers and the love. We can very confidently say that agar aaj 4 player hain, to ek trucker bolega main Raho se load lunga. That's really what we stand for, and that's why we've grown in almost everything, be it on top line, be it on margin, be it on valuation, and so on and so forth. Quickly, I'll just have only two minutes. I'm going to play a small video.
स्टेट पार करके नहीं अपने परिवार को चला रहा हूँ, जब तक है सांस जब तक तो करना ही पड़ेगा ये.
டிரான்ஸ்போர்ட் ஆஃபீஸில் வந்து பார்த்தா ஒரு நாள் 2 நாள் போய் உட்காந்துருக்கணும் ஒரு வாடகைக்காக. வாடகை நமக்கு எங்கே கேட்கணுமோ அந்த ஏரியாவுக்கு நமக்கு கிடைக்காது.
ரொம்ப டார்ச்சர் இருக்கும், நம்மளால முடியல. டிரைவர் ஒரு பக்கம் ஃபாலோ பண்ணணும், அமௌண்ட்டுக்கு ஒரு பக்கம் ஃபாலோ பண்ணணும், லோடுக்கு ஒரு பக்கம் ஃபாலோ பண்ணணும்.
अब आप ही बताइए, इतना ट्रैफिक में हम ड्राइविंग करेंगे या फोन उठाएंगे?
ஆஃப்டர் ராகோவில் பார்த்தீங்க அப்படின்னா எல்லாரும் அப்டேட் பண்ணால் 1/2 hour to 1 hour அட்வான்ஸ் வந்துடும் 90%. அண்ட் எங்களுக்கு வித்தின் அ டே அந்த ரிசீவ் பேமெண்ட் வந்துடும். ஸோ எங்களுக்கு பேமெண்ட் விஷயத்துலையும் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ராகோ ஹெல்ப்ஸ் அலாட்.
மெயின் பிளஸ் என்னன்னா, நம்ம அடுத்த லோடு அடுத்த 6 லோடு வர்ற வரைக்கும் நம்ம வெயிட் பண்ணுங்கிற அவசியம் நம்மளுக்கு கிடையாது. நம்ம இறக்குனா அடுத்த பாயிண்ட் வண்டி திருப்பூர் வந்து அன்லோடிங் ஆயிட்டு இருக்குது. ஃபர்ஸ்ட் மீட் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் அப்ரோச் எனக்கு லோடு கன்ஃபார்ம் பண்ணிட்டாங்க.
रात को 3 बज रहा हो 4 बज रहा हो, मुझे गाड़ी चाहिए, तो मैं किसी ब्रोकर को फ़ोन करूँ, फ़ोन पिकअप नहीं करे, वो वाला इश्यूज़ मेरे को इसमें आता नहीं है. प्लेस करता हूँ तो मुझे 1/2 hour के अंदर गाड़ी मिल जाती है. अपना जो मेरा कारोबार है, जो मेरा बिजनेस है, वो कभी रुकता नहीं है.
ராகோ வந்தவங்க ஆப் வந்தவங்க ஒரு நாளைக்கு 100 கால் பேசுறோம் அப்படின்னோம்னா இப்போலாம் வந்து ஒரு நாளைக்கு 10 கால் தான். டென்ஷனே கிடையாது, நிம்மதியா இருக்கலாம்.
ब्रेक डाउन होता है या कोई और काम निकलता है तो उसमें हमें बहुत परेशानी उठानी पड़ती है. जब से राहु आया है हमें पूरा विश्वास है कि हमारा साथ खड़ा है कोई.
ராகுல வண்டி போட்டு ஓட்டுறதுனால என்னோட எதிர்காலம் நல்லா இருக்கும்னு நான் நினைக்கிறேன். இன்னைக்கு 2 வண்டி போட்டு இருக்கேன், நாளைக்கு 10 வண்டி போட்டாலும் எந்த டென்ஷன் இல்லாமல் என் எதிர்காலம் நல்லபடியா போகும்னு நம்புறேன்.
stuff, Imtiaz. If you can just help the audience understand how you're different.
Thank you,
from-
Anuj.
Thanks. If you can help us understand how you're different from some of the trucking platforms that are already available, the Revigos, Blackbucks, FRA, Law, all of these folks.
So I think Revigo is asset heavy. So there are multiple approaches to solve this problem, right? It's a very large space. Some people have taken the approach of being asset heavy. Let's say Revigo took an asset heavy approach. Some companies like Blackbuck, they started, say trucking 1.0. They started doing a lot of leasing of trucks and going to end customer. I think now today they are a load board approach, right? Which is, imagine you want a truck and you get 5 numbers to call up. It's a load board, is a Tata Yellow Pages. I would say that approach they have taken. I would say FRA, I think you name the brand, very similar in terms of they also work with PPL companies and they also work with truck owners. But I think it's a lot less digital approach where if you open an app, they actually give you 10 people to call up and their own internal people. The idea is that how do you really make this fully digitized? So today, let's say we decided to digitize the supply side first. So 100% of our supply is digital, which means a trucker cannot use Raho without using the Raho app. He downloads the app, he gets onboarded through the app itself, through Aadhaar card and the APIs. He actually puts his own inventory. Today, he actually says, instead of calling up a broker and saying, "Meri gaadi yahan pe khadi hai, wahan jani hai," he opens the app and he puts his inventory saying, "My truck is here, wants to go there." And he then quickly sees the relevant indents a la Uber and he can bid on it and then he can accept the load. The driver has an app, driver uploads the POD saying that the truck is filled. Instantly, he gets a notification to take an advance. Trucker swipes to take his advance and uploads the balance payment. So I think the whole process from a seller side is digitized, which means the trucker and the driver on the app. Now the idea is to digitize the shipper side. We have got 30% of our business or indents coming through the app. Hopefully that will also change to 100% in the next, I would say, 4 to 5 months. If we hit 80-85%, we'll make it compulsory.
Good stuff, Imtiaz. And in the interest of time, I'm going to request Ishan and Girish to have a conversation with you later on, please, if it's okay. If you won't take any questions.
Yeah, thank you so much. See you guys.
Thank you very much. Nitin, may I request you to come in? Nitin, again, is somebody who's in the logistics space. He's optimizing the entire unorganized container movement and management. Do you have a presentation?
Good evening, everybody. This is Nitin. I am the founder and CEO of Conmove. We are trying to make container logistics easy.
Hold on, coming. Click it one. Yeah, that's the first one.
No, this is the last.
Can you go to the first slide, please? This is the last one.
Hi, good evening. So this is Nitin. I'm the founder and CEO of Conmove, basically trying to build container logistics and make it easy for multiple stakeholders in the whole ecosystem. My colleague, Imtiaz, just before me, explained how he is trying to do an intercity and where we are trying to solve a lot of problems around purely nothing but a container logistics. For us, during the pandemic and after the pandemic, container had become a gold. And at the same time, coming with a background working in India and Europe, working with MNCs like DHL, shipping lines, we realize how important is a container as an asset to transporting of a goods from one to another location. And again, when we are working on solving a problem of around container logistics, there are multiple stakeholders that you need to take care of, and you need to have an in-depth knowledge of the entire ecosystem. When we talk about it's a port, it's a container yard, it's a shipping line, shipper, which is an importer exporter, then the shipping agents like freight forwarders, custom broker, and then comes is the fleet operator, and how you can interconnect all the stakeholders on a single platform where you're trying to help them to to fragment, to manage this fragmented market and at the same time, make it more digital. So basically, port to door and door to port, that's a concept what we are working on, and not an intracity, because this one space where you will not find anybody looking and working on it. Reason is purely is an in-depth knowledge, one. Secondly, relationship in the domain with the lines, ports, everybody, and then build a network around it. So what we are trying to look at it is a lack of real-time visibility between the demand and supply in the container space. That itself, incurs there are a lot of course, there are technologies which are being done, but the technologies are purely in silos. Port work in one technology, shipping line work on another technology, the customs work in another technology, shipper, importer, exporter, everybody has their own independent technologies, and transporter, end of the day, does not have any technology. They want to work only offline. And in this case, how do we create an interface? How do we become a middleware where we bring in a product and a service to interconnect all these stakeholders? That was the whole idea using our experience. Can you again get back to the third slide? Yeah, correct. So to interconnect all this, primarily the first problem we tried to solve is how we can bring in a visibility from a port to the yard. That's the first stakeholder, wherein we bring in a digitization. When it arrives to the port, to the custom clearance, wherein the custom broker is involved, getting the container visibility. We are providing a solution for a container yard to get it a 2D view and find containers. Where are my containers? That's the first problem that they ask. And there is a lot of time which is spent on finding the containers. So eliminating this problem. Secondly, there are huge level of documents which have been exchanged between the two stakeholders, which is a custom broker and a freight forwarder, and or the shipping line or port. How this documentation which is happening today physically can be made completely digitally with appointment and scheduling, where there is a predictive planning, and that will eliminate a lot of traffic around the port ecosystem and create a carbon neutral ecosystem. That's one. And here, what we are trying to do is then we are going to be a lot of commercial and financial model, like the duty payments, then the shipping line payments, and so many things, which also we want to address it, but at a later stage, not at this stage. Here, the primary agenda is how do we digitize the two stakeholders? When? So here, coming from port to yard. And then the second solution, what we have built a layer of solution about all this is, once this is ready to deliver out of a port, then immediately we have created a marketplace where we are interconnecting the stakeholders, which is called a demand and supply. The loads which the containers have to move from a yard or a port to the last mile are posted on the platform, and then we are matching the demand and supply, where we have built a pool of transporters, because container trailer is a specialized business. Point number one. Point number two is that the containers are owned by a shipping line. Third, the goods inside the container are owned by customer. The vehicle is owned by a transporter, and the container needs to go deliver and come back in a stipulated time. The container should leave a port in a stipulated time. Otherwise, everywhere where there is a delay, every day you are charged with a $10 to $20 per day as a detention and demurrage charges. To eliminate all this, this is where we are working, and we have created. And again, this technology already we are talking, where the shipping lines also are, as you know, till last year or few years back, till the Mercs and MSC, and I would say few other companies, everybody was in the business of owning ships. Now they're in the business of owning shippers, moving from a typical standardized shipping to getting to the shipper door, where they want to do a complete end-to-end, door-to-door service under their own roof. That helps customers like us, the startups like us, where they're talking to us to give one technology. Secondly, give them a continuous supply and be their partner, not only India, but at a global level. And that's where we have cracked a couple of shipping lines where we are working with them to solve this problem, the supply side problem, and where there is a demand visibility and provide a right supply in time supply. Again, there are a lot of challenges in the port because it's a 24/7 operations. Have a right vehicle, because of the vehicle and driver need to be registered with the port, and so many things. And then we have created a pool of supplies where we can cater to all these requirements well in time.
Nitin, if we can wrap up in 1 more minute, please.
Yeah, sure. I'm struggling with the handling. Can we go back to the screen?
That's okay, Nitin, just tell your story.
Yeah. Here. So in short, what we are trying to do is create a value chain wherein there are 4 stakeholder: container yard, which is where near the port, container arriving, then secondly, the custom broker, then custom broker or importer posting the loads, transporter, and containers getting delivered to the end customer. So right from a vessel arrival to the last mile delivery, there is a complete visibility and there is a complete digitization that we are trying to bring across all the multiple stakeholders on a single platform. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nitin. Between the two of you, Ishan and Girish, may I request you to take one question, please?
How are you typically pricing this? I mean, because this is like a layer over and above what your
Absolutely.
typical clients
So what
are
we have tried to do is, one, we provide as a SaaS model and a service model. Where we have a SaaS, we charge a transaction fee, where the technology is consumed, and where they want a service, we charge a commission base. So there are a lot of customers who want us to give a technology plus do a service. So we do both, taking an experience, and we charge transaction fee as a service software fee, and plus the commission from the both.
Good stuff, Nitin. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And last, may I request Swaroop to join us, please. Swaroop is optimizing the cold supply chain with the startup Celsius.
Yeah. Can you just keep shifting the slides?
Let me know when you want me.
Just keep shifting. I'm not gonna read out the slides. You guys have a look at it.
Okay.
I'll just tell you a story about Celsius. So pharmaceuticals, agriculture, frozen products, your Kolkata say Rasagullas and biryani from Hyderabad. What do all this have in common? The thing that is common for all this is cold supply chain. None of these products can be transported, stored, or distributed without a proper cold supply chain. Now, we have seen a lot of innovations and startups for the logistics industry, but my company Celsius is working in the very specific sector of cold supply chain. We are the first one who are digitizing the entire cold supply chain end to end. And when I say end to end, I mean picking up stuff from a farm or from a manufacturing unit, storing it at a state level warehouse, distributing it to a district level place, and then distributing it to customers' house. We are working with farmer produce organizations to help them distribute their fresh produce, their fruits, vegetables. We are working with Zomatos and Zeptos to handle their dark stores and their delivery of cold chain products to people's houses. We are working with Zomato for their intercity legends. So basically, next time when you're ordering something from Kolkata, like baked Rasgulla, you can understand it's coming from a Celsius supply chain. We are a tech platform, asset light. We don't own any of the assets. We've got more than 3,500 vehicles, refrigerated vehicles, 107 cold storages. We have operations running in 350 cities right now currently. All this with the partnerships with all our transporters and our storage owners. We are running a tech platform where the demand and the supply is meeting each other. The entire solution, the transport management solution, warehouse management solution, inventory management systems is our product. That is what we have built. But after building that, we are also directly working on contracts with the customers, whether it be Godrej, Vadilal, Zeptos, and Zomatos. The contracts are directly onto us. So we take owners of the entire journey of a perishable product. The life cycle of the perishable product is monitored, transported, looked after, supported by the Celsius team. The transporters here, the cold storage owners here, they bill to us and we bill to the larger corporates. We handle payments for them. We handle sales for them. We handle operations for them. So we become an end-to-end solution for any one entity who wants to engage with the cold supply chain, which generally they need to engage with at least 8 to 10 people by the end of the life cycle of a perishable product. Now,
This is infinitely more difficult than transporting dry logistics simply because perishable hai, kharab hona hai. So after a certain point of time, you either lose the shelf life, or if you don't maintain the temperature, you lose the product altogether. The biggest example was COVID vaccines, obviously. We started during the pandemic. Our first product was COVID vaccine, which we distributed to more than 15-20 cities across India. But today we have expanded. Our reach has grown from medicines to seafood, to meat, to QSRs, to modern trade. And now connecting D2Cs, brands like Zomato, we are connecting them to their customers' houses by transporting fresh food from one city to the other within 18 hours and absolutely temperature controlled. Every part of our journey is tracked and traced live, always. All products, whether it be a rider carrying a product to a customer's house, even he is live on our platform. It's all cloud connected. So there is no part of a perishable products journey which we are not mapping. We own the data. So we are also working on optimizing the entire supply chain for them and for the transporters, making sure their return loads, making sure their onward loads, making sure their fulfillment ratio increases. For cold storage owners, from a 50-60 fulfillment ratio, we push them towards 75-80%, which brings a big change for them. And that we do, again, by optimizing what they store across the year, because it's a perishable industry. So obviously, there are seasons for every product. So in short, Celsius is working in digitizing every aspect of the cold supply chain.
Swarup, you might want to just give an example of the kind of companies that are working with you. And you might also want to talk about how you're creating extra capacity in this space with the Vahan Vikas Yojana.
Yeah, absolutely. So he's one of our investors. So he pretty much knows as much as I do. And so does Ishan, again, one of our investors. So we launched something called Vahan Vikas Yojana. Now, this is a very unique program we launched for people who want to enter cold supply chain. Whether they want to put a vehicle, they want to put up a cold storage, we guide them on what to put, then we give them business, we teach them how to interact with the cold supply chain. Because even if you're a transporter, when you try to come into cold supply chain, you do not know how to operate the machinery, what temperature, what humidity, kharab ho gaya to kya karna hai, who will support you. These are the questions Celsius answers. So a new entrant depends upon us to put that valuable asset into the market and gets the entire solution laid out by us. So that's Vahan Vikas Yojana, where we support them throughout the life cycle of their product, of the asset, and they are running only on our platform.
Thanks, Swarup. Girish, since Ishan are insiders, may I request you to have your comments or questions, please?
So the biggest challenge here is in ensuring that the sanctity of the cold supply chain is maintained. And I understand there are enough and more sensors and IoT devices, etc. So have you developed something in-house, or are you using off-the-shelf stuff? And if you're using off-the-shelf, then how does the integrations happen and all that stuff?
So we shortlisted about 5-6 vendors out there who use certain quality products for the IoT devices. And whenever we onboard a transporter or a cold storage owner, either they already have these devices installed or we ask them to install it. But the good part is when we tell them to install it, we already have business ready for them because we own the contract. So the business is in hand. The money they spend on installing it, on the first trip, they get it back also. So everything goes live for us that way. Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Swarup. Hey, folks, big round of applause for all the startups that presented. Uday, since most of the audience is gone, I think it'll be just fair if we were to send the pitch decks to the value propositions of these presenting startups to the people who had attended or the people who had promised to attend. And folks, I promise you, I was here at 10:30 in the morning. The hall was absolutely, the entire hall was very full. We don't seem to have too many people here. So Uday, I just wanted to check, how do you want to proceed? Because there are just about 8 or 10 people there. Ishan, Girish and I were supposed to have a conversation. Where's Uday? Okay. Folks, how many of you are, just take a show of how many of you are here are startups? Okay, okay, fair bit of startups, and might as well maybe, let's have a conversation very briefly and then we'll take it from there. Yes, sir. Huh? Hi.
I think also Prajakji ji deserves a round of applause. He's doing half my job. So Uday was telling me to share half my whatever money I get with him. Though he's just ignored us, I'm happy now.
We can have.
Oh, you listen to that?
We can have a drink together.
Sir, I don't, but for sure. Done.
Uday, I was just saying that since a lot of the audience is already gone, it'll be only fair that if we send the value propositions of all of these presenting startups to the people who had promised to attend or who are there in the morning and didn't attend. I think that would just be fair. Folks, before Ishan and Girish come in, let me introduce myself. My name is Project Raut. I'm the managing partner of a fund called Supply Chain Labs. And as you can imagine, as the name suggests, we are India's first supply chain focused fund. The reason we created this fund is because there's a lot of innovation that is happening. Supply chain is one of the largest sectors that powers almost everything across the industry. And yet there wasn't a platform for companies that were optimizing or disrupting supply chain. And we've, over the last about three and a half years, we've engaged with almost about 24 companies, phenomenal success and a lot of demand that we are seeing in the industry for that. A lot of you people who are, not startups, but if you're corporates or individuals who are involved in the supply chain space, there might be a way for you to engage with startups who are disrupting and optimizing different aspects of supply chain, either as mentors, maybe as customers, and some of you might actually want to come in as investors and invest in some of these companies as well. And this panel is going to talk to you today about what are we hearing and seeing in the market as far as from an investor's lens, and what are the ways in which some of these folks in the room can perhaps engage with us. Ishan, before while Girish comes, can I request you to make an introduction about yourself and the kind of fund that you run, what stage you invest in, and what kind of companies you have invested in so far?
Okay, good evening, everyone. I represent Huddle. I'm one of the partners at Huddle. So at our core, we're an accelerator and fund for early stage companies. So we fundamentally enter at the earliest life cycle of businesses, fundamentally at pre-seed and seed stages. We typically look at emerging sunrise sectors as a core area of focus, while we also look at mainstream investments as the first typical check across businesses. We've got a portfolio of about 40-odd companies across a variety of different sectors. Supply chain is one of the areas of focus. So Celsius being one of our portfolio companies, yeah. Just pass it over to you.
Ishan, but before that, if you can just explain for the audience, what does seed stage mean? A lot of people here may not necessarily be familiar with the venture capital industry.
Sure. So effectively, pre-seed, seed classifies as the earliest external check that a founder may look to raise, right? So typically when you start off a business, it's typically, bootstrapped by internal funds or friends and family. And when you look to raise your first round of external capital, that's typically classified as pre-seed or seed, depending on the stage of your business. So that is the stage where we typically enter as the first institutional external check for a business.
A brief introduction about you, the fund, what kind of stage, what kind of companies?
So I am one of the founding partners at Your Nest. We are a very sharply deep tech focused fund. We primarily invest in B2B opportunities. And when I say deep tech, there are two legs to the deep tech, the way we look at it. One is this entire hardware leg around sensors, robotics, wearables, industrial IoT. And then on the software side, we look at AI, ML, immersive technologies, blockchain technologies, enterprise SaaS, etc. Completely sector agnostic, typically first round of institutional capital, $500,000 to $1 million from a sweet spots perspective. currently deploying from a $75 million, which is the third fund that we typically are running right now. And as I said, we are completely sector agnostic. So we've looked at everything from agri-tech to logistics to supply chain to fintech and everything else in between.
And we are proud to say that we are co-investors with both of them with overlapping portfolios in several areas. What's your thesis specifically on the supply chain, warehousing, logistics side? What are you seeing differently in the market? What kind of companies would you be investing in? And this question goes to both of you.
One of the areas that we're actively looking at Huddle is tech-enabled solutions, right? I think what we understand is that when you look at supply chain as an ecosystem, yes, there are areas of innovation across both tech-enabled and deep tech kind of operations. But given the depth of how the Indian market operates, we're very happy to kind of take tech-enabled positions in addition to deep tech positions as well. I think one of the areas that we're, transparently focused on is visibility and traceability of supply chain. I think fundamentally there is a lot of, innovation that's needed across that entire value chain. Specifically looking at, the climate-focused solutions and adoption cycles that, are aligned with traceability at the end of the day. So that is one emerging area of focus for us.
And what are the kind of areas within supply chain, warehousing, and logistics that you would not look at this point of time?
We've not identified specifically a negative list per se. We're very open because I believe that, the ecosystem requires a variety of different innovation cycles. So very open.
Yeah, so I think for us, we've looked at pretty much a lot of stuff in the logistics and supply chain side. I think the biggest, and it's a very large problem to solve for, like the presenters before us kind of mentioned. I think the biggest challenge is that there is still a lot of hand-holding or manual interventions that are needed to basically, get closure between the buyer and the seller. And that we've seen creates friction in the system and makes the models, from a scalability perspective, challenging. We are happy to look at stuff, both hardware and software, where some of this straight-through processing, as I call it, becomes important. Is demonstrable. And suddenly, if you're doing from 30%, online transactions or online or straight through processing transactions to a 75%, 80%, that how you are going about it is something that is of very, very, keen interest to us. Because for us, at the end of the day, if you're not going to reduce the friction in the ecosystem, and if you're continuing to depend on a large, field force or call centers or whatever else to kind of get closures, between the buyer and the seller, we think that, from a scalability perspective, it becomes a huge challenge.
Any negative list or
No.
sectors, themes that you might not invest in?
No, so we have no negative list. So we are, as I said, we are primarily B2B focused, so we don't do consumers at all. So anything which is to do with last mile deliveries, etc., is something that does not kind of fit into the bill for us.
The funding environment has obviously changed in the last 6 months or so, particularly. It's been changing with last year, but last 6 months, things have changed differently. Now, on one side, there are tech-first companies, SaaS players, pure SaaS platforms. On the other side, there will be tech-enabled operating companies or fulfillment platforms. Both of these will definitely have different matrices that you will look at, different parameters you will look at. But in today's environment, when you're looking at early growth stage companies, or you as well as the industry looking at early growth stage companies, what are 2 or 3 things that you would be looking out for, saying that, yes, I'll make an investment in these kinds of companies? What kind of traction, what kind of growth rates, what kind of adoption, or any other matrix that you might be using to evaluate?
I think one of the biggest indicators for us per se, when we look at this ecosystem, is a buy-in from customer sets, right? I think all of us here are aware about the fact that this ecosystem has been something that has been evolving in the smallest to biggest ways. But as long as the buy-in from the customers is crystal clear from day zero, I think that is the minimum expectation that we would have given the stage that we enter. I think traction expectation from customers is a function of every company's performance. But what we would typically require for us to evaluate this particular company is, a certain level of degree of traction coming through from different set of customers across the pie.
So depth of adoption within customers is an important criteria. And what about the growth rates? What kind of growth rates would you at this point of time be comfortable with versus, say, for example, and have things changed from what kind of growth rates you would have looked at for early stage companies, say, about 2 years ago?
Yes, so I don't think it's fundamentally changed. The aggression of growth is per se, an area of focus that fundamentally has changed. But I think what realistically we need to look at as investors or stakeholders towards any entity is that there should be an upward growth trajectory at large, right? When we're talking about a 10 to 20% kind of month-on-month growth rate, that would be the typical expectation from a company. But again, that number is quite dependent on where the company is at a typical life cycle of their stage, right? So if you're talking about a company at the fundamental earliest stage, the expectations would be closer to a 15, 20, 25% in certain cases. But as companies,
Month on month.
yes, but as companies kind of mature through a certain equation, you're okay with, anywhere between a 10 to 15% growth rate as well.
Girish?
Yeah, so for us, it is not so much quantitative as it is qualitative. For us, how passionate is the founder about the problem they're trying to solve for? What is their understanding of that problem? What is their understanding of their competitive landscape? What is their understanding of the problem that the customer is facing? And how are they using technology to kind of solve for that? I think, even if you have 2-3 customers, I'm happy to have a conversation if I know that, there is deepening of the relationship which is happening, and you can gauge that in a couple of calls with the customers, etc. And that is an intimate part of our evaluation process anyways. So for me, it does not, it's not so much about growth rates. It's not so much about what kind of stickiness you build. It's whether you are in the good to have category or it's in the need to have category, and how critical are you in the life of your customer.
Would that be the same even if the company, say, for example, in the 3rd year of operation? I mean, I can understand
It
that
will
being
be.
the case in, say, for example,
No, it
first
will
6
be.
months.
It will be, because at the end of the day, that's what translates into revenue, right? If I'm not deeply integrated with their core ERP systems.
I meant you don't look at the quantitative data in terms of traction and stuff. Would a company in the 2nd, 3rd year be, would you still look at if it's okay to not have enough
If
traction?
it is pre-series A, it will be safe to assume that it will still be in that stage where it's still finding product market fit, because we are typically a pre-series A investor, right? And on the B2B side, if you have 3-4 customers, we are happy to have a conversation. But even typically, if you're a 3-year-old company and if you don't have 25 customers, then there is something fundamentally amiss in terms of the construct, right? But even then, it really does not make a difference. All startups pivot, right? And there is no, I'm yet to see something which stuck to the business plan that they've presented to us. So therefore, it's an iterative process. It's a journey. And we are happy to kind of, give the benefit of doubt to the founder in that sense. As long as there is voice of the customer, which is kind of validating, what you're doing is really important for them and you are critical in their life. I think that's good enough.
Well said. My second last question, and maybe we'll go this way this time. There is investors now seeking a balance between growth and profitability. What's your take on that? And has that fundamentally changed, or it should have been always that way? It's come a lot more into focus these days.
So we are a B2B investor, right? For us, and B2B, we know, they are much more capital efficient models. The engagement cycles are longer, but the predictability of cash flow is much higher there. So for us, it's always been how quickly can you get to a stage where you stop burning, and that's been a fundamental, keystone in terms of the investment decisions that we make.
And what's a good time zone for that?
So 18 to 24 months, if you have product market fit already, you have a few customers. Enterprise sales is not such a heavily capital inefficient model, right? Even if you're selling in the US today, inside sales engines run very efficiently. And therefore it just becomes much more easier to manage your cash burn, etc. Because of the enterprise focus that our portfolio at least, or the opportunities that we look at have. That is not going to change anytime soon for us.
A lot of the companies that were here, except for maybe Ganesh, a lot of these were operating companies who doing the fulfillment part of that. Any advice for them in terms of how they should be looking at growth and profitability and balance between both?
Yeah, so I think especially in the economic scenario that we are in, we really don't know whether this is going to last 6-12 months, maybe more. And therefore, the sooner you have an eye on how much cash burn you have in the bank, and how you are kind of exhausting your capital, the better it is. I think it's imperative that, you don't get to a situation where you are left with 3 months of cash burn and you don't know what's going to happen next. A lot of, there is a school of thought out there, though a minority, that 2008 will probably look like a walk in the park. And if that kind of plays out, then, you are better off with tightening your belt right now.
Got it. Ishan?
Yeah, Project. So again, given the stage that we enter, for us, we have to be, kind of comfortable with companies burning capital to some extent. But let me say this, that path to profitability is something that needs to be fundamentally clear from day zero, right? As long as companies and founders are diligently aware of that, and this is a conversation that is brought up in every single board meeting or update call that happens on a monthly basis, that alignment and visibility is what is needed, right?
In the kind of companies that we saw today, a lot of these fulfillment companies, would you look at unit economics per order, per trip level unit economics, even in now?
I mean, fundamentally, it's an important metric to look at, but I think company level kind of expenditure is also important, right? Because at the end of the day, we need to kind of realize that our company is spending towards awareness, are they spending towards conversion cycles? And what is translating to actual results for these businesses is fundamentally important. So I don't think we can ignore some of these stats because they're important to showcase performance, but businesses should not be judged on the basis of those metrics per se. So profitability metrics, of course, need to come into the equation way ahead of time in these conversations, rather than just looking at these metrics as, sort of placeholders.
And I think it's not that you want profitability today, as long as the founder has a sharp eye on how the unit economics is panning out, and therefore how are the metrics kind of moving up month on month or quarter on quarter, that's good enough. Because at the end of the day, there is a way to ratchet up and ratchet down your cash burn, and efficient ways to do it. And therefore, if you are cognizant of the fact that, how much money do you have in the bank, and what is the economic cycle, and are you in a position to go out and raise the next round of capital 6-9 months from now, which is typically what it takes. If you don't have that money in the bank, you are, I don't know, dead.
Yeah, exactly to Girish's point, right? I think that's fundamentally why this question around profitability is becoming more and more important over the last couple of quarters, is because companies and founders are, of course, focused on extension of runway as much as possible, right? So if you do not have visibility of how your business leads towards profitability, you have no control on even kind of increasing that runway potential for a business. So increasing runway kind of is the first step for you to be able to kind of realize whether or not your business can lead to a path to profitability or not, right? So if you have control on those levers.
Got it. So for both areas, because one for the fundamentals of the business, and again for practicality of existing runway, important to look at the the business dynamics a little, the commercial dynamics a little bit.
Correct. And project, it's ever evolving, right? It's not a static point in time snapshot, right? Things change on a daily, weekly basis, and therefore, money in the bank today is 20 times better than money in the bank 6 months from now. And that's the fundamental with which we've been at least, guiding our portfolio.
Good advice. Last question to both of you. What are the 2-3 things that you would have asked these founders to avoid when pitching to you guys?
So I think, obviously it was a 5-minute pitch and you cannot kind of,
No, I'm not asking of this,
generally, yeah,
generally,
yeah. So
generally.
I think for us, the biggest, thing is to figure out what is the competitive landscape you're against. Because if you don't know who you are against and what you're against, the chances that you will come out, up, ahead of them are few and far between. And today, in the era that we live in of high technology adoption, a 3-member team sitting in a garage can come and blindside you, and therefore you have to know what's happening out. Whether it is feet on street, whether it is, primary intelligence, secondary intelligence, we actually go out and tell our founders to go scar LinkedIn for people who are in the similar space that you are and go interview some of those candidates to figure out what's happening. And these are practical tips to do it. But if you don't know what your competition is doing, boss, God save.
I think one of the most important areas that we look at is the, of course, outside of idea and a variety of other things. It's important for founders to have a very clear lens in terms of what that capital is going to do for them, right? So a very clearly articulated description of, the kind of metrics and milestones that, the team will be able to achieve with the utilization plan of that capital. And realistically defining what that roadmap looks like for them, as well as, what that leads to from their next round of growth from there on. It's very realistic for founders to be able to come with that understanding, especially if they're looking to build venture-backable businesses. I think that mindset and fundamentals are extremely important.
And just to add that, the amount of money that you've raised and the valuation at that which you raised that money is a vanity metrics, boss. The question is, what have you done with that money? Where have you taken the business and have you made it self-sustaining? I think those are the things, especially in the current scenario, are going to matter a lot.
Very sage advice from both of you. Thank you very much. And folks, a lot of you would probably have a interest in connecting with these folks. I don't know how long you're going to be here, but I think any startup who's doing or optimizing or disrupting any aspect of supply chain, at least we are seeing a lot of investor interest in those. But again, as both of these panelists mentioned, depth of adoption, your love from the customers is going to be very, very important for any investor to even have a cursory interest in what you guys are doing. Thank you very much for being a good audience. I don't think we have time for questions. Oh, it's showing 3 minutes still yet. Uday, do we have time? Okay. We'll not be able to take questions at this point of time, but I think you guys might be here for 10-15 minutes if somebody needs to catch up. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thanks.
Thank you. I'll also request Soumyajit, gentlemen, please. I'll also request Soumyajit Sen Gupta, General Manager, Partnership and Alliances, BW Businessworld, to please join us on stage and present a token to our panelist and our moderator. Prajakji has been here for long, helping us with the presentations, etc. Thank you. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you, Soumyajit. And with that, it's time for our last panel discussion. Also, I see the audience is increasing with that, which is good enough for us. So the last one is making India a dominant player in global supply chains. And please join me in welcoming our panelist for the same. Abhijit Sinha, National Program Director, Ease of Doing Business and National Highway for EV. Mr. Abhijit Sinha, National Program Director, Ease of Doing Business and National Highway for EV, additional charge. Abhishek Chaudhary, VP, Corporate Affairs. Okay. Shivi Singh, founder and CEO, Clear Dekho, and this session will be moderated by Anand Darbhe, partner, McKinsey and Company. Everybody, let's please welcome them with a warm round of applause. I know we have few, but yes, thank you for that. Hello.
Good evening, and welcome to this session on making India a dominant player in global supply chains. If you look at the last 2 or 3 years, I think one thing would become very clear, that the pace of disruptions and the nature of disruptions to supply chains across industries has increased significantly. If you look at, this started before the pandemic, when two of the largest economies of the world, US and China, and the geopolitical tensions that were there, a lot of rethink around where you locate your supply chains and what actions need to be taken started emerging from that. The pandemic followed, which really disrupted supply chains in a very, very fundamental way, and really brought to the fore the importance of resilience, because up until that point, supply chains were really built as a global interconnected flow of goods and information, with efficiency as one of the core principles. And the pandemic really brought to the fore the importance of building resilience. Subsequent to that, we saw multiple different sets of events and shocks, including the semiconductor crisis, which impacted multiple industries. We have a war going on in Europe, which has significantly impacted the supply chains for food and agricultural products. We have cyber threats. We have climate-related events, which are sort of disrupting various parts of different supply chains. So, according to a McKinsey research, we found that various companies are reporting almost a month plus disruptions now every 3.5 years. And if you translate that into what does it mean from a profitability perspective, it's really almost half of a year's profits, which can get wiped out over a decade. And that's substantial. That's almost equal to all the productivity and improvement that the company would have done over a long period of time. So that's really the first point, that the pace and nature of disruptions is significantly increasing. And that leads to a second point, which is about the fact that resilience, therefore, is becoming a very important theme, and companies many companies and executives are fundamentally looking at ways to diversify risk, de-risk, and build resilience into their supply chains. If you look at the global trade, again, according to a research that we've done, we estimate that almost about up to $4.6 trillion worth of trade would fundamentally shift countries over the next 4 or 5 years. And that opens up a lot of opportunities. Some of the key sectors include auto, electronics, chemicals, medical devices, telecom equipment, and so on and so forth. more than 93% of the executives we surveyed said that they are looking at improving resilience. Almost 70% said that they're fundamentally going to change their sourcing strategies over the next few years. And that really brings me to the third point, that what does it mean for India, right? I think we all have heard the fact that companies are looking at a China plus one strategy and diversifying risk. India is one of the big destinations they are looking at to make these shifts happen. As a country, we are also taking a lot of initiatives to capture some of these opportunities, including the fact that we have a production link incentive scheme to attract manufacturing. We have a national logistics policy, which is aiming at improving our competitiveness over the next few years to global standards. There are FTAs on the horizon with various countries and blocks. And from an ease of doing business perspective, we are taking multiple initiatives to ensure that businesses thrive and scale up quickly in the country. So, and by one estimate, almost more than $1 trillion worth of this opportunity can come to India in a big way over the next few years. So that's really the context and the opportunity that we have as we look at making India a dominant player in supply chains. To discuss this, I have with me Abhijit and Shivi, and let's start. Abhijit, from your perspective, what are some of the key sectors and key opportunities that you see from an India perspective, where India can really become a big player in the global supply chains?
So when you're asking from my perspective, then necessarily we all referring here is ease of doing business. From my glasses, how does it look like? At least a brief overview of economy is required here, because our economy is changing, one of the not only fastest growing economy, but it's also fastest changing in economy. How you used to book my and Shiv's generations, where our parents, they used to book tickets in a different way. Today we book, I think, our tickets ourselves. There is no travel agent involved into it. So it's not only, I think, even a generation, 10 years. In next 10 years, what is going to happen, we have to look at it. And that's the place where we will also have to learn from how economy has grown and reached to this time. So looking from the beginning, 1947, particularly when we were an agricultural based economy. So what is ease of doing business that time? कि अंग्रेज चले गए और उन्होंने आपको लगान लेना छोड़ दिया. वो बहुत बड़ा ease of doing business उस वक्त. But from agricultural economy, we very soon grown to a product and manufacturing related economy. The moment we started manufacturing our goods and we had capability to start developing things which we were developing to an extent, and to an extent we were importing also. So the manufacturing made India's economy enter into the product phase. But we did not remain with them. At that time, someone whose father is not a farmer, but he's working into a factory, used to be relatively advanced person, advanced generation. Very soon, the product become obsolete. And they started looking at it that India is now entering into the technology era, technology phase. So now if my generation, if I look at my grandfather generation, so they might have couple of people worked into the factories. But in my generation, my son who is seeing me and then he will have to decide his own path, he will be more than happy to work in a tech company rather than working into a product company. So from technology point of view, from the product point of view, first, ease of doing business was licensing. So अभी भी बहुत सारा noise हमें सुनने को मिलता है कि फैक्ट्री लगाने में ये प्रॉब्लम होती है, वो प्रॉब्लम होती है. कुछ नया बिजनेस शुरू करने जाते हैं, उसमें 20, 22, 25 फॉर्म भरने पड़ते हैं. But this generation does not need that sort of ease of doing. The generation of production and technology has gone beyond. And we have now entered into an advanced phase of technology where the ecosystem delivery is becoming our strength slowly. So if I have to define how what ecosystem delivery I am referring, then Delhi is a very good example. Somebody comes in and says Delhi used to be like this in terms of traffic, congestion, AQI, and I would be able to bring a disruption in this segment and make Delhi's transport and traffic as equivalent and as smooth as Dubai, but I will cost 120 crore rupees per year. And you see, this is happening now. Somebody is coming saying, I'll manage your airport, I will manage your railway station, I will manage your Aadhaar card, I will manage your admission, I will manage your data, and I'll let you know that how soon and what benefit you can create out of it. So that ecosystem delivery is not only going to be limited. You have asked me opportunity, so I have brought you from this place to this. The opportunity is India is sitting on that position where if you are saying that I have managed something at this scale and level, दो एग्जाम्पल और आपको दे देता हूँ. किसी छोटी कंट्री में जितने टेलीकॉम के टावर नहीं होंगे, उससे ज्यादा हमारे यहाँ एक समय में खराब रहते हैं. And why we don't lose signal, because periodically they are also doing a planning to repair them, and they are sending their team. So they have an understanding that okay, out of 4,000 towers, 400 are going to be down. So 400 are under repair at all stage of time. So that's the strength which we are creating. That's the number of vehicle, number of people. Earlier we only used to say we are highly populated, so we are only managing people. But right now we are managing trains, right now we are managing drones, right now we are managing mobile phones, signal towers, a lot of data and in different quantum and strength is being managed in India, that the ecosystem delivery, when we are learning this, going to sell it as a product to some other country, that country is not going to question us that whether you will be able to manage it or not. But there is a problem. Someone who is selling something to somebody, any country, any part of the globe, have to be good at it. We cannot say that we are a very good country in terms of environment, climate, and we have 5 of the most polluted cities in our country. We cannot say we have a lot of solutions related to water-related management or water treatment, and we cannot clean our Yamuna or we cannot clean our Ganga. We have to set up remarkable examples of success. Then only we'll be able to give something. And if you look at sectors which are having remarkable examples at that stage of time, they are the potential sector from where we should pick up. The good part and the best part, that the skill part, when we become a skilled management and technology oriented country, that part has created a very good framework across the globe. I've been to Dubai, I've been to all part of, very technically advanced countries. And when I try to meet that the best solution which they are using there, which country needs at this stage of time, I wish to meet their team. I'll at least find 1 or 2 Indians in that country. Dubai aside, Dubai RTA is having majority of Indians. They have 80% Indians working with them, and they wonderfully manage their traffic. And that 80%, 2%, 20% people from other countries, if you look at it in India, we have that capability of skill and management and problem-solving attitude, learning from languages, coding, electronic and software development. These all are our strength. But they do not apply to a certain sector. They apply to all. It only depends that how we are creating the success story and examples. So this is my intake. I will not take much time. Then probably we'll get some more time to talk about it.
Sure. Thanks. I think so. Ecosystem delivery and technology, I think key themes that you touched upon. Shivi, what's your perspective from a startup and consumer space? What are some of the opportunities that you are seeing?
Hi, everyone. So I think from supply chain perspective, we need to start building supply chain resilience in India for sure. I have been into eyewear sector for approximately 13 plus years. 98% of the world's eyewear is made in China. There are 3 districts that manufacture all the Ray-Ban, all the biggest eyewear which you have seen in the world. And what I have seen in last couple of years after COVID, India's domestic demand which has come up, India's people are trying to put up factories, but there are two major challenges which we are facing. One is labor, which is skilled labor. That is a big hassle for especially our sector, because when we manufacture glasses, it's not 100% automated. So we need skilled labor if we want to manufacture glasses in affordable space. Second is infra. So infrastructure is not 100% available. We cannot put up bigger factories and then expect the cost of production going low and then meeting the domestic demand and then supplying outside India, and then the duties as well. So India's tax structure is so complicated that when you send anything, start exporting to other countries, it is not affordable for them. So that is why China has an edge. Especially I'm speaking about my sector because I've seen it very closely. We used to source close to 40 million glasses in India annually from China. And this is huge number. And this is going to be 1 billion glasses in volume soon. So that is where I think there is super potential if we can develop that expertise in-house. Somewhere, obviously, government has to support, state bodies have to support. There would be losses initially. There would be a few production capacities which are not met. But I think there is a huge potential, and especially from startup perspective, if multiple sector businesses are keen to produce in India, make in India for Indians as well as export, I think there is a huge scope. I see that, but we need see these issues to be sorted. I think we have huge manpower across India, but it is not skilled. It is not trained. So that is where we lack most of the time.
Before you take the next round, I can add something to his, what he said is required skilled manpower. And whenever it comes to government to support, what context and in-text of support is being provided here at this stage of time. And where we wish to take this support is something which I would like to, if you allow.
Sure. Please go ahead.
So where we have gone wrong, that's the point where you start. Something which is irritating people, a product or a service or an ecosystem delivery which can be delivered, but it is not delivering there, and a startup takes birth. They make things simple, easy, and fit to pocket. People start buying it, right? But when you do this, you do not know what you are creating. You might be using a couple of technologies which has never been used into that particular sector. But you also be using some of the people who would be not properly trained to do that. So how do we standardize? And that's the normal notion of government's problem, to give more and more ease of doing business to it. But before I come to one startup, we as an ecosystem, as a country, we wish to understand that where we have gone wrong. I came out from a conference discussing autonomous vehicle. Vehicle who would not hit each other, they would not have drivers. And the moment you came out from that conference, some car hit you. You go to police station to complain about that car, the loss or the injury that made, and police said, हम track नहीं कर सकते. इसकी गाड़ी कौन सा नंबर, आपके पास नंबर है, पता नहीं कहाँ का होगा. So the distance between what you have spoken just now in a conference and the reality which hits you there on the road is the debate which happens with the technology. Now, the lowest and closest possible upgradation of that technology is, if I'm complaining about a car, we should have a good accountable resource to look at the incident which has happened, by a camera not there on the incident place, then at least on the way where that car had took an exit. Once it is verified that, okay, what complaint I'm making, and that has happened on that spot, number can be matched, we should have a technology in place to find out that person. This is one example I've given you. Other n number of example into n number of sectors, you keep on watching on your mobile phone, on your reels. Somebody died and they are not getting a ambulance mortuary vehicle. They have to put their children on their shoulder and they have to go. It gives a lot of pain and trouble for somebody who can actually offer this, but there is no accountability. Someday some journalist gets up and goes into a primary school, puts his mic into a teacher and says, "Ma'am, आप बताओ आपके देश के ये कौन है और इस position पे कौन है?" She would not be able to utter a word. And we will not be able to justify that the crores and crores of rupees which government is spending on health or education or any of the philanthropic or welfare department, what is happening into that education. So India has now reached into that phase where the generation has become very, very impatient. They do not want such type of mismatches to be visible. And if some such mismatches are visible, then people start trolling, they start, saying n number of things to people who have no answers. What are the answers? Answers are technologies to be used in a way in those combinations which does not have a policy. So your problem or any other sector is that policy is not changing on that speed. Tomorrow I wish to use AI or ML or blockchain into healthcare sector, and I wish to give that project anyway is happening. I wish to give palm top or a device to our ASHA workers, who are the 65% population, only one single window clearance of health services in this country. And I wish to give them a palm top tablet where she can put up all those data, and that data can be used in a way. But in that conversation which she's doing with the village woman, in that conversation, AI has never been used before. Blockchain or algorithm of blockchain has never been used before. So there would not be any regulation related to it. There has to be a pilot, and then pilot has to decide how it is acting to it. The time which we spend into making that type of emerging technologies policy, that time is something which we need to reduce. If you do not reduce, same thing you can achieve into next 5 years, and same thing you can achieve into next 5 months also.
Absolutely. I think, and very, very, very relevant point as to how, I think, how do we upskill and how do we ensure that the human resource capital that we have is leveraged to the best extent in order to drive, I think, is one key priority. And I think multiple solutions around, greater vocational training, greater and closer industry and academic collaboration, use of technology to upskill people. I think all of these are imperatives for us to ensure that I think the immense advantage that we have with respect to the demographic dividend that we call is leveraged effectively. Abhijit, I think just wanted to get your perspective also from a perspective of electric mobility and the fact that that's a big theme which is catching on, a space where supply chains are getting completely rebuilt and built in a new way from scratch. Correct. How do you see the role of India in sort of leading in that space and becoming a key player as part of the global perspective?
If I will start in reverse process, then tomorrow some country around India, if they wish to make from one city to another city an electric highway, they will come to India rather than going to China very soon. Because other than electricity, everything which we manufacture here is going to give them a complete ecosystem delivery. Battery, vehicle, cable, manpower, technology, network, devices, telematics, tracker, geospatial, each type of material which is required to create a very reliable electric highway between those. We are sitting on the electric highway for which I am into additional charge, Delhi, Jaipur and Delhi, Agra. And this is India's first electric highway. And that electric highway has a definition that if you shut down with your EV, then within 30 minutes, we reach to you. You do not have to give a call to us. So each station is capable and it is equipped with roadside assistance vehicle to cover 25 kilometer up and 25 kilometer down. If any vehicle shut down, we can reach out to them. And that if it is not happening, a vehicle which has crossed one of our station in front of us, the data from the battery management system of that vehicle is being pulled out through the FASTag technology and the receiver, and it is analyzed by the station within 3 seconds that how many kilometers more they will be able to go. If there is a problem, next station is informed. So if we are giving an confidence to people that in 30 minutes you can get pizza or not in Delhi, it is debatable. But on 500 kilometer, if you shut down with an EV, we will reach out to you. And two more problems which EV sector we are facing is we were not knowing what type of income we will create out of it. If I look at petrol pump, everybody knows that if I own a petrol pump, how much money we are going to make, at least from the frequency of the parallel neighboring petrol pumps. But if I own a charging station, how much I own, how much I earn, when do I reach on break-even utilization, that was mostly unknown. The first two station, which also station in Gurgaon only, is India's largest charging station in sector 52 and sector 86. They have altogether a capability to charge 1,500 cars in 24 hours. It is currently being used by Blue Smart, and they provide you round the clock services to charge your vehicle anytime, whenever you wish to charge your vehicle, your fleet wish to charge there. And this was not happening because we were not aware about how much money, what is the utilization. First time we managed to bring that the comparison between metro project, metro reaches to its break even into 8.5 years. We look at city petrol pump is 2.5 years, 24 to 28 months. If you look at charging station, it reaches to its break even into 36 to 40 months, which is a very good use case as of now. And the last but not least is, fortunately, unfortunately, sometimes I say this on public platform, sometimes I do not say this. In last 10 years, a charger utilization, a lot of chargers owned by government, procured by the government, installed by the government, operated by the government. And maybe in a way, they may not be used more in next few years because vehicle will change. Their connectors will have to be changed. They are procured into last 10 years, their utilization was only 3 to 5%. And the product which require a land, then a light, a manpower, and it's a real estate utility, its utilization is 3 to 5%, then the break even will be 45 to 50 years. And with this type of break even, it was very difficult for us to pose as a country that we'll be able to give you a solution which is competing at par with China. So each charger which we are using into National Highway project of EV has from day one its utilization compared to 3 to 5% national average. From day one, we have 30%. And with that 30%, the entire break even of that project reaches into 40 years. Sorry, 24 to 40 months. So that's the kind of confidence which these projects bring. And I'm glad that last month only, when we shown one of the prototype charging station who will replace petrol pump in next 5 years to our Honorable Minister of Road Transport and Highway, Gadkari ji, then he liked the project so much. The initial pilot was proposed only for 500, but now the expansion which we are looking at is 5,000 kilometer entire Bharatmala, not only Delhi, Jaipur and Delhi, Agra, but entire Bharatmala will be covered into that. And at what cost you'll be very, very surprised. I think whenever we'll get an opportunity to quote against China, we'll be one single-handed winner, 50 lakh rupees per kilometer. And I think audience will be, many of you must be knowing what is the cost of building 1 kilometer road is around 22.5 crore per kilometer. If it's a 6-lane road, access control, right and left. And 50 lakh rupees per kilometer, if you add to it, that road becomes an e-highway. That 50 lakh rupees per kilometer includes the cost of bus, car, charging station, network operations, and 30 kilometer up, down coverage of roadside assistance. At this stage, at this point of time, the production, when it increases, we'll be able to neck compete with China, that any country around India, if they believe, if they are not the indigenous production unit, then they will be dependent on other countries to convert their e-highways very soon. The kind of price war going on with the oil and COP26 or COP27. Each country is into that management process. So the last part of NHEV, which is very important for audience to know, is a petrol pump and the charging station was never compared. And this is important for you also, and all of you who are into entrepreneurship, is because of two reasons. Is that you know each and everything about a petrol pump, how you have to build it, because the design and the detailing of the petrol pump is already in the public domain. पाइप कितने mm की लगानी है, टैंक कितना नीचे होगा जमीन के, कितनी बड़ी हुड होगी, सब कुछ डिफाइंड है स्ट्रक्चर्ड बाय गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से पेट्रोल पंप का. बट इन चार्जिंग स्टेशन नोबडी न्यू एनीथिंग. How are we going to create it? How it is going to be, look like, or what are the minute structures? And without knowing this detail, you will not get into the business. So first thing which we did is creating 2 charging stations and creating an pilot highway for that. Second, nobody knew that what earning you're going to do. Already I answered that in comparison to petrol pump, now we are into 24 to 30 months break even, completely reaching to our maximum utilization. And third, but not least, who is going to fund you? This conference, another conference, whenever I meet somebody in a environment conference, they have 1,000 crores of rupees to fund an e-transition. But when you are going to set up one of the utility, even your own bank is not interested to read your proposal. So funding, what kind of circular economy, what you said that today we may not create sense. We may not, make sense on the Excel sheets of a banker, but tomorrow these highways are going to give you a lot of fuel saving, a lot of carbon emission saving, and a lot of problems solved, because the comparison between diesel and petrol in terms of running every day can never happen. We will always be cheaper than them, no matter how much cost of total ownership we are putting up at the time of installation. So thank you. You got given me a chance to speak about it. Glad that I'm heading that project, and very soon you will be able to go by cab. Cab has already started. Bus is yet to start. Electric bus and electric cab, both to Jaipur and to Agra.
Fantastic. I think that's a great articulation of how India is pioneering innovative model, correct, in this very critical sector of the economy, and how it can actually be a space where we build competitive strength and be someone who can be very dominant across multiple countries with the model we are developing. Should we just any final thoughts in terms of what are some of the initiatives that you are seeing which are working, and any 1 or 2 key things that you feel as risks one should address going forward?
I think R&D is one of a very critical aspect while developing your manufacturing capabilities in India. So research and development across sectors is very critical to be developed in the same way, just like commercialization. So no need to be hurry to just commercialize and start selling rather than build capabilities to innovate, because otherwise your product or your capacities will overrun very soon, and you won't be innovative in any way to supply across the world. This is again, which we have seen very closely. And the other thing is, I think the good part about India as of now, why EV is gaining momentum, because I think being India has been always a late adopter to technology or any other new domain of expertise. I think the generation has changed and we are now early adopters. So I think that is where we have seen a rush towards EV adoption. I think it has to go further a little bit more. And I think entrepreneurship adds to it. So if we are taking that step to build something new, I think it helps us, the community and everyone, to mentally prepare that we are the early adopters and we'll build something new for the world, rather than just copying everything, which has been the story for India for, I think, decades. That's from my side.
Fantastic. No, thank you so much. I think if I have to just summarize, I think clearly there is immense opportunity across multiple sectors because of the global shifts towards diversifying risk and improving resilience. India is very well positioned. We're seeing innovative models in critical areas like electric mobility. Entrepreneurship is there. What we need is things around improving the focus on innovation, improving the focus on building our people capabilities in order to ensure that we are tapping our demographic dividend in the right manner. And I think we'll be well positioned to capture a lot of these opportunities as they emerge. So thank you so much, Abhijit and Shivi, for this interesting conversation.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. May I please request Uday, the Vice President, Strategic Projects of PW Businessworld, to please present a token of love and appreciation to our panelist and a moderator. Hi, sir. The mics have had their share of falling today. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you there. Thank you. And with that, we come to an end of day one. Tomorrow, we shall see you sharp at 10 once again in the same hall for the next round of conversations, followed by the awards ceremony in the evening. Thank you so much for being here, and we shall see you tomorrow morning at 10. Thank you.